Yo,
Yeah,
I was gonna call you earlier.
I just got back from teaching teachers with Allie.
What we talking to?
Yeah,
How'd that go?
Allie, how'd it go?
Really well.
You guys making that cheddar now?
Oh yeah.
Starting to. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Um, so I need
Mm-hmm.
to learn. I need Manish to teach me how Pavli works, so,
Mm-hmm.
so that I can
Yeah.
do a lot more. I have now recorded a good amount of just me talking. And what I realize is if I just record it in Google Meets and
Okay.
then
Right.
transcribe it in Google Meets, I get the transcript. And so if
Mm-hmm.
I just talk about the different chapters of the book that I'm writing,
That's it.
then I'm just talking my book,
Mm-hmm.
and then I can chop and mix that into content for TikTok, Instagram, etc. Because let's face it, I don't write nearly as well as I speak my ideas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
That we lose something on the page.
well, I think there's certain individuals who, um, when they put it on this page, it's more succinct and it's a better product. But in my brain, I want to go in 30 different directions on the page. And so I can be more succinct and more on topic when I speak more than when I write. At least that's what I've found.
That's so interesting.
But I think that if I continue to do the recordings, I can then use Chat GPT to go through it and then find what each of the outline of it should be,
Mm-hmm.
and then have it help me fill in some of the additional information from there. Um, I'm just thinking it's going to be, I don't know, I created a Notion page where I can just write the book
Mm-hmm.
when I want to. Oh, I didn't even think of this. I wonder if I just go to the Notion on my phone and then just hit the little button to record it. If I can just record right from there.
For this very reason, it's I'm teaching music in one instance, so it's a bit different, but that's why I wanted to include QR codes on the pages,
Yeah.
because there's only so much I can say with my text. I need to let you show and hear it.
Yeah, when we when we did that big event with the speaker series and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
we had QR codes everywhere. Um,
You find people use it?
I think people used it because they had to use it because the
Okay.
colonel said so. Um, Whereas I think if we looked at the QR code usage after the event, even though we provided them with resources through QR codes, I don't think that it's probably used at all after the event. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm gonna go test this and see if I can speak into my phone and just record my book on Notion from there. I'll be back.
I like it.
Oh, hey, Ahmed.
Oh man, what's going on?
Hey, just dealing with the issues of having two completely separate versions of the same software.
Oof. That's a Casey oof.
It
Wow.
it is. It is. So one of the one of the things is that I started learning Rust specifically to create Resiliate, The trouble with that is that when I created the first version of it, it was created with my knowledge of Rust as it was, as I was learning it. And now that I have written a full blown system in it, which is production ready, I think it's crap. Like, not in the functionality, but I think.
Right, but now you know what you know. I mean, if I look back at my first Python programs, I was like, you know what I mean? You're constantly going back and
Right.
revising it.
And
Yeah.
revising it. So the way I structured the software, I didn't really like. I didn't really like the way I modularized it. So I'm now going back and rewriting it. But I chose to rewrite it from scratch rather than
hmm
taking what I had written and morphing it. Although Rust is fantastic at refactoring, but I felt that I
Now
needed.
that yeah, you have a completely different toolkit.
Well, the thing, no, so I still want to create the same thing, but the way I'm reorganizing the Lego pieces is completely different. The way I'm splitting up the modules is completely different. Can you hear me? I, I can no longer hear you for some reason. Give me a heart if you can hear me. Uh oh. I think we're being rugged.
Dropped when I was walking around. My bad.
Oh, well, you're back.
Sorry,
I was
I missed the
not
last 20
sure.
seconds.
No, so what I was saying was that it's like I decided to go back and rewrite it from scratch because I know so much more about Rust now.
So, like, what's the difference, for example? Like, how did you look at it initially, and what did you discover about Rust that made you say, you know what? If I rewrote this, then it would be like. I imagine there's unimaginable. I imagine there's a lot of performance and fundamental things that you're changing, whether it's data
Uh,
structures or patterns or something.
it's the patterns
Mm-hmm.
and the data structures precisely. It's like see, initially when I was coding it, I knew a lot. Like I know a lot of programming
Mm-hmm.
languages. So the thing is, every programming language has its own sort of taste, like how to
Mm-hmm.
do things tastefully in it. So my initial sort of attempt to doing it, I was trying to be as tasteful as possible, but I didn't know everything about the language. And I know so much more
Right.
about the language and the impact of different choices that I didn't previously know. And now I'm taking all of those into account.
It's like finding out the stove has a broiler.
Yeah, something like that. It's like finding and also like when to sear the steak, when to put it in the oven, the order of it, and like just adjusting the recipe, detaching, like how to like restructuring the source code so that it's more modular, it's more expandable. The first time I wrote it, it was like get this, like let's get
Mhm.
the system done,
Let's get it
right?
working. Yeah.
Let's get it working. Let's have like a fully functional, can we do this? And now it's like, all right, let's improve upon what we have done, like really like take it to the next level. So that's the second iteration, and the second iteration also takes into account that we want to iterate on different components, like a lot more.
I imagine you had to
independently.
write it. I imagine you had to write it first in Rust to be able to know everything that you know now, though, right? There's no way for you to have
Correct,
bypass a
correct.
step. Yeah.
Correct. I had to go through this exercise, and it has happened to me before. I've in every single software, you write it, and then you completely discard it, and then you
Hmm.
write it again. But the initial, because of like Rust brings so much stability to the world, that even like once you have a working version of something, that thing is guaranteed to work. It will not have bugs, right? So it
Hmm.
might have performance issues, but it won't have bugs, which is a massive
Yeah,
difference.
a big deal. Yeah.
It's a massive deal, right? You can just get the shit out, and that will be stable. There's nothing wrong with it. But there is a better way to redo it. And that better way of redoing it, like I don't want to touch the original system because I've got customers, and they
Yeah.
are
Stability. Yeah.
you're right. And once I upgrade them, yes, there will be an upgrade path from version 1 to version 2, but it's not like I'm still maintaining version 1 for people who are like, I don't want to touch my system, right? This thing is
Right.
going to run for the next 5 years, and that's fine.
Hmm. So hold on, isn't it the implementation you have right now is how many thousands of lines of code?
Oh, it's around 70-ish or in total, but I mean the maintained code is like maybe 15 to 20,000 lines of code.
Okay, gotcha. So how much of it, like when you say rewrite, like,
All of it.
wow.
Yeah, I've already done it. Like took me like I've been doing it for the last 4 months. So I'm
Hmm.
already I'm like maybe 90% through the code already. So it's like about another 4 or 5 thousand lines of code left to refactor. But the new code base is tighter. It's smaller. I think I've probably halved my code base in terms of length just by refactoring it a particular way. So that's nice. It's more maintainable in the sense that it's divided up into modules that
Hmm.
completely contain like that are completely separated
Hmm.
in concerns. So if I need to update, let's say, the command line interface, I that's all it has. It's I don't have to go and muck with the API.
So I remember 5 years ago there was this big push towards microservices, and then there were videos making fun of the microservicing of everything. How does Rust look at that stuff?
Oh, like that's not really a Rust doesn't have a view on it because you can write microservices in Rust, which is fine, right? And you can write monolithic systems in Rust, which is fine. So it's not really a purview of language, so to speak. It's a design choice. Does that
Hmm.
make sense? But I tend to like things that are tight, for the most part, tightly bolted together because you can get more
Hmm.
juice out of them, and only split things up when they really need to be split up. So the wherever there is, where like I would write microservices for things where the microservice is really doing the job, um, that is long term. So something that's going to run for a while. So when I hand it off, it's running in that microservice, and that microservice is executing for a while to for me to take on the impact of having to cross the boundary between one service and another service. So for example, if if I have two things, right? The request acceptance and then request processing. And the request processing takes, let's say, 1 second, and the request acceptance takes, let's say, 1 second. Let's just numbers, right? But my boundary crossing takes also takes 1 second. That's a 33% increase in my compute while I'm crossing the boundary, which is very wasteful. So that means that in order to run that service, if I architect it as two separate components where I'm message passing between them, right? I am now asking a 33% increase in my compute cost.
Right. Because of the way the software is deployed on the cloud.
Well, I mean, so I would like to look at it and say, okay, what does that split get me, right?
Right.
And if the split doesn't get me anything other than a delay and like unreasonable sort of translation between one thing and another thing, I'd rather not translate it. I'd rather build it as a single thing, right? Where the acceptance and the processing happens in the same unit, because that's just more efficient. I've already accepted the thing, it's sitting in memory. Why would I want to move it to a second? Like, moving things around in memory is slow. Very, 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 very slow.
Really.
So once you've got something loaded,
It's like economy of motion.
it's economy of motion. Yeah, absolutely. The slowest bridge is between the CPU and RAM. Right. Well, I mean, hard drive to hard drive to RAM is extremely slow, but that usually doesn't happen often in the lifetime of a program. Usually, what the software will do is load up like a big chunk of data in RAM and work in there. But you also want, so most of your time you're spending in CPU and RAM. So if you're going to go do a fetch, which takes a long time, relatively, you've loaded up the CPU with some data, you want to do as much with that data as possible while it's on the die, while it's on the CPU die, and only preempt it out if there is a real need to. So
Right, because the performance required to run the service to do the
well,
exchange.
yeah, the performance required, but also like the cost. Look, you know, we all talk about we do you like Earth? Do you like environmentalism?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I have Ali here to explain everything that I don't know, which is a lot.
Right.
What are you
Hi,
laughing
Ali.
about?
Yeah. So now I want you to think about this and I've been thinking about this, and I'm writing a little sort of paper on this as well, trying to get some hard data to back up my hypothesis. And the hypothesis is this: software as it is being written today, writ large, is extremely inefficient to the point of criminal neglect when it comes to its impact on environment. We write a piece of JavaScript and we test it, and then we send it out to thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of computers that have to recompile it and reinterpret it before executing it. And we do,
Oh, really?
well, yeah, you are receiving source code on your browser, and the browser is forced to re-evaluate the source code and do the things that it wants to do. That is stupendously expensive. um, we can look at JavaScript code and its inefficiencies to do things. There's like lots and
So
lots.
it's like proof of JavaScript.
Sorry.
Proof of JavaScript.
Yeah, I mean the inefficiency of JavaScript has been studied like immensely,
Really?
like immensely, right? That there's like a ridiculous amount of data on it and a ridiculous amount of effort to try to make it efficient. Uh, However, having said that, it's a fundamentally atrocious language, and same goes for Python. A fundamentally atrocious environment. It uses way too much compute. And anytime it's quote unquote fast is when you have binary helpers that are local to the architecture written in C++ or C or something else. So we've got all this code that soft and I'm going to shit on software engineers, and I'm including myself in that, community. Software engineers have become whiners, and they whine about how difficult it is to program in something, and and they want ease. No, that's that's like saying I just want to partially cook a chicken. I don't care about the salmonella that I'm going to serve. I just want ease. Like I just want a
Right.
microwave I just want to microwave chicken. Like there's and people are eating microwave chicken because they don't know better. Right? The point is, if you've got a language that is taking 70 times the compute to do the same damn thing, same thing, it means that you are completely throwing out the last 10 years of advantage in CPU and hardware advancements. You're literally just discarding it.
I never realized that choosing a language could massively result in a change of the total cost of ownership to run the service.
Absolutely, it does. I mean, and look at and I'm talking about like forget about like comparing something like Python to something like C or comparing something like Python to something like
Mhm.
Rust. Look at the biggest change. So I think I mentioned that at one of our conversations that the CDN, um, the big CDN, um, Project Prometheus, where they abandoned Nginx and replaced it with a Rust proxy. The you know who I'm talking about, right? Mikey?
The same more words. I'm also looking up this Rust versus JavaScript thing. It's blowing my mind. Hey, Mentis.
Hey, I can hear you now. That's nice. I could only hear Ahmed before. I couldn't hear you. I was like, is he just having a really weird monologue? Because it sounds like in it, but it wasn't even showing your mic coming off. So I was like really confused. Yeah, that's fascinating. Unfortunately, there's also the pragmatic side of industry and what gets the most attention and the most market share, and the most efficient solutions aren't always the most widely adopted, and that's the sad truth.
No, I disagree. I think that people who are explaining it to the boards of directors, where where engineers are going up there and saying, look, we need to adopt this solution because that's going to cut down our cost of hosting this solution by 70%. That's real money that people are leaving on the table, right? But if like and the thing is, this is not just sporadic truth. This is across the board that this stat holds hard. What's happening is that simpler languages that should be starter languages and a stepping stone towards proper systems engineering, that's last step is not being taken. People are churning out like like universities are teaching simpler courses, colleges are teaching simpler courses because it's cheaper to hire the teachers for it, and it's a lot easier. An easier thing to teach, and because it's an easier thing to teach, and it's an easier thing to take your students' money on. Yes, universities don't care, but when the pressure isn't there because there's this whole slew of engineers, well, software programmers that are coming out. Because if an engine, if an other engineer in another engineering discipline did this, they'd be shot. Because all of those are regulated in disciplines. Uh, but effectively, what is how? Excuse me.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'll be
What are you up
back
to?
in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
How you going?
Oh, just got back home. I'm teaching. So just
Teaching music.
teaching music, yeah. The geometry of music theory.
Cool. Triads. There's some triads in music, aren't there? That's a geometry thing.
Mm-hmm. Hauptmann's connets. All major and minor chords is inverted triangles. Covered that today. It's nice to see them recognize what they're looking at. Oh, that's a map of this. And then looking at the instrument, looking at the board, looking at the instrument, looking at the board. Yeah, it's good. But what, 25 teachers today?
Speaking of what was Ahmed talking about, dumbing down the curriculum so that they can hire less qualified teachers. I was like, I don't really want to engage with this, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ever since we started talking to Ahmed about the whole rest thing, I've been looking into it, and there's a lot of folks kind of reiterating those same points. I could just put one to the top there, where they're saying Rust is now replacing parts of the JavaScript web ecosystem, and I mean, if most of the costs that application creators are bearing is storage, network, and compute, I wonder. I'm still looking it up. But again, at the same time, like if you build software that nobody knows how to maintain, you're fucked, right?
I think it's funny, but in spite of how long Rust's been around, it's still in the early adoption phase, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I actually see is one of the big use cases and one of the big growth sectors over the next, say, 5 to 10 years for Rust is IoT.
Okay.
And when you think about it, when you're talking about billions of micro devices, all of those reasons that you're talking about become like magnified in terms of the importance.
Uh-huh. Because the amount of that machine to machine telemetry is always
All of it,
linking
man.
data back
The
and forth. Yeah.
compute, the storage, all of it. Just it's like orders
This
of magnitude in complexity when you're talking about billions of microsensors and micro
so
devices and monitors.
this is really your wheelhouse, eh? With what you did with F5 and all that kind of stuff.
Rust?
No, like the idea of optimizing for the spend on compute, network, and storage.
I mean, that was part of
That'd be
it.
to
Like
your previous life, yeah.
I've always been focused more on network operations, so
Okay.
just
What
a
does that mean?
little higher in the network stack, but
What does network
certainly.
operations mean?
So it's basically, if you think about the transport layer, which is, you have things like HTTP, right?
Oh, the OSI layer, yeah.
Which is like, how do you like the interface between the hardware and the software, like the point at which you're actually sending things around on a network, which is basically where that rubber meets the road.
Like
and
packet routing. Yeah.
not but not even the routing itself, but the routers, right, that are doing the routing, or the I don't know, the miners that are doing the mining, right, on a blockchain, or the the load balancers that are doing the load balancing, or like the endpoint protection devices that are securing the network, the endpoints, like, just always sort of at that point of the interface between the hardware and software. That seems to be where I've mostly been. But yeah, from there you have to understand the stack up and down to optimize, and all that stuff.
Speaking of optimization, Casey, are you still
Yeah.
employed?
Yeah, somehow.
That's a weird question to ask. It
Yeah,
probably seems like an asshole thing to ask, but it's
yeah, it's good. It's weird. They
what do you mean?
they rescheduled for tomorrow. So one more day in the hopper.
Drinking.
Getting
Let's
your
go.
ducks in a row?
Let's go. Round two. This feels like an episode of Les Miserables, the Netflix miniseries.
Oh, that's perfect.
One
Les
more
Miserables.
day.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, system's still operational. Still taking applications, still cranking out pre-approvals. It's meaningless, but still doing it. Yeah. Anyways, Mintus. The board are now relabeled because Yuga Labs went after them. The Bad Ted Yacht Club that I sent you the video on.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Their request was equity. Equity trade-off was the request, and I said, well, I'll ask. They said, oh well, we really need the storefront up, and so, like, if there's a cost, give us a list. Let us see what it is. So I would say we're green light for billing item. What do you say?
Oh, is that a question?
Oh
What
yeah,
do I say?
wow,
I
good.
like, dude, it comes back to what I said in my comment to you on message before, right? Same
Yeah.
answer.
Okay, let's do it.
Oh no, actually, you know what? It was to someone else about something else entirely. Never
Oh,
mind.
sweet.
I've been having too many.
Well, that's
No,
okay. I'm gonna
but
pull you into their Discord, and we'll have a group chat with them.
yeah, no, it doesn't hurt that I literally just spent like the last 45 minutes on their space, just like dropping immense value bombs and creating Twitter
On the
threads about
board
how to use shit.
on board Teds or bad Teds?
Bad Dead, yeah.
Shut the fuck, really? Oh, no way.
Stan.
Did you really?
You know Stan,
Oh,
their community,
yeah,
Mr. Chimp.
yeah.
Yeah, Stan and I are old buddies.
No
So I saw
shit.
him in there, and I went in and started fucking with
So you
him.
know JP? Oh God, you did. Okay, that's awesome. Okay. So
Anyway,
JP
we're
is the
good.
guy that's
We're good.
you're ahead of me again. All right.
And what's his name? Photographer dude. What's his
Yeah.
name? The community manager.
Whatever. Um.
He and I were geeking out hard about AI art tools and stuff. It was good. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Well. All right. So, but you know
Yeah. So
JP.
let's get in the chat on
Yeah.
Discord. Yeah.
Let's do the bad. Let's do it. That should be interesting. All right. Cool. Good. Right on. Well, I'll be excited to talk to JP again. That'll be fun. Awesome. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just
No,
biting at the bit to get that one out.
everyone's here.
So what are we drinking tonight, Casey? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go to the shop. Picking it
We're
up.
drinking in the atmosphere of having a plan. That's what we're drinking in. We're drinking in the calm breath,
What's the plan? You mean the backup plan for the backup plan that
the
backs up the
string
backup
of
plan? You
backup plans. Yes,
got?
yes. The net will eventually catch something. You know,
It's like you're jumping off the roof of Foxconn, and they have like multiple like little trampolines that you're breaking through.
yeah, pretty much. So, yep. No, things are progressing.
So, little known fact you Australians can appreciate at some point. Go listen to Bad Guy by Billie Eilish again. Right when it drops to the chorus, there's a sound, and it's actually the sound that the crossing lights make in Australia. You know, that tick, 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 tick. It's in it's sampled into her track. And for some reason, when Casey was talking about the Bad Teds, I started thinking about Bad Guy, and I remembered that. So anyway,
Wow. Okay, cool.
and like I can't not hear it now, like the little crosswalk sound. It's so funny.
Oh, it'd be worse if it was the boo, 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 boo.
Oh yeah, the little chirpy bird.
Like the European police sirens.
Essentially, they're audible so that blind people know that there's a crossing and will want to cross.
All right, so when are we turning this into a karaoke space? Let's do this. Vinny, you're up first, followed by Rocky.
Oh no, no.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not up for it. I destroyed myself yesterday. It was straight up mega destruction, and I am paying for it. So-
Well, what better way to ignore that destruction than by indulging yourself in a drink or two?
yes.
Did you like my little animation I made up for you? Got sound bites there.
It's
I
okay,
feel like
buddy.
that crosswalk thing is so typical of music producers. Like, I got so many of my buddies who are producers who are deep in like these Reddit pages where they're looking for obscure samples from like, I don't know, a plunger or something, you know? The sound of like an ASMR thing, and they're gonna work it into their new like EDM psytrance set, or I don't know. It's very strange. Weird people.
Vinny's been doing ASMR for years. That's where he's made his wealth at. Licking microphones, making weird sounds on microphones. It's crazy. Never seen somebody get so fucking popular off of doing something like that. What are you thinking, E Rich? What do you got?
Karaoke, yes.
Oh, now you're karaoke, yes?
Yep.
Lead us away, Erich. You start a cappella.
I can't right now because I'm like busy, but I can in a minute when I'm not busy.
Are there really karaoke spaces? That's the thing that exists. Like, would not shock me.
What did he say?
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine the weirdos that go to a karaoke space?
Freaks, dude. Straight up freaks.
Weirdo.
Man. Listen to me. I can sing a bar. Yeah.
He can sing.
You know, we actually had a really good time after Casey passed out.
I was hoping.
But it was really good
I
connection,
left.
really good
I
connection.
left with hopes that you guys would all gel and have fun and be friendly, and all would be well.
We actually did.
They nerded out on music things.
It's honestly one of my favorite things to do in VR is go to one of the karaoke worlds in VR chat and then just mute the music so I can hear everybody singing and screaming over each other at extremely different like times because all of their pings are completely different.
What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? What are VR spaces?
I'm talking specifically about VR chat. There are worlds you can go to that are made for karaoke, and it's just a riot to turn off the audios, like the video player, and just listen to everybody with wildly different internet speeds try to sing the same song. It's like a cacophony of voices, and that's kind of
Sounds
what I
horrible.
imagine karaoke spaces are like.
Well, we don't sing at the same time.
Usually.
Usually.
Except when E. Rich and I are doing a duet.
Yeah, but I muted my mic for that. I was singing with my mic muted.
That's why there was no harmony.
Yeah, because my mic was muted.
All right, I'm off to go read some Dr. Seuss. But I really did just want to pop in and pick Mentis's brain for a second and make sure we were on the same page.
The rest of us are what? Trash?
I do not like the metaverse. I feel it always makes me curse. I do not like it here or there. Keep it out of my underwear. Good night, Casey.
Good night. I'll see you guys
Casey,
afterwards. Yes, Peter? Oh, is Peter rugging?
Have a nice night.
Later on.
So Joel says she's going to run my images through an AI and create me cuter images to maybe use. I don't know. We'll see.
So what's
There's
the
some
latest?
traction on this.
The last time I talked to you, you were playing with the Studio DID. Where are you at with it now? Have you completely replaced your human interaction? Am I even talking to Vinny at this point?
No, unfortunately, while still I got DGen sidetracked to hosting a space, so I had to leave my exploration behind. Though it's something I'm definitely gonna be taking up. Yeah, definitely gonna be taking up.
Did Vinny see the KC compilation of Human DID?
Yo, now that I'm home, I gotta go back to my computer and see if it'll do the audio if I delete the script, because it kept pulling the script, and maybe that's because I had a script in there.
Maybe. I'm not sure exactly why you were struggling with it. It seems like, I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Let me see if I can bring him in. So Mohit sent me the script that he wants to use. But at this point, because I showed Mohit what you did. Sec to chat about project. It's Portaman is here. And
I love how you can tell how fast he types by how fast he's talking.
There you go. So if you see Mohit, stop swearing.
I definitely talk faster than that when I type.
Yeah. Is there like a better keyboard to type in, or am I just 40 years old now?
You're just slow. It has nothing to do with the keyboard or your age.
Oh, okay. I'm just slow. Okay.
You got to get one of the mechanical ones that makes extra noise because that makes you type faster.
Oh, clickety click click, man. Those things are so sexy. Speaking of ASMR. Those mechanical keyboards. Oh, yeah.
I got that Razer one.
You got to get the one that's like two separate keyboards. It's all ergonomic.
Yeah,
dude. Seen it.
Yes.
So hot.
The thing is, like, when I got the Mac, it was kind of like it was luxurious typing with the Mac, to be honest with you, compared to the clacking.
The super, super low flow, like
easy. You feel like a dainty, fucking, what's that old book, Pride and Prejudice? It feels like you're like a lady in Pride and Prejudice writing an essay.
And you should be speaking in the Queen's English, right?
I feel they're kind of mushy for me. Like I have a Mac keyboard right now that I'm typing on. It feels kind of mushy.
Like sloppy, hey? Yeah. I'm not down with it. But the ones that have like you can control the pressure under each key or whatever, like they're fucking mad. I've seen some dope steampunk keyboards that people have made.
I just like whispering with my fingertips, you know what I mean?
That is nice.
What do you mean whispering with your fingertips?
Because you're not really like, you ever try to figure out the least amount of pressure you need to use it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. They don't require like you press down just ever so slightly. Whereas with a mechanical keyboard, you really got to like click. Yeah.
That's what I think. I just want the virtual keyboard in space, and it's just sensing my intent. It's sort of like swipe, where if you don't quite hit the letters correctly, it senses the patterns of
Okay,
where you're
wait a minute.
typing.
Could you install haptic feedback into your finger pads? I
That would
guess.
be
Yeah,
interesting.
you definitely could.
You don't need the whole glove, right? I just need little,
Yeah, no, you need the little fingertips things. Yeah.
maybe a little electrical thing that doesn't low voltage something. Because I think you need that haptic. I don't think I could necessarily like just tap on a fucking tabletop. You know what I mean?
But I can definitely like visualize the keys I need to be typing, and
Could be
like
interesting.
I can type without a keyboard. So why do I need the keyboard?
Why am I even still holding this phone in my hand like I'm dragging my knuckles on the ground? I thought it was
That's Elon
2023.
Musk's whole point with Neuralink.
Neuralink, yeah.
Like our entire interface to this vast interconnected network is these like stubby little points on the end of our like limbs. It's so primitive.
Yeah.
We're just sort of punching at things.
Really got to wonder whether Neuralink is going to advance. Like I was reading about the struggle that they're getting for like government approval recently, and normally I was reading that after 2 or 3 times companies just kind of give up because the cost ends up being so exorbitant to continue that process.
They're good. I think they're actually getting FDA approval for their first clinical trials in humans this year.
Okay,
let's go. But are we really going to skip the I can just tap my earbuds to speak on Twitter Spaces point before we get to Neuralink? Like
that's all you want.
Yeah, we are.
Man,
We're going to
it's
totally
so
leapfrog that technology.
great point. Yeah.
No, I think the first clinical trials are around like enabling people to walk again who are quadriplegics.
What, are they able to recreate neural pathways or?
No, they can bridge the connection, so they can actually send the signal to below the place where the spine is severed.
Oh, to like the limbic system through the amygdala or whatever.
I don't know how they fucking do it, man. But so basically, you have this thing plugged into your brain, so that when you think about using your limbs, it just sends the signal to below on the spinal cord to like a receiver there, and then it passes the signals on.
You know how they have the Ford car that will like keep beeping if you miss your payment? I wonder if like you get the chip installed, it'll make you walk to the jail if you didn't pay your taxes or some shit. Like, no, I can't control my bags.
Yeah, but like biomotor hijacking.
Yeah.
So I just posted a link to the article I was talking about. Their FDA approval basically was just rejected for the second time in a row, because of health concerns. Basically, specifically about the components, the chemicals that would leach from the components, and their inability to suggest any kind of process to remove these things without damaging brain tissue. So they need to work through those things first before they'll ever get FDA approval. But I have hope for them. I just think it's going to be a rough process, and I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
It makes sense then that they would focus on really debilitating things, right? As a way to prove the use case. Like if people are having like a very low quality of life because they're not mobile, maybe those people are willing to take the chance on something experimental if it means they can walk again or move their hands and feed themselves, all the kind of things.
Yeah, and I think
But I mean,
Neuralink was smart to go about it in that route because there have been companies that have been doing that since like the 90s in similar veins, just not under the skull technology. There's like one called Blue something. I don't remember specifically, but they've been open since the 90s doing a similar thing.
Go ahead, Pete.
I was going to say it's probably the best case use of what Neuralink has, though, at the moment. Like when it advances and it gets more, genuine.
It's almost like
you know what I mean?
neuropath.
Sorry?
It's almost like instead of Neuralink, it's like neuropathways.
Yeah. Like the connection between the brain and the nervous system and that, fixing those issues first, and then you can go from there. Like that makes sense. But I was going to say it almost makes sense that they're trying to disable the progress of it when they're focusing on disabilities, I mean, FDA approval things. Come on.
How dare you? You think there are nefarious reasons for turning down the approval. How dare you?
Absolutely.
Bro, they're trying to put silicone in your brain. I think it's good that the FDA is probably being a little stringent about that.
Where else did I put
Yeah,
silicone in your body, man?
if only they were more stringent.
You know, there's people that literally inject silicone for more than one reason to enlarge certain parts of your body.
Oh, that's right.
That's true. That's true. It's the
Hold on.
silicone itself is probably, I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
So you're saying that just like I can inject silicone into my chest to make my chest more attractive, I can inject silicone in my brain to make my brain more attractive?
Would you then
It's not
have
the
to
point of the link.
redo the neural link just like you have to redo implants because it encapsulates? Because the body's naturally going to encapsulate whatever is foreign material. Yeah, that's what happens. And then you have to get your breasts redone every like 5 to 10 years.
Why don't you make the silicone in the thing that does the encapsulation?
I suppose,
What if
like, you
you
know,
make
with the
the
brain at least. You know,
so
what would
if
the
it,
effect of that be? Would you start thinking weirdly, you know?
yeah,
It's hard.
like yeah, if
Doesn't feel like boobies.
if something's going to encapsulate on top of the foreign object, just make
Because it's hard and it doesn't feel like booby material.
so just make it out of the thing that's going to
No, but it
encapsulate.
doesn't feel nice like booby material. They want it to feel like silicone.
They want it to feel like silicone.
Because it feels more
Why
like
would you want that?
because it's like, soft and squishy.
So if we can't keep silicone out of our chest, what makes us think we can keep it out of our brains?
Well, they have to figure out a way so
Is silicone taking over our entire body? Interesting. So we're becoming more
hey,
like the
Sleep.
motherboard?
Sorry, I just summarized that article, right? I had a look, and it doesn't say anything about chemicals or anything. It says, or at least in this summary, it says the FDA flagged concerns that the threads could migrate. Something
Right.
about the battery, and like a couple of concerns like that. Where was that? But I didn't. Was there something in there about these chemicals specifically, like you're saying, or is that just something like? Yeah, it said the lithium battery, potential migration of tiny wires, and doubts that it could be safely removed if necessary without damaging tissue.
Yeah, it had been a while since I read the article. I was referring specifically to the lithium battery, and
I see. Yeah. That makes sense. And apparently, this is not a formal report. This is according to 6 current and former employees who spoke to Reuters.
That tracks. Thanks for clearing that up. That makes sense.
We just have to take it for what it is.
Hey guys.
Thanks, ChatGPT. And it was such a good article. I couldn't paste it all at once. I had to split it into 2 sections because it was such a thorough report. That's Reuters for you. Sorry, Robbie. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hey guys. It's okay. It's okay. Well, what? What? Why are you guys talking about like technology?
Why?
Advances? There's been a lot of them, right? Like it's amazing. Have you noticed that there's been a lot more stuff? Like there's so many apps for the blind, even tech for the blind. Like when that was all like on the phones. It's been articles done about the iPhone too.
How do apps for the blind work? Like, do they rely on sound?
Well,
primarily?
some of them have sound, but they rely on the screen reader, like VoiceOver. That's what Apple has built into their system. They have the screen reader on all 3 of the iOS devices. Plus, you have it on the Mac as well. Plus the 2 iOS devices. Well, actually now iPad. Well, it's iPad OS for the iPad and iOS for the phone.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, for me, it's a big
Hey, I gotta.
For me, it's
sorry to cut
okay.
in. I gotta run and take a call, and it was good hearing from you again, Robbie. I hope you're well. I'll catch y'all soon. Yeah.
Okay. So who is in the space now? Still is E-Rich still there? you look at technology, like look at what I'm able to like. The way I can access stuff is like it took me one one like to figure out iOS was easy because it was all the hand gestures. VoiceOver uses hand gestures on iOS, but if it's a keyboard, it's keyboard commands on my laptop because I have a MacBook. So, and I rely on those.
Just a quick question, Robbie, because I'm curious about this. Do the interfaces for the blind make any use of like haptic feedback at all, or not really as much? Like, say for example, button presses and stuff like
Well,
that. I feel like it could be useful.
yeah, it does. Yeah, yeah, like if I'm tapping on, if I'm opening an app for if I want to check my mail, it like once I open it, it immediately would read it, and like I can swipe to a message, double tap it to open it with a finger, and then it would just read it to me, and I can stop it, and I can do this two finger swipe up, which reads from the top, or I can make it read it from where you left off. Even when I'm listening to a book, if it's a textbook, the Books app literally works with the screen reader.
And like, how do you interact? So, say if because accessibility is such a blind point for me. I've done a lot of UX for web
Oh
design
wow,
because I'm an art director in web design. But
nice.
accessibility is like it's a blind
Yeah.
spot for me. Shit, sorry, pun not intended. That.
Okay. It.
But like, if you're on your home screen, how do you access an app? Is it through
Yep.
voice, or do you have to like?
Well.
Okay, it's through voice.
Well.
Wow.
Basically, if I'm on my home screen, yes, basically my phone can basically the speech synthesizer that's with the screen reader reads out the app as I'm tapping it. Email from Facebook. Anne-Marie Sloran poked you on. Wow. Yeah, and plus every time Apple updates their software, like they release a new version, they add more stuff. A lot of users have actually requested more voices, more voices for voiceover, and that's happened, including bringing a speech synthesizer whose voices I've heard with a program that I used to have to run off of a disk to install it back then, called JAWS for Windows, because I used to have a Windows computer, and I used to have Microsoft, and I tell you, before iCloud, it was crazy. I would lose stuff every time I would have to have my stuff fixed. But now, in this, when I can go into an app, or I get a Twitter or get a tweet from a newsfeed, and I get a notification, it would read it to me. If I follow my local news station, my local TV station news feed, and I use Apple News as well. Whoops. Whoops.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Who's talking to me?
Sorry, my bad. This is Sleep.
Oh, hi, Sleep.
I'm like the fourth. Twitter is weird.
Oh.
I see myself as the fourth icon.
Oh.
Not that matters,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
it's hard translating a visual language to a different interface. Like for me, when I was talking about feedback, I was thinking when I press a button, that button changes colors,
Well,
right? Or
yeah,
it
that's for
grows,
sighted
or
people. Some visually impaired people, they have to, they can read large prints, but for the blind, it's all it has to be, a website has to be accessibly navigatable. It can't be complicated. iHeartRadio, when they came to Canada, their app wasn't fully accessible. Their first app, which had me after I end up writing them. And in 2 weeks, 2 months later, after someone helped me send an email to them who did it, they redid the whole app, re-released it as a 2.0. And from that point on, it became workable. It was navigatable with a screen reader after someone wrote to them.
That's great.
Yeah. However, I'm not having luck with on the app TikTok, for example. That one, I've tried to tell them get this app fixed for the visually impaired. It's impossible to like navigate it. It's like you're swiping up, up, up. Like there's no way you can tap on a video and just play it. Like on YouTube, no problem. I can do that. They make this app like difficult. It's too visual. They need to be more aware of this.
Yeah. I know, like I'm in the process of doing a website now, and since you mentioned you're Canadian, there's something in Ontario specifically called the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act that went through in 2005, and it got updated in 2021. But basically now, if you're building a site for like a business based in Canada or based in Ontario, you need to make it accessible for people with screen readers and all kinds of different disabilities.
Yeah, totally.
Like it's by law.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Which is great.
Yeah, it
but
is.
it's work. It's a lot of work because you're not designing one website. You're designing like 6-7 different websites. But it's important. Obviously.
Is E-Rich there? E-Rich.
I live
I'm
in
here.
Quebec.
I'm here.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Robbie. How are you?
Hi, Elizabeth.
I wasn't who was talking? Is that Sleep talking?
Yeah, Sleep was talking to me.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like I was doing some stuff on my phone. I was reading an article that Robbie sent me. Rocky.
You've seen me in spaces, right? Before.
Yeah, of course.
And
yeah.
like you see my tweets, say what I do.
I don't think I've seen your tweets. I've definitely seen you in spaces before, and I've listened. Like, I'm definitely, of course.
Yeah. You know, Elizabeth. Like, when someone sends me a DM, my phone basically would read it. It's a screen reader that is built into the software, where it would read everything out loud, and there's so many apps for the blind. It's incredible. Like stuff I could have been using to make my life more independent. I have to rely on I sometimes would have to rely, Elizabeth, on my mom to tell me what's happening in a movie sometimes. But there's this thing where you can act. It's a audio descriptive service, video description, where there's a narrator describing the scene in a movie or a TV program, and I can literally not even look at it. I just listen, and I can watch the movie without someone looking at the screen telling me what's happening.
How do you feel about audiobooks?
I love
Robbie?
audiobooks.
Yeah, I should have known.
They tried having
Me too. I love audiobooks. Because I can do other things. But hey, Robbie, I have a question. Do you have that? And you may have said this already. Do you have that Be My Eyes or something app?
I heard of Be My Eyes before, but I never used.
I don't know. That might not be the name,
No,
but
I think it is. Yeah, I've never used it before, but I hear a lot of people use it, and I hear it helps them. It's because I hear I heard it it will look at something, and then there's volunteers that can help you determine if you have a colored shirt.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of
Well, it uses video. Yeah. So, and it people can volunteer and they'll get a notification that someone needs help. Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting because it reminds me.
Yeah, my mom should.
Yeah, I think I think that'd be
Yeah,
good.
for me, because then I don't have to rely on someone telling me, oh, like this is yellow, this is blue, you know.
Yeah, my sister actually like helped someone like with medication.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so like she like something about her blood pressure
Whoa.
medication or something. So
Well, Elizabeth, like you're doing you're talking to someone who literally like I have like a heart problem, so like I can't do a lot of physical movement, like walking very fast. Literally, like it's not, and I literally get out of breath very fast. Boom, like I'd have to tell someone stop because I can like get out of breath easily if we're going up the staircase, for example. I have to tell them stop if it's a lot of stairs. If that's the case, I just go straight for an elevator if a building has it. Like, but I've beaten the odds, Elizabeth, twice. 2014, I had a pacemaker put on because the heart was racing. It was scary, but not without me, like possibly almost losing. Like, but I literally beat the odds when people were predicting I wasn't gonna do it. Then I started to fundraise. But I've heard of Be My Eyes. I'm gonna look into it actually. And there's an app. Isn't there an app that would take a picture of like a menu at a restaurant and it reads it back to me? I heard of something called KNFB Reader. That's an extent.
I'm not sure. I just got what is your DM? It says I'm just
I'm
noticing
blind.
it. It says
yeah.
Right. I just want to make sure I've got this. You want to sing and play piano and fundraise for special
Yes.
needs? And then it mentions
circle.
Jason. Who's Jason?
Oops. Sorry about that. That was a mistake. Because I tried to, you know that function that you say something and it converts it? That I should not have touched. Apple's dictation function is not good.
Sure. You know, I
I don't
totally
like
agree.
it.
Well, what were we
I
trying
was
to
trying
say
to say
here?
that like what I do is I was trying to say I was trying to ask to like speak, you know, be in the talk in the space. Because I know you were talking about karaoke and stuff. You guys were talking about karaoke before.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I love karaoke.
Do you want to sing?
But actually, Elizabeth, there's a video. Have you seen my videos on YouTube? Literally, I have a YouTube channel.
No, I haven't.
There's one of me and one of my friends who's also blind. Here's someone who can literally recite a whole Disney movie script from memory, like the whole thing. He's blind.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, blind and autistic, but he sings amazingly.
Wow.
So there's
Can I ask you
the
a
video
question?
of me and him is titled Robbie Simonshine Sings Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. You're going to hear my friend in there. His name is Josh. He sings like he does another language called Hebrew. He does the two verses in that. And then at the end of it, it's both of us singing together. So I do two verses, he does two, and then I do the last two. But I like Elizabeth. I enjoy like being a voice for others that can't speak up about certain things that are not accessible. I literally advocated once for a radio app that wasn't fully accessible. 2 months later, it became a complete navigatable app with a screen reader.
Good that you feel strong enough to be a disability advocate. I mean, just being disabled is kind of
Yeah.
Look, I'm not disabled,
Yeah, no.
but I have pretty chronic hearing loss. Like I can't hear birds. I can't hear alarms. Like there's a lot of stuff that.
Wow.
So
I was actually so like you're aware of like some people like when they like there's like a lot of websites I find like some radio stations' websites are easily navigatable. Not all of them. I find the Canadian iHeartRadio sites awful. Like you can't navigate it without activating a quick navigation function for these screen readers on the Mac. It's like impossible to navigate. And like, why didn't they make it simple? You know, it's something that should have been, they should have been aware of this. You know, no, they did. If they could have fixed that app easily, why didn't they do it to the website? You know, because you're making it difficult for blind people to get around the website. Okay. But other sites are easier. Like I've been on musicians' websites, and they're easier to navigate. They're simple. Elizabeth. Yeah.
I think she might be AFK for a bit. I see the little microphone icon is closed, so. But it looks like iHeartRadio Canada is a subsidiary of an American company that owns several radio websites, and it's possible it's just not their priority. It's shitty as that might be.
Yeah,
I miss the days when radio was like distributed.
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
you had like a million.
Now it's
These
crazy.
days it's all controlled by the same people.
Like a lot of them now, I listen to a lot of radio stations, and like a lot of the announcers I know over the years, like some of them left because like a lot of radio stations lose their good announcers, and they always hire new ones that either they don't know the ratings or like. But you were talking about like them making new stuff for like people who are older and who want to be able to like be mobile, right? Like advances for like robotic technology that can help them. You know those smart speakers? I love those like digital assistant things, but if you forget to shut off the function where you talk to it, oh my god, it's gonna listen to you. And I heard it's not good. Because I use Siri with Apple's thing. Oh no.
Is there an interface for? I wonder. Is there an interface for ChatGPT yet that you can just speak to?
I have no idea. Like I'm hoping that they're getting that working. I know it's actually Microsoft has one. I wonder if that's gonna happen. I don't know. I think it's still being developed.
Try it. I mean, if it exists, somebody should find a way to get that to you because I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah. This like I'd like to be able to like do like NFT art where it's like audio and someone could it could be descriptive where the screener reads the picture. But I noticed now Facebook, smart as they did, they now made a thing where now the screen reader actually reads what's in the picture. Well, there is something. It goes maybe photo, maybe a picture. Photo contains, it tells you what it possibly contains. And like when someone does a retweet of one of my tweets, it tells me this person has retweeted me. Retweeted this tweet about what I do.
So you see it in your notifications, I guess.
Yeah, like I can hear them. I hear the notifications. Wait, and
that's cool.
Yeah, and like I love that stuff. A lot of people I met are so blown away by how amazing my hearing is. Like, really, I have like amazing hearing. People don't realize. One person like saw me like one time I got into someone's car. Within seconds of the the seatbelt sign going off, the seatbelt warning bell going, I knew what car it was. And someone was like, "Oh my god, how do you know what car this is?" It's incredible. like, well, a lot of my mom's friends, like, I get into their cars, if they have some new cars, it takes me a second to know what it is. Sometimes.
You ever thought about playing an instrument?
I play piano.
Oh, it's the best one too.
Yeah. I love playing it, but I I don't read any sheet music. I just rely on like ear training. I just listen to a song. If it's something I can easily
Same.
figure out, then yes, I can play it slowly. Takes me a while.
I think the key for playing without I think the key for me for playing without looking at my hands, which I guess would be the same as just you playing in
Yeah.
general, is just to keep one finger like anchored
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
piano,
Anchored on my
so that you have
keys.
a reference point. You don't drift.
Exactly. Yeah.
Same thing I do typing. Like I don't look up from my keyboard when I'm typing on my computer because like I just keep my thumbs anchored to the space bar, so I know that I'm never gonna drift and like type
Oh.
the wrong thing.
Okay. Oh man, my phone's battery is going down now. I'm gonna.
I think Robbie's out.
I'm ordering groceries. What are you guys up to?
There was a guy called Robbie who came in here for a bit, and he was just telling stories about his experience being blind and trying to interact with
Yeah,
devices, basically screen readers.
this is
But I think he might have kind of lost everybody at some point. I think he.
yeah. No, it's I interacted with him yesterday, and I didn't know he was blind. And then when Casey told me, I was like, man, if I was blind, I would hope people would let me talk to them. You know what I mean? Right? So,
Yeah, it's ironic because like, of course you didn't know he was blind. Like this is a voice
of
chat. It's not a.
course, right? And I can't tell, like, a lot of people talk to us, like, when you meet a lot of trolls and they're usually drunk,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so
Oh
I'm
God.
listening for it, and like, it's embarrassing to say this, but like, that's what I thought it was. And then Casey had to tell me in the DMs. I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay, never mind then. Right?
Yeah. In addition to being blind, it seemed like maybe he could have possibly had. This sounds rough, but some kind of like speech impediment or developmental language thing going
Yeah,
on, which like I've seen before. Like I had a good friend who had something similar going on, but um,
yeah.
it just
I
sucks. It sucks because people judge you when you have something like that. They think
dude.
you're drunk or they think you're just being an asshat.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm gonna be like radically transparent here. When I saw his name, I was like, okay. I know that many people won't enjoy. I imagine many people won't enjoy or have the patience for the conversation because maybe they want to talk about ordinals or this, that, or the other, or blah blah blah. You understand, right? People want to talk about the things they want to talk about. And I was like, man, you're a piece of shit. If you were blind, you would want to be able to interact with people. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it.
That's
Let's
what I
do
was
this.
thinking too, and I could tell that by engaging with him, I was kind of like
Yeah,
pulling his
man.
face in a weird direction.
No,
I
it's
felt bad
okay.
about that, but
No,
like
you're a good human. Yeah, no, you're a good person.
I don't know, he deserves that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So that's a thought process that went through my head, which is like, look, I know the conversation might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I think we could all agree that if the roles were reversed, we'd hope somebody would look kindly on us as well. You know what I mean? Even if it's not exactly what we want to talk about in the moment. In
So
another
what's
life, our roles are reversed, you know?
yeah? So what's grinding your gears these days? What's
You
got
know what?
you?
Not
What's got your
much.
feathers ruffled?
Not much. I mean, we have like a fucking kaleidoscope of services that we can get through APIs. Like, and I was lucky enough to be born in North America. I talk to people on here. I'm like, yo, I have nothing to complain about.
That's true. If you know how to interact with an API, you're golden right now.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And I'm still an amateur. I'm just a recruiter, trying to learn Python off, ChatGPT and the folks in here.
Me
But
too.
every time I get a little bit farther, it makes me. Part of me is excited, like wonder-eyed and afraid. It's all of those things at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of. I've been watching is an understatement. I've been binging videos about how to survive the AI singularity, like how to find a job or keep a job. For me, I think what it's going to come down to is just people skills. I think I'm going to continue to do stuff that an AI will probably be able to do 90% of my work because I'm an art director.
Get up.
So,
What kind? What type of mediums?
Advertising and branding is what I do, but I also do illustration and animation and all kinds of stuff, like jack of all trades a bit, which I guess is my strength because I'm not a specialist, and the easiest stuff to automate is specialized work, right? So,
how dare you?
What's the famous copy pasta that's going around? Like, a human should know how to change a baby, fight a war, heal a wound, butcher a hog. This is copy pasta. Tend to a field, put on a play, write a sonnet. An AI will never be able to do all of that, and it's like, well, shit. Here we are, like not even 6 months after that copy pasta went around.
Yeah, I don't know. What happens when you have like ChatGPT shaking hands with Boston Dynamics?
Christ. Yeah.
I have this pet idea that how people debate whether the machine is conscious or is it just like a stochastic character machine?
Yep.
You think that if there is something like consciousness, whatever that means, you think it would emerge potentially from two large language models talking to each other?
That's already what a lot of large language models are, though, aren't they? Like it's.
I don't know. I don't know enough about them.
When you have my knowledge is also a little skewed because I'm like I mentioned I'm an artist, but I've been following this stuff for a while. And like adversarial networks are inherently like you have the thing that's producing stuff and then the thing that's judging that stuff and providing feedback, and they exist in like a loop. So it already is kind of like at least two separate systems interacting with each other, and that's where you do get a lot of the complexity. Those systems individually don't seem to me to be like insanely complex, but it's the interaction between the two. And then there are layers in between. If somebody else knows more about this, please, I'm talking out of my ass right now. So feel free to chime in.
Are humans conscious?
I don't know what consciousness means.
Gaia.
We have dictionaries for this, people.
Hi. I missed you. I heard your voice. I was like, ah. How are you doing?
Okay, thanks.
What up, Gaia?
But it's a great question. If we want to know what it would take for computers to be conscious, we really ought to be able to decide what we mean by consciousness. Do we have it ourselves, and if so, how do we know?
Well, I have it, and I know that I have it, but I don't know that Michael has it. As far as I'm concerned,
is consciousness a coordinate? Is consciousness a coordination of perceptrons?
Perceptrons.
Is that a word? I don't know. Like a quanta of perception.
Has anybody seen? This is stupid and unrelated, so I'm going to do this anyway. Has anyone seen the moon lately? It's like full.
It's gorgeous. Huge. Gorgeous. It was a red moon when we were driving home.
Beautiful.
Well, it's funny. My mum told me there was a red moon, but I went outside and it was just bright white, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Is it just people are seeing a red moon, but it's actually not?
Were you in the same location?
Not as Michael. I'm saying my mum came in, told me to go check out the red moon. I went outside and it was white.
Odd. So if your mom had phoned you from a different city and there was something in the air in one place and not in the other, that's one way the moon can be red, with smoke or something.
I love those. I actually reckon when you get those kind of red moons, it's almost more impressive than like the lunar eclipses I've seen. Lunar eclipses, is it lunar eclipse? They are special.
You're not supposed to look directly at the lunar eclipse, Pete.
That's a
You
solar
mean when the
eclipse.
moon's got
That a solar eclipse is when you have a risk of looking at
Mm.
the sun. A lunar eclipse is not dangerous.
Is that like when somebody moons you when they're driving past you?
No, though they might be going at quite a clip.
And Guy, is this the first time I'm talking to you? I think so. An honor.
How have you not met Gaia before? You've
I
been
don't
in
know.
here
You
before,
never
right,
introduced
Gaia?
me to anyone.
First of all, Mike, I wasn't finished talking. Gaia, have you been in here before?
Maybe not. I don't know.
You should get that.
You've met a couple of the people from this space. It's I'm sure you have been in here before, but I'm glad that you guys are meeting. If you hadn't,
Yeah, I don't know. I was I was wearing a cat profile picture for a while until lately, and I went back to the flower.
well, yeah. Where's the cat?
Oh, back, still around, but I like the flower. It's a wildflower that grows near my home, and I liked it before I got the cat, and then I put the cat one on for some promotion from the project. But also, I wondered if I would get different reactions if I had a profile picture with a face on it. I think I did, but but I missed the flower.
I miss the cat. Sorry.
Maybe I'll change back sometimes, but you might see me with some other profiles other times. I
Yeah, it's hard to see the flower. It just looks from where I'm sitting. It looks just green and dark. But maybe I need new glasses.
I'll have a colorful ring around it some other time.
Yeah.
Sleep, go ahead.
I feel like we've kind of moved on from this a little bit, but I'm reading about the history of the word consciousness.
Okay.
I put a link up in the top, but basically, it seems like prior to the Renaissance, people weren't really all that bothered by consciousness. There wasn't even really like a common definition or concept of it, but they were more focused on consciousness, like having a conscience. So about like morality and having like an awareness of oneself and the repercussion of one's actions on others. And then it seems like consciousness defined as like a kind of self-awareness of the intellect and like the self in almost like a selfish manner, and self-preservation seems to have arisen around the Renaissance when we abandoned Christian ideals. Interesting, but yeah.
What
There's
about the word soul? Do you feel like consciousness kind of took place over soul in that sense?
maybe, I feel like the soul isn't intelligent by nature though. The soul is just like an energy. It's
Yeah,
like,
but I mean, things can be intelligent but not conscious, right? I mean, look at machines.
that's true, that's very true.
Well,
Or
hold on. So we have consciousness and a conscience. Those don't necessarily, although they comprise a lot of the same letters, they don't necessarily have to be pointing at the same thing, right?
I mean, etymologically it's saying that they come from the same root,
Okay, they come from the same root. Okay,
which
hold
like,
on. Let me take a
give me a
look.
second, I'll look into it. But
No, yeah, I'm gonna do a deep dive as well.
I'm about to blow your mind, Michael. So, what does it mean to be conscious?
I would think that to be conscious is to have a certain part of the brain active, like the neocortex or the prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, but
I'm
if
just
someone could be
spitballing.
unconscious, they can be unconscious. Usually, what state would they be in? They're unconscious.
Well, I'm thinking, if you're sleeping, is your neocortex and prefrontal cortex active?
So you're saying that
I don't know.
conscious means awake.
That's the way I think of it, I guess.
So is consciousness just wokeness?
How dare you?
You're welcome.
What have we done?
It's saying that in a weird way, the word consciousness used to have a different connotation. It was like your consciousness is your inner source of truth, and it's kind of been warped to mean like your inner self, but it meant your inner like awareness of the world and your place in it, and like that as an inherent truth that was central to you and your personhood, I
Yeah,
guess.
but a lot of people talk about the subconscious, right? You know, there's like gurus and books, and you can go to workshops and seminars. Unlock
Yeah.
the power of your subconscious. So, I gotta dig into this. See what you did, Gaia? The neocortex is active. Is it less or more active than when we're awake?
Different.
Different active.
Yeah.
Huh. So the neocortex, what is it doing when we're sleeping? Is it?
It's reactivates and replays what it already knows.
Shut your
So
mouth.
what it's doing is it's solidifying the data in long term. Oh yeah. It's translating short term to long term.
So it's writing things to like AWS, an S3 bucket.
Mm-hmm. It's like going from your.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Gaia.
I'm not sure of all the of all that's going on. I remember being quite impressed a couple of years ago by a study where they were watching mouse brains as the mice slept or when they woke up. They were training them to sleep peacefully on an MRI platform, so they could get moment by moment studies of the brain in the sleeping state, and they found that when the brain uh, when the mouse slept, the brain cells actually shrank. The gaps between them got bigger, and the amyloid plaques and stuff like that could be washed away by the fluids that can't get them out while the brain is awake. So it was something like when restaurants put the chairs up onto the tables upside down so they can get the floor clean. This was happening during sleep.
Wow.
Yeah, so this was actual physical. The brain was literally shrinking to to give room for the cleanup crew, and in the second that it took for the mouse to wake, or fraction of a second that it took for the mouse to wake, the cells would return to their waking dimensions.
From what I can see, Johnny Blaze, and a damn thing change. Pascal mentioned conscious, but again, he would have said it in French. So now I got to go read the French pensée. Is this idea of the ability to engage in self-reflective thought? You know, the smallest movement in the universe is spin, and how might spin enable reflection?
That makes sense. I think it's yeah. So that connects back to like being like having a conscience, right? Because you're talking about like self-reflective thoughts. So almost like having a super ego in like the Freudian sense of it. And
Right, the super ego, and the id.
the
Right.
id, yeah. So the like just I'm refreshing myself on this actually more than anything. So the id is like your base animal consciousness, I guess, which is almost just more like sentience and like basic wakefulness rather than self consciousness. It's I have these desires, I perceive the world, and a rough approximation of how I am going to fulfill those desires. That's your id. Um,
It's
and your or your ID, your ego is like your kind of conscious stream of thought, what you identify as you, right? And we get very protective of it. And then the superego is how you expect yourself and your projection of how society expects you to be. So it's the external self, basically. One is like the very primal subconscious self. That's the id. The second is what we typically think of as the self, your internal monologue, your sense of identity. And then the superego is almost like an external. It's like your internal projection of how the external world perceives you and how you should behave according to that. So like that in a sense is like your conscience, and it's I think integral to how like humans behave. And I think what's funny is that AI almost exhibit similar behaviors in the sense where like you look at the fine tuning process, right? An AI can spit out all kinds of stuff, and originally that was the problem with like GPT-2 and 3 was that you trained it on these massive amounts of data, but you hadn't pointed it in any specific direction. So in a way, there could be like an analogy to make there where like,
uh-huh. Is
brains are
it
infinitely complicated things, but if we don't tell them how we expect them to behave, like with your superego, which I guess is kind of like the brain's fine tuning data, it's telling it point your resources in this direction because this is how people expect you to behave.
people
Um,
are people are always afraid of, when Skynet becomes self-aware.
yeah.
Can there be can can you say would you say consciousness is possible without self-awareness? Or is self-awareness the marking trait or attribute or characteristic of consciousness, the self-awareness?
I mean, the article I was reading defines like several branches, like different. So consciousness is like an umbrella, and there are things that exist under it. What they list in the article here is sentience, wakefulness, which is like not only sentience, but an ability to react according to the your senses. Self consciousness is another thing that they lump in under the umbrella. And then subjective conscious
I would say
states.
that I know a lot of people that aren't self-aware who are technically conscious.
That's fair.
Get the joke? Anybody?
I did. And then they talk about an awareness of other things and other people as well. So being able to put yourself in somebody's shoes is like an even more advanced form of consciousness. Um, and what's funny is that I think AI can do all of that in a limited capacity.
Is sleep talking?
Yep.
No, I can't hear sleep. I don't know if he's talking.
I just have to restart the app.
I think it's me because I switched to Wi-Fi at my office.
Dan, are you conscious?
Yeah, I'm conscious,
Are you,
man. How you
are you
doing?
sure?
What's going on?
Are you sure you just giving me stochastic word text games? Am I just talking to Studio DID?
Yeah, that thing is pretty fun to play with. Although it's like the number of cool things to play with are adding up. I was telling Mark, I was like, our gadget budget needs to go up about another thing.
We're gonna need to buy a warehouse for all of these AIs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're we got some news today for what we think is going to be a big job. I don't know. He tells me if it lands, he's like, "This is all you're going to work on." I'm like, "All right." But it's psychedelics job out of Florida. So it's a group that um, they want to figure out how to scale their psychedelic clinic. and all that kind of goodness, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, like kind of like a Florida ayahuasca
Yeah,
shaman.
exactly.
You
And
can get Florida man to be your shaman.
yep, so we're talking like a telehealth play with mobile app.
Kind of like it.
Yeah, some things like that. Hey, I saw your shots from the class. That looked good, man. Looked like you had fun.
Oh, it was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
It was a lot of fun. They really got it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's a lot of energy. You forget how much energy it takes to like fucking lead a
Oh
class,
my god.
especially teachers, because it's like you feel like extra the eyes are on you
Yeah.
because like the students, okay, they you're older than them, but now when you're younger than the people and like they teach all day, it's like
Yeah.
I'm standing there and I'm being introduced and I'm like I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna say.
Well, the cool thing is that
And
when
I'm
you
just
make a mistake, you're just like, I meant to do that, and just keep playing.
I can't tell you that the way that we talk here.
Yeah.
Ali will tell you, the way we talk here is now the way I'm talking to people in person. We'll be like, you know what? The way we're going to end the class is going through the 400 slide presentation. and, and they get it. You know
Yeah.
what? Dan is not just a Twitter Spaces thing.
Yeah.
People get it. People know exactly what Dan means. Yeah, it's like my go-to joke now.
I don't actually.
Oh, it's like is it a suspenseful moment?
Right.
Dan, how would you describe the context in which
It's
you
the
use?
it's like what you see in the cartoons, and then you would see these cameo shots in movies where they would say, like Scooby Doo growing up. I think it was usually Scooby Doo growing up that you would hear that. "Da-da." It was Jesse, or whatever. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's definitely from cartoons. And I don't know. Yeah, that feels like it's from cartoons mostly. That's fun.
I think, but they love the dinner. Yeah. Oh, you know what? It's weird because like it's so weird to feel my Twitter Spaces persona now being my in-person persona.
I can see that. I think it
I
does
didn't
kind of
expect
rub
that.
off on you after a while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
especially the more you can
You're
just be
just so used
yourself
to
in
it.
one place.
I would have never thought to make sound effects and make fun of you know what I mean? And make fun of my own presentation. All right, guys, you ready for the 500 slides? No, stuff like that. It's kind of like imagine you were doing a presentation if E. Rich was in the audience, right? You're gonna be, you know what I mean? Like on your P's and Q's, make sure you're good, asterisk your statements, all that kind of shit.
Oh man, I
So when
think
you can
she'd
have
give me a
fun with
hard
it,
time. She'd like throw a lot of zingers at me, try to trip me up.
what do you think? Do you have an E. Rich impression yet?
No, I don't. I want to stay on the good side. What little I have left.
Yeah, you better. That's cool, man. Peru in Florida. Maybe the climate's the same.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We'll see. I mean, there seems like a lot of momentum's getting underfoot. We're getting pinged on doing some events for the office. It's funny. It's funny to see people like the it's just the turnover in the co-working spaces is really fascinating. People will last sometimes a month, 2 months, maybe 4 months. So the rooms are just constantly changing. You meet your neighbor, 2 months go by, you meet another neighbor. It's kind of wild. But that is the Ohio tech scene. It continues, although news of all the derailments is on a lot of people's minds as well. So, um,
I didn't have a chance to read that, listen to that guy talk about the potential long-term effects
yeah,
of the stuff not exactly evaporating, you know?
yeah, exactly.
We're all going to Arkansas with Paul, I think. Oh, that's why Paul isn't here, because he got promoted.
Paul got promoted?
I think, yeah. I think he's project manager now, work with chemical engineers. No wonder he's, you know what?
So that's why we don't see him at all anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good, man. I mean, that's good that he got another gig and so on and so forth. How's KC doing today? Did he find out? He's not really suing his employer though, is he?
No. They were just joking around about that. No, the guillotine has not fell yet. They rescheduled the meeting. But talking to him today, he has a backup plan for the backup plan to back up the backup plan. So he's at peace with it. And that might have something to do with the 18 shots of vodka he had last night and threw up.
Nice. Well, that's good, man.
Yeah. He's I mean, you think about him a lot because he has kids, right? So, but I mean, if he could survive Alaska, he'll survive the mortgage industry.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Hard to write lower for
Now
the
it's just,
story, though. Man, that is tough. That's like a homework assignment from hell right there, man.
send it to me. I'll fork the story and do a soft fork.
Right. I was trying to use different AI tools to just like speed it up, and like each one was like, "What's the story about?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Just write it, damn it." It's like, yeah, it's all good.
I was thinking about giving ChatGPT like a character list with names and roles. So this is the hero, villain, psychic, mentor, talisman, boss battles, final boss. Give it all the artifacts.
Yeah.
Right? And then here, once you take all of these characters with their hero, villain, sidekick, mentor, talisman, the whole 9 yards, and give me the 12 steps in the hero's journey.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
As a starting point.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool.
So now that I'm done, man, when you have something that you have to do and you can't think past that thing?
Yes.
That's what just happened today. So it was teaching teachers. Like to me, that's one of the most stressful things I've ever, not stressful, but like the thing that I spent the most time preparing for. Right?
Aren't you doing more curriculum or what?
Yeah. Yes. But this is now kind of the physical delivery of the curriculum for the teachers so they can teach the curriculum to the students. Right? So I really want to nail these teacher workshops because, if you nail the teacher workshops and convince them, then blah, blah, blah. But one of the teachers mentioned to me today that if I couch more of what I'm doing in math, the budget for math is larger than the budget for music, let's say. So there might be a little spin-off pivot there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like I'm trying to, like the basis for all this is that from what I can tell, learning how to play an instrument, it is really the most effective thing to develop gray matter density in the brain in kids. And gray matter density processes information. So if we want kids to catch up on the 3 years of school that they missed, maybe,
I just
we give
see
them
you
an
leaning
upgrade.
over a child in class and like staring at him and then looking at Allie and then looking back at the kid and then you tap the kid and you like snap your fingers in his face and then you're like, I don't know if I can work with this gray matter. You know what I mean? It's like, ugh.
It's more like he's playing and I'm like, let me just put these electrodes right here, here, and here, and here, and I'm gonna watch you go through the flow genome matrix. Oh look, you're in theta nested gamma oscillations. Perfect.
See, I pictured what Dan was saying, but with like the door knocking tap on the head, like listening to the sound of the way the brain reverberates through his skull, trying to see if it's hollow or not.
What the hell do you guys think about me?
Actually, I think it'd be more like, oh, you do have an amazing child here. You don't mind if I put on his prompt augmentation helmet, do you? What? Oh, it's nothing. And you put the helmet on the kid, and the kid just sees like a funny like thing outdoors, like he looks at stars, and instead there's like a whole prompt front end in the front of it, and it's like Alaxagoshi is like connected at home. He's like, all right, I'm on board, and he's like, what? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, hey, so then he's like the kid, and then he generates all the prompts for everything we need, you know?
There's a couple
So,
studies I want to do. One is obviously to do the clinical trial and attach electrodes and
right.
see what kind of brain things are firing while people are playing instruments.
Okay.
The other thing I want to do is just a data thing, which is what was their grade point average of the people who took music? What was their grade point average before and after?
Mm.
That's what I want to know.
What
I
do you
remember
use as a
like
control group?
One at a time, please. One at a time.
all right, I'll go. I was just gonna say, like, I remember being made to do like piano lessons when I was young, and I remember crying about it as a child. But in hindsight, it was probably the best thing my parents did, because they kind of like, I don't know, maybe I've got a little bit more grey matter
Mm-hmm.
up there. But later on, it made it easier for me when I was learning the guitar. But I saw your tweet about the whole like, musicians are smarter than you one. And it's like, I was like thinking to myself, oh damn it, I should really like keep that up because I haven't played like the guitar or the piano in ages, and I've got both in the house. And just like I don't know, I just haven't played them in ages, so I really need to get back into that.
Gaia, go ahead.
What would you use for a control group if you're trying to study that? I think you'd have a lot of trouble removing confounding issues. The students who take music who tend to be the students whose parents can afford instruments, and the ones who get
Good point.
whose parents have the the um, the
Wherewithal, yeah.
financial and time resources available to encourage them not to quit, as and are probably a lot more likely to be among the people who value those kinds of arts. And there's the only instruments that they allow in school music programs where I come from, here in Canada at least, are the ones that you blow into, and if it, and so I mean, I suppose they are justifying that in terms of physical fitness, but blow into or blow across. So if you're trying to learn piano or guitar, the school music program it's it doesn't provide music pieces for those instruments, and it doesn't exactly encourage them. Although if students provide their own piano or keyboard or guitar or whatever, some music teachers will go outside the book and find ways to teach you anyhow. So there are a lot of confounding factors to try to look at about the difference that music might make.
It is
Yeah, be real.
oh, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to quickly say, it'd be pretty hard to study as well because, like, the the people who are more likely to pick up an instrument and stick with it, they're probably going to be the ones with more like bigger brains anyway. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's a little bit hard to know whether it's because of the instrument or because they were like already
Yeah,
predisposed to that.
controlling for the socioeconomic status. It's funny because that this very thing was brought up. I'm teaching just outside of Toronto, still in the mega city, but in a region called Peel. And honestly, like I grew up kind of, I guess, in the poorest part of like Toronto. And so when I walk into some of these schools, it feels like I'm walking into a mall or like a well done up plaza. And what was encouraging was that some of the people in the class, they got grants from like there's something called music counts, and they got like a 20 grand, grant to get instruments. But yeah, no, everything you're bringing up is a good point. On the bounce of probabilities, if your kid is in hockey, the parents are doing well because the pads are so expensive, and that could extend towards the instruments as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got the socio-economic, which is the parents can afford to buy the instrument, but then you've also got the kids with more with more how do I say, like, capability, let's say. So there's lots of kids that will pick up an instrument, try to learn it, but then they'll fail, right? Or they'll just give up too quick. But then it's the kids that stick with it and either put in the work or have some natural ability there at the start, or they've got good rhythm or what have you, right? And they're the ones that end up being like the musical ones. Now, what was it, a skill they developed over time, and or was it something where they kind of had a bit of a natural edge and they had the right temperament, shall we say, to stick with it?
Yes, it isn't bigger brains that makes people successful in music, but there are certain kinds of mental skills that would make it easier, and there would also be the how much patience and determination a person can bring to it. That has a huge amount to do with how much the parents value it, and I can imagine the same parent in a minimum wage job saying, "Why would you study music?" While the same parent with the same skills, but a different roll of the dice, might be in a middle income job, and saying, "Sure, why not music?" for the same kid with the same genes. Of course, the kid in the middle income setting might have grown up with a lot more nutritious food, and might find it less of a challenge to stick to the discipline of doing the music practice. So many confounding factors.
Did I rug?
No. I'm just thinking about everything you're saying. I wonder if it is true, because I'm inclined to believe it is. I would just be interested in seeing it. Like, on the balance of probabilities, is a child, when they graduate and that child is able to play an instrument, do they on average have a higher socioeconomic status than the children who can play an instrument? And maybe it depends on the type of bands they have. Like, we had steel pan in my school. So you had all the maybe non-melanated kids, let's say, playing the traditional band. And all the Jamaicans, West Indians, Trinis, and Guyanese, we all went to steel band, right?
And I was wondering how old you were when you started, because like I didn't have the fortitude to play. My mom beat it into me. So
Right.
you know what I mean? I think it really depends on, I think, if you're young. I don't know if most kids have the fortitude to keep practicing. It's how much the parents value it and actually sit the kid down and be like, you will practice.
Man, my parents put me in fucking everything and something stuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember a while ago I went to a Tommy Emmanuel concert, and he's like this guitarist. Don't know if you've heard of him. He plays
Yep.
I guess.
Sorry, I was
You
just going
know
to say
him?
I can play one of his songs.
Yeah,
How
it's
how
like
come you never
an
serenade
incredible.
us, Pete?
I keep a lot close to my chest. I only put out my upwards E persona, which is AIP.
So many
So
dimensions. Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, like, and he said, like, in between songs, he said that someone had said to him, "Oh man, you're so lucky to be good at guitar." And he was like, "Yeah, and the more I practice, the luckier I get." So apparently he put in like this ton. I mean, he's tons of practice and like he'd probably be playing the guitar, I don't know how many hours a day, but he's put in all that hard work and effort. So I'm inclined to think that you can, you can get those neuron connections and stuff working, and if you put in that time and effort, it's not just all like natural ability. I'm certain that does come a bit into it. I found that like when I was learning an instrument, I'd always make mistakes and stuff. I didn't have natural pitch. Like one of my sisters has, you play a key and she can tell you what it is, or a chord and stuff.
Oh,
So
perfect
some
pitch.
people
Yeah.
do have a bit more of an advantage, but still you can put in the work. I put in the work and I can play an instrument. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Alaskoshi, do you have instruments in Alaska?
Yeah, we had a piano when my great grandma died. My mom used some of the money to buy a piano, so it's down in Arkansas now. And then I played the tuba in sixth grade. Yeah, we had to pick, I think, the wind instruments, and I picked the tuba. It's kind of a big thing to carry around and all that stuff, but with this stuff about the poor kids being a disadvantage, I think they might be statistically that may be the case, but I think they have an advantage because like if you have all this free time and you don't have your parents buying you stuff, like if you're playing the instrument is like using your voice, like I think a lot of the better rappers in the hip hop community tend to come from poor upbringings, and then or even like you got You here, who grew up in the hood version of whatever that is in Toronto, and he seems to have done all right for himself.
Yeah, I remember going into like the inner city, and there'd be a kid playing the drum kit, and the kid would be killing it on the drums. I'm like, is anyone listening to this kid play the drums? Somebody needs to sign this kid. It's crazy. So yeah, it could be that. Disadvantages can make daredevils,
Yeah, if you avoid getting shot and or getting hooked on crack or whatever, then you make it out of that, then it could be your superpower.
Until you get shot or find crack, I guess.
What doesn't kill you doesn't always make you stronger. Sometimes it leaves you crippled and sets you up for the next thing to push you over.
Well, yeah, I've definitely found that to be the case. But even when you're crippled and weak, and then if you can overcome that as well, then maybe that could maybe make you stronger. I don't know.
It's there's so much complexity to real life things. Our theories don't usually capture much of it. And if you do find something like music, like kids who learn to play an instrument to a certain level of competence, having a higher level of academic achievement or spatial intelligence or mathematical skills or social something or other, they I think that you could find higher values of some of the things you want, just because you just because the of those social determinants that give their families the luxury of encouraging their students to pursue a long shot like music instead of working on the production line or whatever. And there are these patterns that turn up, like are like does the sign of your horoscope determine how you'll do in sports? Don't know about that, but kids born in the last half of the year do better in sports because
You're kidding me.
if you're born after the school year starts, then you're not then you're not the age for school to start when September rolls around a few years later. And that means that that you're up to a year older than the other kids in the kindergarten, and you're up to a year older than the other kids in the junior athletic things. And coaches take you more seriously because they aren't they don't know beans about developmental stages in a lot of cases, and they just take the kids who are the fastest and the strongest, and those are the ones who have an extra few months on the rest of the class. So it's
It's
not
like birth doping.
so it's not like the actual athletic talent. When you test for those skills uh, based on the actual calendar age of the child, they're not selecting for the skills, they're selecting for the developmental stage based on the accident of when they landed
Incredible.
on when their birth landed on the calendar.
Wow. Do they allow betting on high school sports? Unrelated question. You can just like look at the age, when were you born and what cohort are you in? All right, I'm gonna put my money on you.
Well, it's not just that. It's the kids don't get into the sports program, or they don't progress in the sports program because the coaches weren't interested in them. So the coaches gave the training and encouragement to the kids who were born late in the year, after the school year started, or January and February, and the ones who were born in May, June, July, and August, they just uh, uh, they just get the impression they're no good at sports, so they go into something else. They get
Incredible.
discouragement instead of encouragement. They think they're clumsy because they were 8 months younger. They think they think they're no good at sports because they were always picked last. And so these early, as the twig is bent, the trees incline. These early nudges can influence how you feel about sports, say, and
Damn, I
or
was born in
music or
February too.
whatever.
Wow.
It's going to have a big compounding influence over time if you start out on behind the eight ball, or with a silver spoon in your mouth.
Well, don't you think some of that is a little bit of natural selection, though? I mean, when you're talking about just general comradeship in a classroom, it's one thing. There should be relatively no competition. But when you're talking about sports, the actual nature of sports is to be competitive. It's pitting one side against another.
I'm saying this is unnatural selection. When you look at the skills that the coaches think that they're trying to bring out and develop in their players, the star power that they're looking for, they think that they are looking for the natural abilities of the kids. What
Hmm.
they're actually looking for is how the kids' development is how far the kids' development has progressed, and that is influenced quite heavily by their birth, which is just a few years ago. So the kids who are half a year or more earlier than their peers are being unnaturally selected. Natural selection is a process that works uh, on uh, on uh, on a population, and if you have heritable characteristics, then you get then you can get a stable. It can conserve a trait, or it can not. Or if the circumstances are changing, then it can change that trait.
Hmm.
We're talking about a whole different selection thing, and the fact that what month you were born can predict whether you're going to go into sports or not is a sign of just how badly skewed our standards for deciding who to train are getting.
I see.
Yeah, it's called a relative age effect. I'm reading about it now. Put it to the top. Fascinating. It's the opposite of selection. Naturally. Go ahead, Alice.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
Blew my mind.
Because yeah, me too. Because I was just pretty good at sports and other stuff when I was a kid, but mainly because of my superior whatever skills. And well, I was kind of on like the top of the scale for height and weight when I was in elementary school, and um on the generalized testing.
And by sports, you
But
do mean
also,
video gaming, right, Alaska? Not actual sports.
I'm
Sports.
no, I don't. I mean, basketball, soccer, baseball, whatever.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, we had a Nintendo NES, but it's not like we were going online or anything or competing with it. But yeah. Anyways, no, I meant winning the YMCA advanced skills against all the kids in Anchorage, tournament MVP, and Little League, all that stuff. Is soccer. I quit that when I was the second or third grade because it wasn't cool anymore. But but essentially with this issue, so I was born early August, but so I would have been one of the younger ones. But in kindergarten, they had these markers that were like smelled like different fruits, the non-toxic ones. And so, like the first week of kindergarten, I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." So I tried tasting them, and they didn't taste good at all. But my mom decided I was, a little too special for kindergarten. So I got held. So I ended up being like the oldest instead of the youngest, like the oldest kid. Uh, but so yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Stop it.
It might have played a little bit of a role.
You're making this up, Alaska. Stop.
No, this is my life.
Oh my God. There's another me out there. I thought I was the only one with weird stories like that. that
All my stories are pretty
that
weird.
nobody believes. Like if I tell them like my stories, they're like that one. They're like, "No, you're making this up. This is not even it's not even possible." What
Like
are you talking about?
my family makes fun of me for this stuff. Makes fun of me for this. So yeah, when you don't believe me, I'm kind of surprised.
Hey, Ruckus, I have a data story for you. You ready for this?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Why is it that kids born in the second half of the year do better athletically? The answer is in the top, but just on face value. Why might it be the case that kids born in the second half of the year perform better athletically? Gaia taught us this.
Because they're easily at least a half a year older. Because they can't start school unless they are exactly, what is it? They either have to be having a birthday within like the first or second month that makes them 5, or
So I'm not shit at sports. I was just born in February. Thanks. Hey, don't laugh.
I suck at math, so I'm sitting here telling you this right after. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm probably not the most reliable source as far as that is concerned because there's math involved, but that's what I would be thinking.
That's actually correct. It's pretty huge. Actually, it's pretty big at one of the schools in our area. The kids are held back for a year that play sports.
Oh wow. So they're like farming for.
Oh shit, they're doping, age doping?
Yeah, well, the kids will be bigger. So
Shit, that's dangerous, dude.
that's like
in football and
Yeah,
shit? That could
football.
be
It's
really
like really,
dangerous.
really popular. It's not like a secret.
Well, and then you
What
see
the
those
heck?
kids playing like baseball that'll look like they're 40 years old because they're from out of the country and they got a fake birth certificate.
Look, leave those Puerto Ricans alone. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. So speaking to what Gaia said, Malcolm Gladwell did a whole podcast last year. Well, it wasn't the whole podcast, but this is one of the stories in, I think it's either The Tipping Point or Revisionist History, but he goes into the stats and the months, and he does the Malcolm Gladwell thing with the information. But she pretty much nailed it. Yeah, it's a remarkable tendency. You were speaking earlier about the ego, the id, and superego, which are coming out of the World War II. Viktor Frankl wrote, was it Man's Search for Meaning?
Man's Search for Meaning, yep.
And so the idea of self-awareness came shortly thereafter and really isn't widely, it was prior to that, wasn't widely spread. A guy named Maxwell Maltz wrote a book called Psychocybernetics, and this was probably the first work that acknowledged self-consciousness, self-esteem, in fact. And one of his examples was, and this guy was a plastic surgeon, and he wound up going into psychology because he was fascinated by the behavior patients would have after surgery and how some lives were transformed by something as simple as a nose reduction or the removal of a scar. But some lives didn't change at all. People's behavior remained the same, and others still even got worse in their sense of self-esteem, having tried what they thought was their last hope in plastic surgery. They kind of gave up. But his
Right.
example was German fencing students on a particular muckety-muck campus. Um, would get struck in the face and they would get a scar on their cheek. And the students that got this scar would wear it like a badge of honor and try to be seen and be out in front the whole time. And his question was, why were people in the United States, for example, going to plastic surgeons to have these scars removed and brandishing them with shame and seeing them as a deficit, while these people in Germany had the same thing happen to them, the same physical ailment, and it was regarded as a badge of honor and was a bolster to their self-esteem. And in that work came the idea of you really, what we know about the ego and the id, being woke is actually uh, an Eckhart Tolle thing in gaining mastery over the ego, which woke culture subsequently deviated from. Um, but these are all concepts, like I said, coming through the 40s, 50s, 60s. Then things got really weirded out late 60s, early 70s. But this is fundamentally a new behavioral protocol for us to sit together and talk about how each of us feels.
Go ahead, Rocket.
This is my lane right here. Id, ego, super ego. Right. So I studied this in college. Okay. So it's based off Christian principles. It's based off.
How
It
dare you?
is. You're gonna take this. Okay. Take it. Take
Uh-oh.
it.
Oh, hold on. Let me record
Take.
this. Take that. Take that. Take that. Take that. All right. So this is what you learned in first year. Here we go.
I forgot you record this stuff. So anyway,
I'm not
you
recording
are
it.
recording it. So the id, super ego, and id, ego, and super ego are based off Christian principles: the spirit, the flesh, the spirit of man, and the Holy Spirit. If you read in the Bible, you'll see in Hebrews 4:12, for the word of God is a double-edged sword, rightfully dividing spirit and soul asunder. That spirit is a small s. And then you'll see when the Holy Spirit is brought up, it's the large S. And so it is the battle between, always the conflict between the flesh, the spirit of man, and the Holy Spirit. And that's it. That's bada boom, bada bing. You're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
What have we done to you? You weren't always like this. Jess, Venus.
Yeah, have you guys heard of Scar Girl on TikTok?
No, what's up?
Anyway, what Steven was talking about kind of reminded me of this. Apparently this girl, she's pretty good on TikTok. She's had like other like accounts that have got to, you know, thousands of followers and whatnot. But then she gets a scar, and I guess her story is that she like tried to put some chemical treatment on it and it actually made it worse. And so people got like obsessed with like, is it really a scar? It looks so different from how it looked previously. And so now she's got like more fame because of this scar. And I think she's like close to 100,000 or something, maybe more. But anyway, she was on this podcast, I don't know, BFF's podcast. If you've heard of that, it's Barstool Sports. But so it's been her ticket to fame, it seems like. So it's interesting too. But if you believe her story, like it's been very traumatic for her. So it just reminded me when Stephen was talking about the scar, like as a badge of honor versus a flaw versus a TikTok ticket to fame sort of thing.
There's this plastic surgeon with a pretty big video there on TikTok, Dr. Yoon. It's got 666,000 likes. He says it's a little sus that her scar might not be real.
I know the fact that everybody cares so much is funny.
You know, I was just about to say that same thing because I've had a couple of people. I was part of the TikTok community for a little while, and there's this confusion as to whether or not these people are real to begin with. People assume that because actors are on social media, on TikTok, on Twitch, they're in here because there's actors here, that's the only people that are here. And the real people are being accused of being the actors, and the actors are being just praised all over the place for their fakery and the fact that they have the money to pull off the fakery too. But my question is why would anybody with a medical degree, an actual psychology degree, take time out of their day to drag a little girl on the frickin' internet?
Wait, what's the I'm sorry, what's the start? This
Sorry, Ruckus is a boomer. Can you break it
no,
down?
so she's a little girl who has a star? I'm sorry.
No, she's like, I think she's 18 now, but yeah, it was when she was younger than 18 that she started like on TikTok with this scar. And so you can find, if you search TikTok for Scar Girl, you can find her. She's known as Scar Girl, SCAR. And it's actually been her ticket to fame, but her story is that it is this traumatic incident that she doesn't want to talk about, that she tried to get like a chemical treatment on the scar, which is why it's kind of changed color and shape over time. But everybody's super obsessed with like trying to say, is it real? Is it really a scar? Is she faking it? Because it has been her ticket to fame. So it's a very interesting situation because either she's like a wonderful actress or it's really just a scar that she's tried to get rid of that has then, changed its shape and size or whatever. And then the fact that it's such a controversy, quote unquote, on TikTok has been her ticket to fame. So it's a funny situation.
I'm a boomer. I'm gonna have to get TikTok now.
You're gonna have to get a scar on TikTok at the same time.
Tiki Talk. That's what boomers call it.
Oh yeah, the Tiki Lounge.
Go ahead, Laskoshi.
Yeah, it's WTMAB at WTMAB Whiskey Tango Mike Alpha Bravo is her TikTok. Because if you search Scar Girl TikTok, you find just mostly people talking about her. She's got 41.6 million likes, 821,000 followers. She's got Anne Bonnelly is her Snapchat, and she's got her agency listed there. So, I mean, he was saying like the initial scar looked kind of real, but it seems like she might be. I don't know if it's morphed or he said it looks kind of sus with. It looks like she might be adding makeup to it or something to enhance it a little. But I don't know. That just was the take I picked up on there.
Saying everyone has an opinion or is obsessed with it or whatever is overstating it a bit. Some of us aren't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
Penis.
That was my point, though, is that because the thing is that this young girl with the scar isn't the only one that is getting this kind of treatment. There are people that are attacking, people with the spoons theory. I have, I have a whole bunch of spoons, and that's my energy for the day. But their whole media outlets, doctors, these are professionals that are getting involved in terrorizing these young people who have mental health conditions, frankly, and I'm kind of wondering what kind of mental health conditions these supposed medical people have to go out of your way. Let's say it's a pretense. Why do you feel the need to terrorize a little girl? There's plenty of actors on TikTok.
I don't even know how you can say that, given that you've been on Twitter, so you probably experienced a troll or two, right? I mean, this place is filled. The internet is 70-30.
No, but what I'm saying is
Trolls.
as grown ass people.
Yes.
With
Absolutely.
degrees and stuff.
Yes.
Start acting right. Start
It's
acting right,
power.
because you acting crazy.
All it is a game. It's a game of power, is what it is. If you can do it via deception, if you can do it via PlayStation, if you can do it via go to the arcade and play Tekken, if you can shoplift and get away with it, if you can break a window and get away with it, and it's all it is that. And we've commoditized relationships. We don't actually value relationships and people that anymore because their systems are taught. We've been taught by Facebook, here are your friends from high school. Who are your friends? No, I hated all of them. I didn't like any of them. Couldn't wait to get out of there. But the association was made. These are my friends. This is how you understand relationships. You have to like the stuff from your friends. If you don't like it, you can't don't like it because we don't give you that ability. Instead, you just happily accept it and maybe put Ruckus on mute for a couple of weeks and just not talk to him. Right? They gave us the mute button. They gave us the ability to basically go to the same meeting and cook out with a Ruckus, which it knew what we would have, but given us the great ability to go, and walk away knowing full well that Ruckus is looking at me doing the same. God, I hate that guy. What the fuck? Right?
Right.
I mean,
so,
but to say that like a grown man and be shocked by it, like, oh my God. I mean,
I'm not
I just
shocked
want to
by the
know
fact
how
that
that.
they exist because I've done community management for in online spaces for over 10 years. The number of kids that I have seen their names come across my desk as a deceased person, 16 years old, that is not a whole life. you know um So it's not the first time that I've ever run into into troll experience. I've had troll experiences of my own, but like you said, I use the mute button, the block button, I get rid of these people real fast, and it's amazing how easy it is if you stay on top of it. But
I think it's interesting because in a lot of ways, the phone is like kids use the phone to understand life, and they basically slum it through school, right? Like
mhm,
school is almost like a necessary evil to like. It's like basically it's like church to go and respect the old ways, right? And
mhm,
then can't wait to get home, jump online, split myself into four identities, go across 16 different networks. You know what I mean? And
mhm.
tonight I'll be playing this game. I'll be doing a dungeon raid later on. And I'm also pretending to be a Filipino boy in Mexico so that I can work for a bank in Germany. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like that's our world, man.
Wait, Dan, are we doing a dungeon raid later?
Dating it a little bit. I don't know.
Completely. We're doing a dungeon raid later.
Sounds kinky.
So yeah, I personally don't feel sorry for this one. Like she capitalized on it pretty well. Seems to have like made one of her first big videos off of some of the hateful comments she received, and then she's a attractive teenage what's the word you guys use, white female, and it's done rather well for herself, seemingly off of her TikTok fame. But yeah, what was just addressed there, if you're not in that situation and you get or you're unattractive or whatever, and you get all this hate and you end up killing yourself, that's like and there's this one kid I knew in college and in high school. He was called Kool-Aid because he had like a bad red burn on his face, and that's just how kids are, and adults apparently now too, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it's weird how things are, and like you got these, professionals talking about these kids and stuff, but I think on the the less populated side, and then something will get one video will get a bunch of stuff, and then you'll get a bunch of really hateful stuff going to somebody in kind of a vulnerable position, and yeah, that's where it gets pretty dark, I think.
They also don't, what I have noticed is that the boys do the same kind of thing, same exact kind of content, totally capitalize on their breakups, their makeups, their whatever, scars on their body. Nobody goes after them the way that they do with the young women. That's a problem.
Yes, I think there's a huge difference in the way, people are treated based on social status, and and though some of the things can be preconceptions, like the fencing scars in a context where fencing is recognized as a status activity versus the same scars where it isn't. But yeah, if you show certain kinds of of traits as a uh, as a boy, uh, like trying to protect your own interests, then you're encouraged. If you say the same words in the same tone as a girl child, then you might be suppressed. If you show your feelings as a girl child, you might be supported in a way that you might that might get pushback if you do it in a boy's role. All of these things that that we're doing to each other without thinking about what it's going to do to the life expectancy of these people growing up with a set of standards they're supposed to fit into, like a peg into a hole of a certain shape. And yes, some people do it. Like Rebecca Black survived to the grown up people talking about her earworm song. It's Friday, Friday, as the worst song in the world. Is it or isn't it? And that it was brutal. But she's actually come through it. How many people don't actually survive? Or if they do survive, they're not going to develop those skills because they got such a horrible treatment when they tried it out at an early age.
Yeah, I think Gaia, before you got here, Stephen was talking about like this one group of people in I think Germany that were viewing scars as like a badge of honor, I guess. And I'm not giving all the details here, but this other group of people that were viewing it as a flaw. And so in this the reason I brought up Scar Girl wasn't to just derail this whole conversation. It was to say that it can be both. In her case, like she's viewing it as a flaw because I actually believe what she's saying. But it ended up being kind of a badge of honor and kind of the thing that makes her actually stand out and be noticed on TikTok, I think.
I
And
did.
that's kind of a thing that's interesting about TikTok because people that have like deformities or have certain things that make them unique seem to get. I mean, I see a lot of people that have something like that on TikTok and have gotten fame for it. I don't see very many people like that on Instagram.
Right. I consistently delete the TikTok app. Not because I have like I have issues with something that has gone down there, other than I spend way too much time there. I have to delete the app off of my phone so that I can go and get real work done, but we need to start I mean, the internet is sort of just taken hold. We need to start raising kids that understand that this is a different world, you know, that you have your real world and you look both ways when you cross the street. You put a lock on your front door, even though there's police, you know? I mean, you have 1,000 different things that you do in your real world to protect yourself and make yourself secure and safe while you navigate this world. You have to do the same thing with online stuff because there are really bad people here. People who misrepresent themselves as doctors and therapists and psychologists and terrorize young girls on the internet. That's literally their only job in the world, is to just terrorize people on the internet. So, just as much as you would tell your kid to look both ways before they cross the street, we somehow need to figure out how to show kids like the dirty backdoor story of social media and internet messaging, I guess.
I think it's more difficult than that because cars aren't allowed to roam the sidewalks and lurk in back alleys waiting for a pedestrian. So while the internet predators are able to set up situations to give themselves the advantage, and they can choose people who are just not equipped to to use the same level of skill that the predators can bring to it. So yeah, we definitely it's not just being street smart. We actually do need the community that gives kids a place to turn when something looks sus, and we need other eyes besides the kids' eyes. They uh, it's it's the difference between a playground that you can let your kids run around in until it gets dark, or a playground that where you have to keep your eyes on them.
See, I used to believe that that was true, that they needed adult supervision at all times. And you can do the helicopter parent thing all you want. But what you end up with is children that don't make decisions because there is a helicopter parent always around to provide them with the answers. The way that you get these kids to do and provide the correct answers is by teaching them how to make the decisions themselves. There's no adult present. They have no one else to turn to. They have themselves, and that's it.
Yes, I'm sorry. I must have given the wrong impression. I was agreeing with the skills that, or I wasn't disagreeing with the skills that children need to develop to be safe as adults as well as children. What I was saying was that we can't leave the playground full of infected needles and broken bottles. What we've got to the we need strong communities building strong spaces so that there is a place where the kids can exercise their judgment skills without being without hitting an overly high population of predators. And
Right. But
and
as
there are a lot of internet spaces right now that are just not not healthy places to be for any age, but especially not for kids.
well, the thing is that if using your analogy going to the park, you would not send your 7-year-old to the park by themselves. People regularly put their 7-year-old children on the internet, unsupervised, with no parental controls being used, and then get angry with Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, anybody who's in social media and has, is a director of some kind. They get mad at that, but there's no responsibility on the parenting end because you would not send your child alone to the park. And that's what you're doing when you put them on the internet. You're sending them to Times Square, where every single rapist, every single, schnara individual that you could possibly imagine is laying in wait. And I'm sorry, we've stepped on Alaska too much.
Oh, thank you. I'm used to it. Just two things. Just going back to what you said about the spending all that time. Yeah, I spent way too much time on TikTok. Just sucked in there. But it's essentially that's what the algorithm's designed for. It's a unconventional psychological warfare weapon of the CCP targeting the West. And then yeah, so and then I spent a lot of time on Snapchat. Well, not a lot of time, but just briefly exploring
It's
Snapchat
okay.
there.
You've already admitted it. It's okay. Snapchat is cool.
Oh, yeah, no, I got banned though. So then, because
How'd that
I
happen?
was using,
How the
well, I
fuck
was
you get
using it,
banned from Snapchat?
so I added like
Snapchat.
thousands of
I
people.
don't even know how to post on Snapchat. I open that
I
shit
got
up. I'm
banned
like,
for,
nope.
I didn't get shadow banned from LinkedIn. I got banned for a while, but
That's
it,
so funny. Of all the debauchery going on Snapchat, how the fuck did you trigger this?
okay, well, so I found when I was because so I was trying to use it for political purposes, but and so but I
Trying to reach
discovered
Gen Z on Snapchat.
yes. So well, actually, they couldn't vote, but their parents anyway.
Fucking
So
hilarious.
so I did it through everything every app I could find, but so these kids though, I mean, even in the public schools, they have these like even up here they have these books telling these kids how in elementary school and middle school how or middle school at least how to sext each other, and so
but they don't need a book. You know, they learn, they watch porn and whatever, and then uh, they're sending, and there's very inappropriate things happening, and yeah, and then yeah, and I think it's the girls and boys both are being targeted by these predators, and yeah, it's really bad.
Exactly, but there's a little bit of a responsibility that falls in the parents' hands of teaching your kids. This is, this is how we identify trolls. This is how we identify, somebody who
Oh,
might be not be being
so
truthful with us.
Venus, imagine I'm the child. If you were having the talk with me, what would you say?
I'm not that kind of mama, okay? I can tell you I know what needs to be said, but I'm
No,
not
no,
that
no.
kind of mama.
But hold on. You're the expert in. You're taking the role of the expert in parenting. I just want to hear what the explanation would be like.
Well, see, I'm not sure how parents teach their kids to even like look both ways before they cross the street. I know
Yeah,
what
but
happens, and I
what would
remember,
you say
huh?
as if you were the parent? What would you say?
I
How would you teach other parents to have
at
the
the street
discussion that you
before
want to
you
see
get
happen?
run over.
No, but because what you're saying is that parents need to do a better job. So if there are parents listening now,
No,
I
no, no,
I
no, no.
imagine they might want advice.
No. What I'm saying is that this is another aspect of the parenting. I apologize if that's how it came across that it's just poor parenting. Um Unaware parenting, because the 1950s parents did not teach their kids about pedophiles and creeps or anything. The 1950s kids roamed around with almost the ultimate freedom, you know? 1990s kids got taught about pedophiles, got taught about bad people. So it's not bad parenting. As we became aware of the possibility that these people could be at the school, at the church, and wherever they go, you have to start telling your kids that these people are on the internet too. That's it. Not that you're a bad parent, not that that you've just fucked up. Start telling your kids about this too. Just as much as it's important to teach them how to appropriately communicate with their teachers, communicate with, the outside world, we have to be on top of it and talking to the kids and telling them how you identify these things. They're going to make up their own little tools as they get older and grow and have different kind of engagements, but they need some tools to start with. You're already on the internet as a parent, and you know what you look for when you are identifying somebody who's fake, who is possibly trying to scam you. Share that information with your kids.
But
And I mean, some
doesn't
of it
the
you can't just because of the sex, because let's face it, there's certain areas of the internet that you go and there's a lot of funky pictures and stuff that we don't necessarily need to be sharing with the children. But keywords,
Y- You know,
I would share keywords.
I grew up.
Hmm?
I grew up as a kid in the 1990s, and I just went anywhere I wanted to as a kid. Did what I mean. Like no one taught me about pedophiles. So I don't know. I think it's more since maybe in the year 2000 things started to change, and then you had more of the helicopter parents. I'm guessing.
No, because I was like a 1970s, 1980s kid, and I was taught about them. And I had the helicopter parent from, you know, she was very involved in my life, and in some ways a little too involved. But yeah, I was definitely taught about all of that stuff, growing up, and especially living overseas.
I,
Apparently, biracial children are a a delicacy on the on the black market. So they're a high ticket item, not a delicacy. That's food. Um, but they're a high ticket item. So we were taught from a very young age, living overseas, um, bad things happen.
it reminds.
No,
Oh, sorry, you go. Let's go.
thanks. So I think a lot of these Boomer and Gen X parents, aren't going to know about Snapchat and whatever the kids are doing next already, and what their kids are doing, even if they are monitoring their phone or laptop or tablet usage. It's like when you go to the sleepover and then the kid would have a porno or something. And now, they're even at school nowadays, the other kids will have phones. And so all these kids, a lot of them are watching porn or getting on these apps and sexting and stuff. And, the parents either don't know about it or don't want to know or just whatever. And
Oh, I know.
yeah.
I know, absolutely. But as much as you would not let, most parents at least, wouldn't let their kids go over to somebody else's house unless they knew the other parent, they knew the kids, um, you're aware of what neighborhood they're going to. And we need to start seeing online as virtual neighborhoods, because that's really what they are. You go to Twitter for certain things. You go over to Facebook for other stuff. Well, hardly anybody goes over there anymore. But 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 you go over to Snapchat for something else, Instagram for something else. These are all different neighborhoods that your kids are visiting, because they all have different qualities of people, different information that is being shared, different ways in which the information is shared. Know where your kids are going.
I can't remember whose hand was up first. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry,
Oh.
Mia, I thought you were done.
Okay, I want to say something. It's I think it's interesting how, like, okay, Dan just said that in the 90s, like, he didn't know anything about pedophiles, and Venus just said that she experienced that because of her situation, right? I just think it's interesting that, like, right now we have the worst threat being online. What you just said about the neighborhoods online, yeah, the mentality needs to fucking change. Like, kids are more in danger in their home, on their bed, on their laptop, than outside playing in the street. And that's, like, somehow the message has gotten crossed to where, like, being outside is dangerous. Like, being inside is dangerous. Being inside on your fucking computer, on your phones, and all that shit is, like, more dangerous. Like, I saw, it was last year sometime, there was a segment on about this, like a 20-minute segment on it, and I was like, just my jaw dropped. I'm like, okay, you teach all your kids, stranger danger, no matter where, but, like, because of because of our phones and technology, we hop in cars with strangers, and I'm guilty of it, of even doing it, like, not just like on an Uber, which is supposedly safer, but like on a first date. Like, I did that, and I was not a good situation. I put myself in a really bad situation last year, and so I'm like, all right, this is ridiculous. Why did I just fucking do that? But yeah, like, kids don't, I'm a grown-ass woman and I did it. So, like, I'm 12 and I'm like, he's like, supposedly 12 too, and I'm gonna go meet him at the park, or I'm gonna go to my, Dave and Buster's and go meet him, and then the kid's gone. So, like, yeah, I just think it's weird that we've turned it into, like, the online shit is okay, but in real life, it's so reversed. It's just so reversed. Yeah, that's what I got.
Go ahead, Gaia.
I think I appreciate you clarifying it, Venus, because I had heard you saying that parents were at fault, and I was going to ask, what about, or who's providing the skills that parents are supposed to be using, especially if a parent comes home exhausted after trying to earn enough for the rent and the food every day of the week. Then how the heck is that parent supposed to study best practices and find the time to to monitor what is going on when the kid's supposed to be doing his or her homework. I am
When
but then I heard you give a much better answer. For instance, setting a good example, showing how you use your critical thinking skills to to filter out the what's what's to spot the red flags, and setting an example of safer browsing practices. So that's really important. But we also have, as Melody and others were pointing out, we've got to we've got to have a a way for safer path for children to take. It's this stranger danger warning just it doesn't seem to work out very well in practice. Parents in the 90s might have gotten more aware of the fact that there are abductors, but the warnings not to trust strangers didn't actually street proof kids any better. And what it can do is cut the kids off from the average people who would actually be helpful, because you aren't supposed to talk to strangers, so you can't ask for help unless somebody at home is listening. We really need support for the families, because it takes a community to raise a child. We need support for the parents and the children, so that they have less dangerous places, like the playgrounds that don't have broken bottles and needles lying around, but the digital equivalent. And we need uh, we need measures of success, uh, the signs of what when we're doing right. We need to be able to see that it's that what's working, and help us develop the best practices, so that our best communities can breed, can replicate.
Dan?
Was I next? Was I okay? You know, people like give the helicopter parents a hard time, but I kind of think, I'm not a parent myself, but I think they're probably doing it right, because you kind of want to prevent your kid. You're not going to be able to stop all this stuff, right? But you want to at least try to keep them off the internet for as long as possible. And then that gives them time to, they're going to mature over time and figure these things out, but it just takes time. And don't think you can be like, just give them a pep talk every now and then, and, about stranger danger and stuff, because, yeah, good luck with that. So, that's my approach anyway. But a lot of parents, they're in a really hard place right now, because even if they prevent their child from going on the internet, that child's going to school. All their friends have smartphones. They feel left out if they haven't got a smartphone too. Their kids are showing them things on their phones. So it's like it's everywhere. So it's pretty hard to deal with. So I don't know. I think the helicopter parents, I don't blame them at all.
I mean, you guys are aware of, sorry, Zach, your hand's up. Do you want to say something?
No, go ahead. Go first.
So you guys are aware of Social Dilemma, right, on Netflix? Like the part where Zuckerberg and most of these tech giants do not allow their kids to be online. Like they don't have iPads, they don't have phones, they don't have any social media. They don't have Instagram. They don't have any of the products that they dish out to the world. So if I didn't catch. I can't say GEAPP. I'm driving, so I didn't catch your name. But
Gaia file is how I say it.
Gaia.
But anything that I can recognize is fine by me.
Gaia. So you said that parents have a hard time. It's like being working and taking care of kids, and like I see it with my friends, like they plop their kid in front of the TV because like they're fucking tired, brain dead parents, brain fried from like work. um isn't that like isn't that what we've done socially? Like we've isolated ourselves. Like aren't we doing it to ourselves like continuously?
Exactly.
Just continuously, like I mean I'm very grateful for this fucking internet, the spaces, stuff, because I've harnessed, or I'm making relationships and holding on to them, and that's great. But like in person, like in our communities, people, we don't fucking go. Like Amazon, I'm sorry guys, but you're a fucking idiot using Amazon. Like you've killed your community, you've killed the businesses around you, you've partaken in all that shit just because you want a cheap fucking bracelet, or you want a cheap fucking shorts, or you want the convenience of it coming home right when you're there coming from home. Like fuck you, idiot. Okay. Yeah, that's a big piece. So this is what we've done.
It's called convenience, bitch. You know what I mean? I want to get it in 2 days. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Whole world, they got 120 million
Yeah, it is.
users on it.
There is
Come
there
on.
is something wrong with it, papi. Our society is dead. Like our communities. Like I just left Alameda. Like I can't tell you how
Oh
many little
yes, I know you're
businesses.
upset about the light bulb as well. Are you still upset about penicillin and all the other advancements? Come on.
No, this is real, dude. Like this is the fact that we're talking about right now. I'm not talking about a fucking bulb. I'm talking about community and your kids being outside. Like people don't even trust their neighbors. Why? Because you don't fucking know them. Because you don't even tell your neighbor, hey, you got a package.
I don't
Like
know my neighbors because of Amazon. Come on.
yeah,
I'm with
Well,
I'm
you
with
guys, I
Melody
wanted to
on
say
this.
something really quick before I
Dan, you
have to
can say
leave.
whatever the fuck you want to me, but the reality is the
I
reality, and
will.
that's it. That is it. It's real.
Well, I always like the assurity space. Can we change the title? Because everything in here is true.
All I heard was light bulb. What do you guys think? That's
The light bulb remark is a joke in the sense that innovation of the light bulb probably had a lot of people who make candles kind of pissed. Not to mention, there was a huge market for the actual kerosene that was actually in all the like gas and stuff. So there
Yeah,
was a lot
let's
of
stay on topic, which is
well,
community,
whatever. Stay
kids,
on
and
topic.
safety.
You're the one out going out there going, we don't play basketball anymore because I
Yeah,
can get multiple
yeah,
goals in less than
yeah,
5 hours.
yeah,
Dan, do you know your
yeah.
Dan? Do you know your neighbors?
Yes, I
Okay.
do. Mostly because I'm a loud, gregarious man, and you can see me out front in a Hawaiian shirt, getting the mail, and waving. And whenever I see Ruckus walk out of his house, I look around, and if I see anybody else waiting in the neighborhood, I go, "He's coming out of his house, man, that painter. He lives there." No, I'm just kidding. It's not that bad, but it is
Well,
on.
I wanted to say something about what Melly B was talking about earlier. Um, you have we have to take responsibility for how we're interacting, and community plays a huge role in that. Establishing communities is one thing, but you are missing. We keep developing better software to protect the kids instead of viewing the child themselves as the best security ever. Because if you turn them into empowered kids who can stand up to adults when it's necessary and do it respectfully too, you know, that's the real challenge. I've watched my sister with her kids, and um, it's not always easy because they start smarting back to you too. But anyway, yeah,
Should we go to
I should
some
probably get going.
hands? I think
Go,
Zach.
go,
Yeah.
Zach. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I will see everybody soon. Bye.
I'm going to give a really hot take that's going to piss a lot of people off. Number one, the fact that we have Amazon and we don't know our neighbors means that we are technically safer. Our children are safer because 60 or 70% of all child predators are non-relative acquaintances that the parents introduce the children to. So the whole idea that you don't know your community and that's why your children aren't safe because they're online is statistically not true. We are falling into hold on. You are falling into the fallacy of all of the reports of people meeting predators online, and then all of a sudden you think that that's more common than it actually is. And in reality, the most common predator for your children are the introduction of non-relative acquaintances of the parents. That's it, plain and simple, because the power dynamic is there for the adult to say, I know your parents and they'll be pissed if you tell them. And that's why that happens to children. Number one. Number two, if you are a parent and you are coming home and you are utterly exhausted from work and you can't spend the time to check in and take care of what needs to be done for your parent, you make time for what's important. And so if you're coming home exhausted and you make time to watch TV and not do the things for your children, that's on you. And I have no sympathy and I'm sorry. Number three is we have to allow for these things to happen because it's here. As soon as the internet was introduced, it became a thing. And so you can't all of a sudden go, oh my goodness, now what do we do? And now we're going to just take the internet away. Because guess what? In 20 years, the only job that's going to be available is going to have to deal with the internet. And so if your kids aren't introduced to it early enough and they don't understand it and they don't know how it works and they don't know how to operate in it, you are putting them up to a significant disadvantage. And the children who are going to innovate into giant things and build massive companies and be successful are the ones who are going to be introduced to it with the ability to control their creative thinking, and they're not just turned into zombies.
Okay,
So it's
internet.
the unfettered. It's hold on, let me finish. I let everyone else talk, even though my hand was raised. Please. It is the unfettered access. It is the parents who are not prioritizing the things that they need to prioritize that is causing this. And so don't sit here and blame the internet. Don't sit here and blame everything else. Look inward, look in the mirror, and say, what am I doing? Am I putting my priorities straight? And am I doing the right things? That's all. There's my hot take.
I agreed with everything except for that last point because you can learn the internet really quick. You can learn applications really quick.
Yeah.
And you don't even need the internet to like learn a lot of skills that are computer based like programming. You don't need an internet connection to learn programming.
Look at the number of tech giants who are like, oh, look at Elon Musk, who's sitting there, who bought computers when he was less than 10 years old and was like, oh, I'm going to learn how to put games and things together. Like we are
Can I
sitting here
ask?
going like,
Is the internet the same thing as like social media? Are we classifying that as the same thing? Because I
no,
don't. I
no.
don't.
But you were grouping Amazon in with all the other stuff. So I just made a broad generalization like you did. So if people want to argue and say social media, then say social media. But if you want to start going on tangents about Amazon and all
Well,
these other
community.
capitalism things
Yeah,
and
no,
community,
community is
if
where
you
Amazon came from. Small
if
business community. That's where
if
that
you
came from.
use broad language, be prepared for broad language to use back against you. That's all
You,
I'm saying.
you've got to
But that's
you've
my
got a point with the internet with like the whole Stranger Thing, and right, because I was thinking about this the other day. Like violent crime has gone down, and I think it's kind of related to everyone's on their smartphones. They're like, those violent criminals are probably like busy trolling someone, online instead of like punching someone in the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the social media is part of the internet. I'm pretty sure we're all connected to this via TCP/IP.
No,
I
I
don't.
don't think so.
Yeah, it's correct. I'm right. So the
No, I don't think so.
well, you can think what you want, but I'm right. Anyways, moving on. I don't think it's fair to blame the sheep for following the herd or flocking to Amazon for the cheap convenience to get their fix. Um, I agree that it has a negative consequence, even though it's a small part of their Amazon Web Service, I believe, is in their patents or a larger part of their business. But it has a negative consequence on society as a whole. You know, the sheep are gonna sheep it up, just as with Walmart had a negative impact on a lot of communities and society as a whole. You know, outsourcing manufacturing to get cheap stuff from China, and then providing low-paying jobs with uh, no benefits that had to be provided by the taxpayers. Um, yeah, I just don't know if it's right or fair or whatever to blame the consumer in that situation.
Go ahead, Gia. KFI.
I agree with Alaska as well as Melody, and while I can find some things to agree with in Zach's points, there's a lot I have to disagree with. We've got a situation where the ground rules are designed to fetter capitalism as little as possible, to make the world safe for Amazon and Procter and Gamble and Union Carbide, the nice folks who brought you Bhopal. And basically the bigger the better, the more powerful the corporations, the more fiscally efficient, the better they pad their shareholders' pockets and unload the costs of their operations onto the taxpayer. The more the captains of industry are uh, are praised and looked up to. Private gain, public cost. That's the model that we are have been sold and are continually paying for. Uh, if we if we measure what's going on and discuss what's actually happening, redlining and social determinants of health, uh, the performance of education and health systems, and that if we talk about them in terms of the real things that are happening, uh, instead of the ideological talking points, then we might have a better chance of getting what we're measuring, or trying of measuring for what we want to get, and getting closer to it. But we have to look at the ways in which small businesses outperform Amazon, and consider whether we're willing to pay a higher unit price per pair of socks in order to have a store in your community that sells socks and doesn't belong to Walmart. So that you can buy vegetables within a half an hour's walk, and you don't have to have access to a vehicle and drive to some place where they sell them in plastic clamshells and plastic bags, so that people can actually eat good food in their neighborhoods. So that people can play, can have their kids play in their neighborhoods. Zach, you said that people are in more danger if they know if their kids know more people. That that's the that reminds me of the story about the guy who found out that all accidents or that 90% of accidents occur within 5 miles of home, so he moved. No, knowing more people. No,
I said that it is the
150 people is the amount of community that we actually live with, right? 150 people. And within that, like, as we grow up, like, I mean, that changes. And the moment that, like, oh, sorry, hold on, I'm getting a fucking call.
What insulates children against these hazards isn't knowing less people. It's knowing who they can turn to and having people who will listen when something is or to what's going on. And if the parent is too dog tired at the end of the day because the parent is single and has been trying to keep the paycheck coming with all their focus, and aren't sleeping too well because they've got to make school lunches for the kids and themselves the next day, and all these things, maybe worrying about not making ends meet. These things really wear a person down, and it's a lot harder work to be poor than it is to be rich. And so saying I have no sympathy for somebody who has no time to spend with their kids before they go to sleep, well, I think you're missing something there. But
my father and I lived in our fucking car for 2 years, and he ate cereal so that I could eat. He dug change out of the machines in the town so that we could go and get food. So I know what it's like to be poor. And I
okay,
have no sympathy. I have no sympathy because I had a father who was willing to do whatever it took for me to do what I needed to do so that I could get out of that.
I
And
honor your
and on top
father
of
and
that,
you.
and then what I was saying is not that the kids need to know less people. It is the introduction of adults by the parents that causes kids usually to get sexually abused or predators to be introduced to the children. It is the lack of parents, like it is the introduction of parents' friends and the neighbors and the individuals that the parents go, hey, this is so and so, they're my friend, that introduces the children to danger. So the more a child is willing to go and talk to individuals the parent introduces them to, the more likely the child is to be hurt. And so we have to look at this as like it's on the parent for a lot of this stuff that we're talking about. And like we can't blame capitalism because if Amazon stock price drops, guess what happens? A lot of people's retirement funds drop. If Walmart's stock price drops, everyone's retirement fund drops. So how do we balance that? If Amazon's stock price drops, a lot of people lose their job. So we've already had this system. So all of us going, go and do this and do that doesn't help anyone. It is individuals willing to build new systems that can be more fair, that can take on these systems. It is people willing to risk everything to build a new way of doing things and willing to put their money and their future and their health and their time on the line to build big, gaudy things, to build new systems that they think are more fair.
I believe you're that a lot less people lose their jobs with the Walmart and Amazon stock price movements than lose their jobs by the removal of the competitors to Walmart and Amazon, because the ability of small and medium sized businesses to generate living wages out of the same amount of population is consistently a lot higher than the ability of big corporations who squeeze every ounce of profit out of the transaction to generate jobs and living wages. So I'd like and I would also like to check your facts on on whether parental introductions cause or simply correlate with the the amount of abuse. It just takes one person, and if you have fewer people in the picture, then you have fewer people who uh, uh, whom or who have an ear open and might be able to recognize when something is going wrong if the parents don't manage to. So I can't say you're wrong there, but I would like to see a lot stronger proof than the reasoning that you
The
offered.
community of advocates for family and youth, 60% of perpetrators are non-relative acquaintances, such as friends of the
Oh,
parents,
I do
babysitters,
acknowledge
or
that
neighbors.
they're introduced by the
30
parents.
30% are relatives, 10% are strangers.
Yes, I do recognize what you're saying there, but what I'm saying is that I dispute. I would want to see more to show that the more people you introduce your kids to, the more they get preyed on. I suspect that the fact that predators get introduced by parents is not it does not lead to the conclusion that parents should not introduce friends to their children, which was
I'm not saying I didn't say that. I'm just saying that the argument that was being made was that because we don't know our community, we're unsafe. Where I was saying that argument is vacuous because the statistics say that the parents introduce the predators at rates of 60% through families, friends, and neighbors. So that I was just making statements of counter arguments, not saying that these are correlative. A lot of people are using broad generalizations and falling for fallacies of thinking,
oh, I see. You
and
were just
that's my
questioning the
argument.
stranger danger that
Yes,
bugbear.
I'm all I'm saying is making points based on statistics instead of us making broad generalizations of feeling based on what we think is going on. That's all.
Okay, I disputed the part where you had said that the internet was less dangerous than the people the parents were introducing their kids to, which is definitely the case in some cases. But but the way you were speaking made it sound like a general rule. But I guess I was misunderstanding what you'd said. Thank you. I'll leave it to
Yeah,
the hands.
it was just a logical thinking fallacy that I was just trying to debate, not the actual like what I'm saying is not me sitting here thinking that this is like really how I think. This is just a lot of people want to come on Twitter Spaces and say these statements, and you have a lot of people going, "Yeah, yeah," and I'm like, "No, that doesn't have any basis in like statistics, actual grounded research, or actual data points." Because it's just based on how we feel because we saw something on TV the other day, and now all of a sudden it's just driven our thinking in one way. So that's all.
I agree with you, Zach. It sounds like you're right. But I actually kind of want to hear what the host or the co-hosts have to say. So they've been pretty silent. I don't know if they want to chime in. Michael, I know you've got some pretty strong views. Don't know if you want to share them.
Nothing happens in Canada, so I mean,
I do.
There's a lot of background noise.
Wait, I have something
I want to know
weird to
Ruckus.
say about data. All right.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I do what I would like to, and I've been listening, and there's a progression of media. There's a progression of information from the radio to the television to music to the internet. And these are the same conversations that people had when the radio came out, when the television came out. I mean, my parents referred to it as the idiot box from newspapers. I mean, it's the internet and social media are no different.
You were alive when the radio came out? How old were you?
Well, I'm just saying these conversations were happening when those mediums were out, that it was bad, and that it was distracting, and that it was this, and then it
And they
was
were
that.
bad.
And yeah, yes, but there were a lot of, yeah, I remember
Like,
Alice Cooper and Kiss and all them. It was like the devil's music, but there was a lot of good in music too. There was a lot of good in the radio and the television. They brought about a lot of positive change in this progression. The problem isn't the tools. The problem are the people. That's the problem. The heart of man is the problem.
Is it sort of like people kill people, not guns kill people, or whatever that saying is?
Sort
Yeah.
of, but I mean, yeah, but sort of. I mean, but there's nothing wrong with the gun.
The gun kind of makes
It's
it
the
a lot
person.
easier to kill a person, you know what I
It
mean?
does
Yeah.
make it easier, but it does. You're right. But at the end of the day, it's people are the worst, can be the worst, and people can be the best too. It's that's just my 2 cents.
I mean, aren't we like, how do I say this? Aren't we a product of what we say and what we believe? So everything that we say that is like gonna happen, like right now, like we're like super fixated on like going to the moon and like going outside and like living outside of this world because we're fucking up this world, right? But sorry, but fuck, shit, okay, sorry. But like we call it into existence. Like, isn't that what we've done? Like, don't we just call all the bad into existence every time? Like we say, oh, people are evil, like man is evil, like we've made it so. Like,
Well, it's not, but there's good as well. I mean, there are good things about the radio, the internet, the television, movies, media. There's good. Like, there's not all bad. There's a lot of, constructive things that have come out of it.
yeah, but
Technology.
I think like we've changed. We're not changing as fast as it's changing. Like socially, we're not we're not in a place where we have, like, that's why I brought up the community, because like we don't live in a world where you can like, you know, count on your neighbor to take care of your kid that hour, those 2 hours that you're not at home yet and your kid gets out of school. Like,
We
it
we
wasn't like that before, was
we do
it?
well. We do live, and I see your hand, big. Oh, he left. We do. I mean, my neighbors are very, not all of them. A couple of neighbors are very sweet. I pick up kids in the morning. I take them to school. My neighbor picks up the kids in the morning. She brings them home. I mean, that's community. During the pandemic, I picked up a bag of extra flour because the elderly lady down wasn't getting out. We didn't want the elderly to get out to the grocery store because of the virus. So we would ask on Facebook community page, "Hey, can we get anything while we're at the store?" So those are types of things that happen via the internet in our community. And those are good things. There was a lady who made masks so we can go to the store during the pandemic. I mean, those are beautiful things. Had you asked me before pandemic, I would have been a very pessimistic about the world, and I kind of am. But those are things that kind of change my mind and my outlook on humanity.
But I think like we're not changing with it as fast as it's changing us. Does that make sense?
I don't understand.
I think that like our social, the way we operate is not, let me see, I'm gonna try and find the words. Like the way we operate is not conducive, like the internet, like whatever it is, it's changing us, but we're not changing with it. Like, teaching our kids, or what you just said about the neighbors, like that's not common anymore, Ruckus. Like
Well,
I where I lived, I knew a lot of people. Like, I know a lot of people because that's how I am. Like, this is who I am. Like, not everybody's like me. People literally sit anywhere and say, I hate people. Like those people I don't like speaking to, because for you to actually vocalize, even if you're an introvert, to say that you hate people, like you're perpetuating the non-community being, But anyway, my point is like that it's changing us, and we're not moving, we're not creating like the path. We're just going along the path.
I think it absolutely, people do change, but I don't want to use a broad brush to generalize for everyone, because it does change people. I mean, there's some things that happen in different communities in different parts of the world that it happens. And I just can't take the notion that it's all bad, that it's even half bad, just from the things and you're talking to a pessimist. Like, I have very little hope in humanity. However, through the pandemic, I saw a lot that I needed to see from humanity at the same time. I saw the worst of humanity, but I also saw very good things about humanity. And, making the mask, community pulling together, and those are the things, I mean, I guess just from what I saw, I can't speak for everyone. But I would just say, give it a chance, um, give it some time.
That was my turn. So the internet's existed for a number of decades. Um, Early forms of social media. I mean, CompuServe, Prodigy, and AOL, I think, are generally considered to be so. I would argue even email, listserv, Usenet, internet relay chat could also be considered to be such. So for those of you who haven't been around that long, welcome to the internet, which you're on. And just going back to the point I had from earlier on the speaking of how, I mean, definitely the parents play a huge, hopefully a large role in their children's lives. But I think kids often rebel against what their parents do, or try to get them to do. But I would say, just when that was being discussed, I was curious about, what about kids that don't have parents, or parents that are absent, or that are orphans, wards of the state? They're still exposed to all this stuff. And I don't know, I think as the global global village takes a village to raise a child sort of thing, I think there's a broader role that needs to be played there.
And what about the kids who don't have internet? They don't have a mobile phone. The Horn of Africa, they don't, I mean, there are first world problems, and so I can't generalize and say that that's happening to everyone across the world. It's just not. That's from where we are in the United States. It's a big world.
Well, they're not on here, so it don't matter.
Go ahead, Gayafile.
I'll listen to Zach first, and I don't care which way it's pronounced. I'll listen to Zach first and see. I might have something else to answer.
I just want to say that with any new introduction, like what Ruckus was saying, is like there's always going to be changes. And in 2002, based on Statista for the CDC, the Fed, we have the lowest rate of child abuse since 2012, in 2021 and 2022. Almost 150,000 incidences less of child abuse. The number one form of child abuse is neglect, not sexual abuse. And then after that, it's just physical child abuse from the parent to the child. again, we are sitting here talking about all of these like things that we think happen a lot, but they don't. If we want to solve and protect children, we, it's the parents that we have to worry about. It's the parents' friends we have to worry. Like, that's what I'm trying to just say is like statistically, it is the parents and the people the parents introduce them introduce them to. That is where most children are put in danger. It is not. Yes, sure, things happen online. I got it. It happens. It's sad. It's terrible. But like, if you want to address the bigger issue, it is not online predators that is the thing you should be addressing. It is low income families where in rural areas of Texas. Like, that is the number one state of child abuse, right? It's not inner city
No,
families.
that's incorrect. That's factually incorrect, Zach.
It's the state of Texas.
No, sir. Okay, sure.
Where are you?
You're technically correct. Texas is the largest state, and
Yes.
Alaska is not one. Yes, you're correct.
Yes, and I would say Alaska by per capita probably has the largest incidences, but that also has to do with sun cycles, and I would say that it's because of per capita what they're able to produce based on
sun cycles. Sun
Yeah.
cycles are affecting child abuse rates. Really?
It's the one of the reasons why northern Alaskans have the highest suicide rate. So I would assume that it also stresses people to the point where they're
Maybe it's because they got abused as children, because it's a cultural issue and related to alcohol. Maybe it's not because of the sun.
I'm not arguing that either, but I also am
No,
not.
you just said it has a lower rate than Texas, and that
my God.
it's yeah.
Hey,
Okay,
Alex
sorry, I'm
Koshy,
talking about
hey,
Alaska. I'll leave.
hey.
I'll go back to Alaska and leave you guys to your BSing.
Oh God! Look,
you're just saying things that are factually incorrect as though they're facts. That's all, Zach.
The incidences of child abuse are way higher in
times the national average in Alaska. 6 times the national average.
Okay, but let me just say this: what you're stating,
we're number
Zach,
one.
is like kind of. We're entering into this new age, right? Like, we've already entered. We're fucking here, okay? But like, when you speak, I can't say the word numbers. When you speak numbers, I'm not a fan of data. I think it's bullshit. Okay, I know it sounds stupid to say, but I think it's bullshit because it's like data is just a bunch of numbers put together, but it doesn't. Like, where's the group? Like. When you say, I'm having a hard time articulating what I want to say because I just fucking smoked some pot, so whatever. But to say, like, the whole like COVID numbers right now, like not to talk about the virus, but just like the data itself. Okay, so like they say that one in like I don't know the numbers right now, but it's like 1 in 5 people have it. Like, I know 5 people around me I can count and that have not had it. So it's like, it's just like a lump sum. Everybody says, oh, I don't like generalizing, but data is generalizing, and it's weird the way you guys talk about it, because it's like, obviously, Zach, that the people around you, like, what are you gonna do? Fucking isolate your child and like not let them fucking play with neighbors and the neighbors' kids?
Oh my God!
Kids,
You're going in the wrong direction with what my argument is. My
Show us on the
argument is
doll where
not.
data touched you.
But my
She's
argument.
driving and she's high, Zach. Don't get on her too hard.
Alice Koshy, I looked it up, and I will have this argument with you offline. And I think you're by incident rate, by per 100,000 residents, I'm sure Alaska's higher by per that.
Correct. And
but
there's more people in Texas. I'm aware. And you take all of our oil money. Congratulations.
Yeah. So your 2,000 incidences versus the 50,000 in Texas. I got it. I get where your argument's coming from. I got it.
Because my argument was correct. Yes. Go ahead.
So was mine, because the data that I was quoting was okay.
Okay. So yes, mine was on a per capita basis. Yours is just the pure numbers.
Pure number,
which doesn't really make sense. But go ahead.
See, that's why I say data makes no sense. Okay, there.
Okay, well, if you're
just the way Zach's using it.
No, it's the way a lot of people use it. It's like Alaska.
Not me.
Like,
I was correct. Just as I correct that you're on the internet, Melody, I'm correct. Go ahead.
I am not sitting here saying that we're going to
Gia
isolate kids.
wants to say something. Her hand's up.
Thank you. Although it does make me nervous that you're
It's all good. It's all good, Mommy. I'm good.
That you're driving after smoking pot, and you're concerned about the smoking pot affecting your speaking on the phone while you're driving after smoking pot.
It's fine. It's fine to get high and drive. It's not near as bad as drinking. It's perfectly
There
safe.
might possibly be
My
something
eyes
wrong
are not
with
blurry,
this picture.
though. My eyes are not blurry, okay?
You're no, of course not, especially where you're looking straight in front. Your peripheral vision might be gone, but where you're looking, your eyes aren't blurry. I really hope that you'll get where you're going safely, or that you'll take a break and have a bite to eat, and then continue when there's less of it in your system.
I appreciate you, Gaia.
Gaia, you're so sweet. Do you bake?
No, I haven't baked in a while. My oven broke down, and I didn't seem to find it a priority.
Oh
Not the
no!
kind of brownies the Melody eats.
What's wrong with it?
Hmm?
What's wrong with your oven?
Oh, the coil went. It wasn't important enough to replace.
Oh.
Replaced it with a cupboard instead.
With a what? A cupboard?
A cupboard, yeah.
So you haven't baked? How long has it been since you baked?
Gather some wood and build a little fire and put a Dutch oven on there.
Yeah. Yes, or a pressure cooker on the stove. There's if I get I can steam potatoes instead of baking them. I can make I can make pancakes. I had a bread maker to make bread. Stuff like that. Anyway, that's a side issue.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Your stove broke. Your coil broke. No, she sounds so sweet. She's got like
I can't with you, man. I just
she
can't.
sounds so sweet.
Send her a coil, Raka. Send her a coil, man.
I will send her a coil if I can.
It's okay. If I wanted to replace the stove, then I would have replaced the stove. I found that it was unimportant. Actually, there's a toaster oven, so I guess we used that a little while.
Rockus isn't going to be able to sleep tonight because of your broken oven.
Look, Gaia File is going to outlive all of you motherfuckers. You understand me?
Definitely
You understand?
outlive me.
She sounds resilient, a lot more resilient than a lot of you.
She does.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
What brought you in here, Gaia File?
Rockus, what would you do if your oven broke?
When I saw E-Rich and Steven, then I wanted to hang out here.
Oh.
And when I heard the conversation, then I knew I wanted to hang out here.
Did y'all
tonight.
cover that she's from Canada yet? Because I meant to say that before I left the last time.
Oh, we need to adopt her. We need to bring her here. Move to America.
She
you cannot
sent me a DM one time. I was like early on when I was pitching a project and expressed. She was so kind.
Love her.
Yeah, what's it like living in a third world country without an oven?
Hola, Scoshi. Hi,
nice.
Melody.
Hola, señorita, ¿cómo estás?
Está bien.
Qué bueno. Qué bueno.
Shit. Why good? I don't know. That's just how my automatic response.
No, I said how good.
Oh,
that's what that
muy
means.
bien. Gracias.
Nacho Libre.
I'm saying that's great.
Oh, sorry.
That's
I don't really speak Spanish.
You're good.
Mike, take care of your people, man. Gaia File needs a stove. Make it happen.
Gaia, where you at? I'm in Hamilton.
I'm on the West Coast.
Shit.
Yeah.
So hold on, we got to get Matios then. Matios is in California. You guys are close.
No, I'm closer. I can take care
the
of it.
West Coast
I'll
of
toss
Canada.
it across the border.
There's a wall between Alaska and Canada, and we'd like to keep it that way.
Oh, I'm working on building one.
Can you
That's
see
why they
Russia?
Keep you illegal immigrants out. Yes.
Guy, are you in Canada or are you in California?
I'm in Canada, between Alaska and California.
She said she's on the West Coast and she's in Canada.
Vancouver.
Yeah, that part of Canada. Now, what I was going to say was that that the point that Melody had raised about how our situation is shaping us, and we're we're being changed by the technology and the society and the way it's set up, and we don't have it, we don't individually have control of that change, and some of those changes are seriously worrisome. I agree 100% about those parts of what you raised, and I think you can figure that I'm not being luddite about it. All you defenders of technology and big corporate organizations. I mentioned earlier. I think we need more dialogue about the outcomes we want. I definitely think that using data as part of the conversation is essential, but we have to bear in mind that every statistic is a person or something else that has real meaning in the world, and if we're just talking numbers, cases, and that we've got to stop and think sometimes about the lives we're talking about. But the other, but the other side of this, the way that technology is changing us, I think that this is inevitable. Uh, there was a time when people lived in small communities, and I don't think that that it made them immune to abuse. In fact, I think that having less people around can make one more vulnerable to abuse. I think that might be one reason for the sad statistics we were talking about. There are just less people to turn to in some situations. Uh, I In a rural place like I live, I really wasn't afraid of having my son run around outside, because the chance of getting eaten by a bear is a lot less than being attacked by a dog or a car or a person in a more populated place. But we do have these hazards, whatever groups whatever size communities we're in, whatever size, whatever the community structure, it's going to change us. Right now, we're going through a huge change, and the internet and these social media that we're participating in at this very moment, this medium and any others that we're using today. These are I don't think that being online is necessarily giving kids more skills that they need for the future. Some of those hours might, but just being digital natives does not make them better equipped. Being offline might actually predict better success, because you have more resources and less traps when you're mucking about with sticks and stones and discovering what you can do with your body. But the things that we have to that we have to learn together are very important, and we have a new situation on this earth. We've had small communities. We've had villages and towns, and in the past 10,000 years, we've had cities and nations. We've developed guilds and uh, corporations and and new levels in of corporate entities, but now we're developing or an even tighter connection between people, not just working for a corporate entity. We're actually connecting at an almost neural level. The Like, you know how nerve cells in a growth medium, uh, or any cells, but in particular nerve cells, they reach out these long arms called dendrites toward each other, and grow toward each other until they touch, and at that point of hand clasp, they can exchange the chemical messages that are translated to electrical signals that run along the dendrites through the neurons. They reach out to connect with each other, and then they begin firing their signals as one instead of randomly. The more of them connect, the more the patterns move across the network. That's the basic stuff that our thoughts are made of. Our beliefs, our values are recorded in these patterns of electrical activity in our brains. And I see the humans using our phones and computers to share pictures of cute cats and opinions about how badly people are running the country, but but we're also making making decisions together, sharing our values, and developing a new level of of action. If we actually do develop this decision making, if we do manage to literally get our act together and act together, I think that might be what we need in order to make the hard decisions we have to make to live within our means and stop burning down the house that we're living in. This climate change is not a hoax. It is. If you talk to a farmer, they're worried about their water. They're worried about fires. If you talk to anybody who depends on the natural world, then I think you'll find that people are very aware that this decade is different from the previous decades, and the trend is very clear. People, things are out of hand and getting much farther out of hand very fast, because the oceans have been taking up the slack, and they can't mask the problem anymore. The atmosphere is now warming too, and it is possible to get together and change the way we're using energy, and stop and get ourselves out of this deadly trend, and save a lot, not all, but a lot of the things that we value the most. The species that we grew up seeing, the food, the land that we've been eating from, the waters that used to come out of the springs and out of the wells and won't anymore if the rains don't fall as in the quantities that they used to. and then little things like forest fires and floods and extreme weather events and such. Those are spectacular, but the real problem is not being able to eat and drink, and that affects all species, not just our own. Well, we might be developing the ability to think together and act together. If we do, maybe we Earthlings can survive. The indications are very good that we're not past the point of no return if we act together. And I think that our individual freedoms and privacy and stuff like that we've been used to enjoying might be some of the things we're going to end up giving up in the process, or a lot of it would be things that we're going to end up giving up in the process of getting our act together and acting together as cells in the body politic. That's scary. I submit that it is a lot less scary than the alternative, and a few more fractions of a degree of warming, and more if we continue business as usual.
Go ahead, or James.
Hi.
James.
So I do have a different take than the lady who spoke just before me. I do not know her name or her, but just as a point of discussion, I agree that we have the power of suggestion and the necessity that our power, our suggestions and our thoughts hold weight. I differ in the cataclysmic aspect that our country here in Canada or North America is deemed the worst of all of them. I will say that I do think that countries maybe that provocate more coal production, such as China usage and maybe India, and that would be more problematic. When I wake up in the morning, I see a pretty blue sky. I grew up poor. I grew up so poor that in the mornings, in the wintertime, it would almost be just above freezing. I do not know any child nowadays who wakes up barely cold, right? I grew up in a time that was still reminiscent of Depression era. I had my grandparents and my parents to thank for being resilient, to be able to understand the necessity of living off of the land as we did and being part of the land. So I may not be the smartest person. However, I have used my intellect and my tools and my gut instinct for a very long period of time. And I think it has held me well. I believe that of the farming community that I know, they have had huge respect both for the livestock they grow and for the soil they turn. I struggle a lot of times when people put cataclysmic aspects on our existence. I will say that there certainly are challenges right now. I do think that a lot of our free will is under attack. I won't necessarily say that it's an element of the WME or World Economic Forum or other aspects, but I do think that it does seem that there is a collective organization of effort towards trying to enslave us. And I do think that those who have cautionary tale about the digital ID and the credit scoring about how much carbon we're emitting at any given day, it's a very cautionary. It's a huge cautionary tale that we should truly pay attention to. Why? Because it's always easier for us to change that course of history as opposed to being oppressed and trying to come out of the oppression. If we look at the individuals in China, and I've had a great opportunity to be around mainland Chinese people, and even if they are spies and they work for the Communist Party of China, they will come to my country and we will share and break bread with one another. And even with their knowledge and their direction from their country dictators, they will tell me that the reason they want to live in Canada and or North America is because within one generation, their children, through education, can have freedom. No matter what they do in Canada, in China, even with their, even if they are relatively well-ranked people within the Politburo, the reality is they're oppressed people. They're controlled people. The one thing I always appreciate from both my paternal and my maternal grandparents was the necessity for freedom. They came from Eastern Europe. They came from impoverished area. They did not have freedom. And their exhaustion of the effort that they put into a barren land that was rough and inhospitable, as Canada can be, was not lost on me. So I say, let us be cautious as to the tale of fear that we must present ourselves to. And I thank you for your time.
Hold on, are you expecting us to be hosts and like pick people? I'm making chicken. What are you guys doing?
They have their hands up like they're Moses or something.
No, it's
Moses
like
held his
hands of
arms up.
chicken.
Yeah.
E-Rich.
I'd put my hand up a while ago because Peter had his hand up, and then someone else had their hand up, and so it was solidarity.
Dear.
And then I started reading the white
Let's do it,
paper.
guys.
Hey, Jess. Can I ask you a question? Jess?
Sure.
You came up. You haven't come up in a while, and you're really good. And I was looking at your profile. Are you in marketing? Could you explain like a little bit about your background?
Sure. So I'm a chief product officer. I've been of a software development company. So we build data, test, workflow, management, and automation software. I've been in product for 10 plus years, and yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out with you guys tonight, just cooking dinner.
Awesome. Thank you for coming up.
Should I be contrarian still, or should I just be myself?
No.
I don't know. Be who you want to be.
Be yourself.
Or you can do it in a song for karaoke. Raucus, you left without doing karaoke. What the hell? You owe us a song.
You know, I turned into a pumpkin after 11, and it's like past my bedtime.
And it's 11:23. Yeah, it's almost. Yeah.
So,
but look, hold on. At least give us a give us a chorus. I know you have Tom Jones in there. I know there's a "You'll Never Find" in there.
Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright. but I only have eyes for you, dear. And the moon may be high, and I forgot the words to the song, but they all disappear from view, and I only have eyes for you. All right, I'm not drunk either, so.
Incredible. Casey's not going to believe it. I'm going to tell him. Go ahead, Zach. Your turn. What are you going to sing for us?
No. I was in a bunch of spaces tonight that were very, very heated. Especially with like I sent you a message. There was like Mario's space right now has 5 January 6th defendants on the stage talking about what they did during January 6th because of this whole like leaked Tucker Carlson video, and I'm just like sitting here listening to people and I'm like, oh my goodness. It's
What's
just
the leaked video?
Oh, it's a video of that shaman dude getting it. If you look at the video, there is argument to be made that he's getting escorted around inside the building and was let in by police. However, my interpretation of it is that he was already in and they were like not trying to be confrontational with the dude because the police were outnumbered inside the building, obviously. So your best bet there is to just be like, hey man, do you want to leave? Like, do you want to go? Like, we'll show you where to leave. And if he doesn't want to leave, he doesn't want to leave. Like unfortunately for many of our first responders and police officers, they are drastically undertrained for many of the situations that they will face. Not to say that they are, there isn't an inherent bias throughout many of those types of professions, but at the same time, that's societal, not the profession itself, right? We've built a society that shows individuals of color, especially in certain ways, and um, police are not trained to react in the situations the way they. I don't think they're trained well enough, and that's not their fault per se. But um, I just compare the level of like of training I have to do just to deploy for 6 months versus the training they go through to they go through training like once and then of course some refreshers, but like it is not to the level of stressor I think that it needs to be. But so I think they responded with let's just be around these people so that we can make sure they're not doing anything super dangerous or super harmful, right? Like spray painting the walls or breaking a bunch of stuff. But at the same time, let's not use force right now because we just don't want it to get out of hand. So that's my interpretation of it is they were just overwhelmed and reacting to the best they could, which was not well, but better than nothing, I guess. So I don't know. It's just interesting. Um, and the interpretations is causing a lot of argument in circles about what actually happened and all these things. So it's just an interesting thing.
I just want to throw it out there that a Canadian person is responsible for the Big Mac with chicken instead of beef. So feeling a bit patriotic tonight.
Say more words.
So they have a Big Mac that they replaced the beef with the chicken instead. So it's like a chicken Big Mac. So
A chack.
it's from a yes, a big chack, a big chick.
Big chick.
No, we're not
Big
supposed
chick
to call them
works.
that.
Yeah.
I mean,
You have to add the word Mac in there.
I was gonna say Mac. It doesn't refer to the meat option in the bun. It refers to the restaurant. So like a Big
Okay.
Mac has. I'm just saying a Big Mac has nothing to do with the meat choice. That can
What
just be
about
a
Big Mac chicken?
no. You just call it a Big Mac. Oh, okay. You want a
A
Big
Big
Mac?
Mac
You
with
want it
chicken.
chicken or beef?
Sorry.
A Big McChick.
Hey, when you order pho, do you go? I want McPho, or I want chicken pho, or pho chicken. No, you just go. I want pho, and then they go. Okay, do you want beef or chicken, or what do you want in it? And they go.
I just tell them the number.
Completely
I
different, I
want
think.
97 spicy.
I want 97 spicy.
I was going to say I walk in there and very specifically say pho instead of pho.
I just point at the menu and they say, and they walk away.
That's one thing I miss about living in the Pacific Northwest was like the really creative pho names,
Oh
like
man,
pho shore and pho real.
We got forever here.
shut up! That's amazing.
It must be a universal constant.
Uh-huh.
We have pho très bien here, which I don't know where that came from. Maybe because we're so close to the border, but it doesn't feel like a Mexican flair to it. But Cholula's hot sauce on the table every pho restaurant is kind of strange.
Isn't that French though? Très bien.
That's what I said. I was like, "What is this?"
The French were in Vietnam.
Yeah. So pho très bien. I'm just sitting there going, like, this is confusing.
Pho very good.
That's how they got that good coffee.
All the phos with a number at the end are the best pho places.
I just asked myself, which one has all of the ingredients? You know,
What's
all
pho?
of them?
Oh.
Who just asked what's pho?
Not Elizabeth. She knows. She totally knows what that is. She's not going to
She
try
totally
and Google
knows.
it.
It's
She
somebody
doesn't know how to
else.
spell it.
Can you explain to somebody else?
Oh yeah,
It's
because
so good.
you're in Middle
So
America
good.
where they don't have those kinds of things.
We have things.
You mean ethnic restaurant?
I just don't go out to restaurants very
Yeah,
often.
Rocky Mountain oysters and all the good things in states like Arkansas.
We have things and food.
We
Have
have
you
a
seen?
Walmart, you know?
Have you seen it spelled PHO?
Mm-hmm.
But how is it spelled? I mean, I know, but somebody else might not know. Wouldn't want them to feel stupid.
You don't want to leave anybody out, guys. Don't be so exclusive.
It's like gatekeeping.
Idea gatekeeping. Soup keeping.
Soup keeping. For chicken keeping. Not for beef keeping, but for chicken keeping. Because it can't just be a Big Mac with chicken. It's got to be a McChick Big Mac.
So pho is basically Asian chicken noodle soup.
With aniseed in it.
How
and
dare
what's the other
you?
ingredient?
How dare you make it so derivative and make it sound so... I'm leaving.
It's an experience. It really is an experience.
Yeah, you can... I guess we could do a spatial.
Chicken noodle soup for the soul.
I will say this, that Vietnamese coffee after the meal is the best coffee I've ever had.
How spicy do you like your pho?
Spring
As
rolls.
spicy as I can make it.
Spring rolls.
The spring rolls are
with the
top
peanut
notch.
sauce. Oh,
They can make
I
some
like
stuff
add all
pretty
the
spicy.
sauces. I remember my most spicy one. I walked out and I could I could feel the chili sweating out in my body. Like I could feel it in my pores. You know, that's how it felt. It was amazing. I almost went deaf.
I
I
remember
fell
learning.
asleep for a second. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I remember learning how to use chopsticks by eating pho, and it was like my first time having a job. And then you go back to work, and all these like oil chili spots are on your white shirt. You're like, where the fuck does this come from? Oh, that's right. I've been dropping because I didn't know how to hold anything.
That's so
So the
cute.
balls are like dropping in the soup.
Aww.
Yeah, it's not good. I'm like 19 years old trying to act professional.
It's like ramen kind of, but Vietnamese. Rich.
I missed all of that,
So
but
pho is
Bougie
like
just
ramen.
ramen.
spell it for me and then I'll Google it.
PHO.
PHO.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
it's just Vietnamese ramen.
How dare you simplify it? So
That's better than calling it goddamn chicken noodle soup.
Yeah,
with
pho for the
a
soul.
soda on a
These
side.
are like the widest descriptions of.
Wait a minute, it's soup for the soul.
Oh,
Ding, ding, ding.
wow.
you just called that
What
one.
kind of
For the record, we have
meat?
several restaurants that seem to carry this item that you've described.
Yeah, it seems like there's like 40 of them in Anchorage.
But yeah, what happened to karaoke?
Oh, let's start the karaoke.
All right, just change it to
I'm
soup
not
for
gonna
the
sing anyway.
soul. Hey, Pete, you never sang. What the hell?
I don't sing. I was at
Nah,
work. I
Rich
wanted to
sings.
jump in that day. It looks like I'm at work again now, guys.
We got a white cisgender male at work.
Don't you sing while you work, Pete?
He was.
Yeah, all the time. I whistle as well. Depends what mood I'm in.
Imagine you singing that Sam Cooke song. You know, the Chain Gang song, but you're on the roof.
Go ahead and sing us a line of it, Mike, because I don't know which one you're talking about.
No.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Or Pete.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
That ain't happening.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain gang.
One that I sing to myself is that I've been working on a railroad.
Oh, the live long day.
Yeah, I don't know, just little things like that to get through the day.
That's incredible. You should do that for karaoke. Nobody would expect it.
Did anyone else see the news about how Elon got trolled by his employee?
Yeah, what happened there? He owes $100 million to this dude who built some piece of software.
So one of his employees was
Wait.
like, "What?
Wait, we'll keep going, but it's not really. Wait, go ahead.
Are you? Wait, is my interpretation? Go ahead. You're the lawyer. You tell us what happened."
No, well, I just wanted to correct Mike in that the $100 million was like a vastly overstated amount of like what was going on there. But the guy that I went to the website that this guy for his startup company, which is UENO, I think. And it's really cool. Like if you go down the scroll to the bottom and you click, I think it's interview. It's fun. Anyway, that's all. Carry on. Tell the rest of the story.
What was the startup again?
UENO. The name of it. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
they're probably having more visitors than ever before.
Well,
right?
So they were acquired by Twitter, and he did he was whatever it is when you work and.
But yeah, so he was acquired by Twitter and he taunted Elon Musk and then got fired. And apparently that means he gets this big payout. So, like, people are speculating that he was like using Twitter to get his attention, to poke him into getting him to fire him so that he could get this big payout. It's pretty interesting. If only we had a lawyer in the room that could tell us if that will stand up in court.
I've just seen very one-sided reports of him, saying, "Oh, Elon's basically picking on a disabled person that has muscular dystrophy and stuff like that." But what if there's, what if it goes both ways? As in, there's two sides to the coin.
Well, no,
We're
they
only
did
seeing
it. It was all on a Twitter thread.
Okay, well, I missed that. So
yeah, so
I'm saying,
you can read the entire back and forth between this guy and Elon. You can read the entire thing. It's right on Twitter.
Everything's on Twitter.
I don't know if it got deleted or not, but I read it yesterday and it was pretty phenomenal. And by that I mean, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go
I
ahead.
think the lawyer left, but I think we would have needed a judge to tell us if it's going to hold up in court.
Manish, I need to call you and talk to you. Get up here. We can talk.
Pabley's an Indian company, eh?
I know, and I need to know some more stuff because of this new API Whisper launch and some other things.
Isn't Twitter an Indian company as well?
No, it's an American company.
I mean, I saw the pictures of the employees that remained. They looked rather brown.
They're on H-1B visas. You don't have to worry about them.
I'm just taking all the good-paying jobs.
I mean, they're filling all the unfilled good-paying jobs that, other people aren't qualified for. Go ahead, Manish. Pabbly and ChatGPT.
I do have a weird question. If some of these companies just move their operations to Alaska, wouldn't they have to pay a lot less to keep their servers cold and cooled?
Correct.
Okay. Wonder what the latency is like, depending on what the use case is.
I thought I'd just have to say something nice about Alaska and its opportunities because of earlier Alaskoshi.
You are forgiven, and you are correct.
I sent you a message which will probably negate my forgiveness or the forgiveness you're showing me because I messaged you to say I'm not completely wrong. And
you weren't completely wrong. And the message will probably show up next week sometime with the latency. Sorry, what was that, Pete?
I said I just wanted to hear more about the sun cycles. I feel like we completely glossed over that point.
No, he was corrected that if you go above the Arctic Circle up by where the sun's down for nearly 3 to 6 months, and then up for nearly 3 to 6 months, that does play a role in a number of things. But I think the small communities, the cultural issues in the Alaska Native community, especially with the alcohol and just some historical stuff plays and then what's being done by the government. And then no one really addressed I didn't, or unless it happened when I fell asleep, what to do about kids that their parents are dead. I just feel like all that stuff. There's something that needs to be done to protect them online.
The thing kids need most of all is somebody who cares. And if that person has the time to spend with the kids, then and a little bit of support so that they can improve when they aren't being their best, then there's a lot that can go right, even when a lot of stuff has gone wrong. But you got to support the families. You've got to support the community so that the children will be supported.
Maybe the kids just need to be in a space like this. And the parents. I mean, it seems like having the actual subject matter experts may have elevated the conversation some instead of just talking about it from people who have statistics and opinions.
Wasn't there a study recently that says that like discourse between like especially like political parties is like at all-time lows or something? Like people just like aren't talking and discussing in like a
Definitely.
adult like manner.
Well, yeah, we kind of do have some kids here, so good point. But I mean, I care. I think probably most of the people here care.
Yeah, unfortunately though, like only like 1/5 of adults are on Twitter, and like 20% of that are actually active. Most people are lurkers.
What if we had like geopolitics in Twitter Spaces? You know, like debates between, say, Putin and President Trump. President Trump. What the fuck? Where is my brain going? President Biden. Um, you know, the world leaders in general just like jump into a Twitter space and let people just listen to their bullshit the way they would communicate.
You do have a presidential candidate in the space speak.
Candidate, but wouldn't it be interesting to have multinational presidential leaders, whatever, in a Twitter space as like almost a show, but just to see how it goes down?
The next president of the United States of America.
Well, if
But
you get there, can you make it happen? I want to see this.
When I get there, I will.
I certainly hope so. When you do have a topic like that, then you get the trolls out in force, though.
I wonder how they would deal with trolls. That would be interesting. I mean, they wouldn't let them speak, right, just to begin with. Just
Yeah,
imagine an open Twitter space.
You just need a good host and co-host, and have one of the co-hosts be the co-host utility I programmed in, well, with assistance. Okay, ChatGPT wrote it in Python. Probably transfer it over to Rust so it doesn't waste so many resources, and then run that as one of your co-hosts and take care of the trolls.
The next election cycle would be pretty interesting to see how they would do marketing with Twitter Spaces now being a thing. Because like one of the reasons that I like Twitter Spaces is that like, so for example, like earlier on today, I used to use I still use an app called like Lolly, which kind of gives you like cash back and crypto and things like that. But today I got to chat with the CEO of Lolly. Like there's really no other spaces that I can actually chat with someone who's like the founder of something, right? And so like it would be pretty interesting to see in the next like election cycle, like the people who are running to be president or senator or whatever, to actually see how they use Twitter Spaces. Would be kind of cool.
Was it Mark Baghdadjan?
Who? What?
Was that who you were talking to?
No, I think it was like
CEO of Lolly?
Alex something. He's the CEO of Lolly, the company.
How do you spell your Lolly?
I think it's like LOLI. I think that's the app.
Oh, okay. This one's, I guess, a dating app. Gotcha.
Not
Thank you.
the dating app. It's like the cashback like e-commerce. I'm in the e-commerce space, so that's why I use it.
Can I be a little, in my honest opinion, I don't think that they'll use Twitter Spaces at all.
I am. And
No,
yes, we will.
I'm saying the large two parties in the political cycle.
Well, yeah, and if they do, it'll be a a rather polished.
Yeah, I don't think that they will touch it, because statistically, and Alice goes, she's going to hate this, but most individuals on Twitter are not the main market of individuals that will be swayed to vote one way or another.
Why would I hate that, Zach?
Because
do you think I'm not aware?
No, me always going to statistics. It's my fallback.
I wasn't the one calling you out on statistics, just your incorrect statistics. Well, your non per capita statistics, but that don't truly reflect the horror of child abuse in Alaska relative to Texas.
Yeah, I I will be honest, it's an oversight of the fact that sometimes I forget about Alaska, which is probably why it doesn't get the publicity or the respect that it deserves as one of the states, and I apologize for that. So,
You don't really. You're kind of making me respect you less with that apology, so I don't accept it. And I wish I could forget about Alaska a lot of the time.
well, yeah, I just think that everyone in Twitter is pretty set politically. The individuals that they're going to be targeting, I think, are especially this next political cycle. If Trump runs, it's going to be interesting.
Well, Trump is running, and I would not be surprised if, especially on the more so on the Republican side, if Twitter's used. I mean, well, both will be, through various means targeting every possible social media avenue. But I think the Republicans have embraced what's happening on Twitter and the Twitter files and stuff. Well, some of them, because some of them aren't going so far, but definitely better for them than the Democrat side of the uniparty system. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of them use Twitter Spaces.
Conservatives have Rumble and Quora. Is there like a very liberal, left-leaning, or democratic platform, or is it kind of just
Mastodon? I think. I don't know. I haven't really picked that up.
Mastodon.
I was just go ahead, Rich.
No, I don't have anything to add.
Well, Mastodon's
Facebook.
closing
They have
down.
Facebook and Instagram and the news
Instagram's not.
media. Instagram's part of Meta, Facebook, right?
What was the original question?
I was saying that
liberal social media.
Yeah, most conservatives left platforms like Twitter and Instagram and some of these platforms to go to Rumble and some of these other platforms that were created just for that group. And now, well, yes, the mainstream leans liberal. It's not overt like, hey, we made this platform, like leave the right, like leave this area and go. I was just wondering.
Well, they don't have to leave because they're already there on their platform, covertly.
The election will be interesting. I've never felt more on edge for the idea of conflict in America than this upcoming election.
Well, yeah, we're already in a civil war, so in a world war, so there is conflict.
Okay, I missed that.
We are in a civil war and a global war, so there is conflict.
Do you ever talk about things that aren't like this?
I like this.
Yes.
I know you do, Zach. I'm just asking a question. I'm sorry. That was harsher than that.
I don't think we have big, bold conversations about important topics in the syndicate enough. So I appreciate
You haven't been here the last 2 months. Check the recordings.
You guys want to talk about your last bad date or?
I downloaded 5 dating apps the other day. They've got a lot more options available.
What 5?
Bumble, OkCupid, Plenty of Fish, Tinder, and Match.
Plenty of Fish is how I met my wife.
It's yeah, I downloaded it.
I had an option between a Plenty of Fisher and a OkCupid, and I went with the OkCupid one.
Ooh, I think I downloaded that one too. Maybe I downloaded more than 5. I've only though opened 3 of them.
I've heard they've all changed quite a bit. Well, I did explore them briefly around the time when I met Soyu, including Grinder, the threesome app.
I thought you were with your missus for 14 years.
when I was so when I was arrested, she discovered these on my device and was a little upset. But I was using them. She was not fully bought into the idea that I was using them exclusively for political data gathering means.
Well, I have used them to, like, so one of the people I went with was he worked in IT, and I definitely swiped so I could ask him IT questions for my startup.
I wasn't quite so popular on the BLK, the Black dating app. I was
Why do you
surprised.
do
Thought I'd
that?
do
Like,
better on there.
God, it's like every time. That was rude. I mean, I'm sorry.
Because as I said, I downloaded all of them that I could
What
find,
about the one for
and every
cougars?
social
Did
media
you
app.
download the cougar one?
I believe so. I didn't
What's the cougar
There's
get a
a
one?
chance to
cougar
check it
app
out.
for
There's a
like
Where is
mature
this?
women and young men.
Do I still count
Na-
as young?
Nambla's probably got one
Yeah,
at this
where is
point.
that?
What was it, Peter?
Nothing.
Now I gotta know, Pete.
Gotta know what?
What you said. Come on, fess up.
Oh, I just said, where is this app?
Which one, the Nambla or the black one?
The cougar one.
Oh, so the cougar.
Peter's
Sorry, I forgot.
interested.
Probably on the
Peter's interested in
Play
the cougar
Store
one.
or the. Thank God it wasn't the Nambla one. Yeah. Hold on, I'll look.
Rich, you need to expand your
I don't know what the
horizons.
Nambla
You
one
need
is.
to download Fluid. Maybe what you need is a lady friend.
Don't you just need to get Replica at this point?
Wait, what did you say? Ah,
I just saw the greatest jab at Elon Musk, which is really funny. Someone, I pinned it to the top, speaking on how Elon Musk freaked out about this guy trolling him. She wrote, "What happens when your skin is so thin you can't masturbate safely?"
Oh, I already figured that out when I was 13. You just apply some ointment and wait a few days.
Also, another train derailment today in Oklahoma.
Didn't you say there were like 40 a day?
Yeah, it's like between 1,000 and 2,000 a year, but now the videos are all going. Everyone's putting them online everywhere, and everyone's seeing them. So it's like availability bias.
Well, it's like when you buy a red Lamborghini and you start seeing them everywhere. Well, maybe not with that, unless you're in Dubai. A red Honda, perhaps. What's that thing called? So I'm sure you know. Uh, the thing when you think about a thing and then you see the thing everywhere. Come on.
Didn't I just say availability bias?
Oh, Zach already said it. Sorry. I don't remember everything very well. Thanks, Zach.
I think Mike's making chicken, so I'll be Mike's voice for now. Manish, you're up here. Question. Manish.
Yeah,
Money.
I'm outside, but yeah, I'm listening.
I just want to
Can you
know
hear
when
me?
we can get on a call and you can teach me Pably.
Tonight sometime,
Oh shit. Can
my
we?
time tonight. Yeah, in a few hours. Or I'm just going for something. Once I'm back, I'll give you a thing if you're up. Does that sound good?
Where are you? Exactly. I'm gonna put it in my world clock and see what time when I wake up at 4 a.m. what time it's gonna be for you.
It's 10:30 right now, 10:30 a.m. in India.
Oh, okay. When I wake up in the morning, it'll be roughly nighttime for you. Okay, we can do something around then, because I'm just trying to figure out some things, and I just don't know how to really figure this shit out. So.
I just want to avoid the background music that you may be hearing when I speak. Trying to speak less. But hello everyone, it's nice to see you. Can someone confirm if I'm coming here?
Yeah, we all heard you.
Sorry, Zach. What was the thing you were suggesting producing in Alaska that Mike was concerned about latency with?
I just said any tech company coming up there would probably save on cooling server stacks, um, if they could figure out the latency issue, um, running fiber optics potentially, um, like I don't know, large stack servers, and server farms, or even Bitcoin mining. I could see being beneficial because of I mean, summer temperatures I know get up to, 80s in some areas, but I think that there's potential for, I mean, one of the most expensive parts of it is the fan usage for cooling. So
Yep. There's huge potential there. That's why I plan on implementing that as part of Alascoin mining, and a number of the large oil companies are already using, and they had plans to do it in Alaska. I'm not sure. They don't really say what they're doing, but you know, having server farms in a box, in like a trailer essentially, to put on site at the uh, oil rigs, and then using like the excess methane gas that they burn off to instead power these devices. For some reason, I mean, the Permian Basin and fracking, and then or the different drilling technologies have, for some reason, we're developing much more oil in Texas and a number of other states than Alaska. Uh, doesn't really make sense because we're deciding to keep Alaska green. Um, anyhow, even though it's our, number one uh, ability to support our economy. But yeah, no, for that, and then for the cooling, even when I was much younger, the early days of YouTube, one of the big guys doing, overclocking his computer, CPU and GPU, was up in, I think, the Fairbanks area, because you can just run a vent outside, and it's, up there is one of the areas where it does get quite warm, up but in the summer, occasionally. But yeah, it's like it's down to damn near 70 below in the winter Fahrenheit, and yeah, a lot of cold there. And for energy generation, I mean, we have the oil and gas, and then uh, a number of hydroelectric opportunities that could be implemented in a less destructive to the uh, marine life manner, as well as some hot springs. I think could be interesting as well.
What if there's any way to harness the power of an earthquake or the other tectonic activity along the Pacific Rim?
That's an interesting question.
I think it's just too inconsistent, right? Like we already have trouble storing solar energy. Like our battery technology is just not there yet. You know.
That was basically what I was going to say. Earthquake energy, not so much, but you could use kinetic energy, yeah, in other ways than windmills. Piezoelectric, there's some work on that, but triboelectric, that is harvesting static electricity from motions, like rubbing. That seems to have a lot of potential. I think if you look for triboelectric generation, TRIBO, you might find some interesting technology.
Did you say rubbing?
Yeah. If you have plastic, when you rub a balloon against your hair, then you generate a lot of effects pretty quickly. So if you have something like a plastic, balls with plastic spheres inside them, and then you could generate a charge when the waves make your spheres bounce around.
That's what she said. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I knew that's where Erich's mind was going with it.
It is exactly where my mind was going the whole time.
Yeah, I was gaining valuable information from Gaiaphile, and then now you got me just thinking. Yeah, just
my mind's in the gutter. Okay.
Yeah, mine is now too, and thank you.
This is why we're not
That would
farther
be an
along,
awesome
guys.
source of power, though, right?
Yeah.
It's like you can't play your Nintendo.
It's for the thick-skinned individuals only, apparently, though.
There's nothing in the way
good
of
one.
Windmills work more efficiently than other renewable energy generation other than solar by so far, and the bigger the better with windmills. But there's some really interesting, almost solid state alternatives that use that are something like windmills but without blades. Some of them look like tennis rackets, and that there are different ways of doing it. So if you have issues with the neighbors not wanting the flashing from the sunlight on windmill blades triggering epilepsy in rare cases, or if you've got a lot of bird migration happening in the area and you don't want any bird kills, and that there are some other options that might be able to use the energy, moving air to generate electricity. I don't fully understand the effects that they use, but there are energy differentials that can be harvested if there's a little bit of water sprayed or some other kinds of effects that that get a current moving when the air moves through these structures, and they're silent. Another one, another approach. Again, you're looking at triboelectricity, but the structure that can harvest it is quite phallic looking. It's a tower that that vibrates. The outer shell of it wobbles when the wind blows on it, and the inner shell is still. So as it wobbles, then it makes it can generate electricity. But still, when you're trying to get somebody to invest in building something to make electricity, they'd really rather make the most electricity per dollar possible. And your great big windmills are still the best bang for the buck.
Or a nuclear power plant. I believe it uses the principle of vortex shedding, the phenomenon that occurs when air flows around the tower, creating alternating vortices or swirling eddies behind the object. They
Thank you.
cause the object to vibrate or oscillate, and that's used to generate energy.
Yes, thank you. That's that. I knew some of them used that, but I wasn't sure, and I don't quite understand the mechanism. And the ones that use sprayed water, and another approach that uses electric differentials, but I think they have to shed ions to make it work. There's so much interesting new technology, and I'm sure some of it is eventually going to make it out of the labs. But we've got enough technology now to make a transition to renewables if we actually want to.
Yeah, like Norway generated a lot of one of the largest sovereign wealth funds with their oil production because they didn't weren't exploited by another country. But they used that to create a green energy for their grid in that country. So, and that was just with the current technology. So, with this other stuff that I wasn't aware of this vortex shedding stuff, or heard a number of things here lately on Twitter Spaces that are I also don't fully understand, but Chat GPT, it's only a matter of time. And yeah, pretty impressive sounding tech for energy creation. And yeah, with like earthquakes, yeah, I mean, obviously not great for like powering the grid, but it's an enormous amount of power in one of these large earthquakes that does a lot of damage. And then I was also thinking with wind energy, these like tornadoes and hurricanes, again, it'd be difficult to harness, but if you could use that to do something, could be. I would have no idea how, but um, somebody smarter than me might be able to think up something. Rich or Gaia.
Manish, are you there? Manish.
I believe he's away at the moment.
Oh no. Rocky, go ahead.
Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think the abundance of energy is the issue, because if we just decided to all go solar, we can capture all the solar we can. I think just storing and then transferring the energy is the difficult part, because our infrastructure is pretty old, and of course the power companies don't want to invest in it because they don't want to drive the price down too low, because they want to make a return. It comes down to the money, pretty much. They need a return on their investment, right? And so if they capture all this energy and flood the market with energy, they're not going to get a return on their investment. And so there always has to be a balance between the financial side of it, the investment side of it, and of course the science, right? Um, and so and my issue with solar, of course, is at the end of the chain is the renewal. If we want solar to be completely renewable, we need companies to be able to renew the panels, and that's a big issue right now. And I'm sure there are startups working on it. I was reading about one company who is they're getting investments from others, like multiple solar companies, and they're getting those panels shipped to them so they can have a dedicated process to recycle it, essentially, because it is very expensive. And so far at this point, it's just not profitable for any company or startup to recycle these things. And we don't have an infinite amount of these um, resources, and it's also very destructive to mine them, right? I think you talked about fracking earlier, and it's not good, right? And so if we want to go there, we need better ways to reuse, recycle, and kind of continue the loop, essentially, and not drive prices down, because that's not good, because we need jobs, people who are investing in solar energy, renewables, and scientists. They need to get paid. So we don't want to get too crazy.
Why is driving prices down bad? I mean, I know it's not good for them, but if they had competition, wouldn't it be better for the consumer
It is.
to
It is.
use these innovative technologies to drive
I think
prices
long
down?
term it is, and I think the investment is there. It's just these things take time, in my opinion, because there has to be a balance. Because if you drive it down too fast, like the people who are investing into this, they're looking at it as as an ROI type thing, right? Like the investor type people, right? Those are the people who have money. Because everyday people like us don't have millions to billions of dollars to invest into research and development. And
Elon does.
yeah, yeah, he does. And people have different opinions about the guy, but I think what he's doing with, at least for an example, right? For me, I think what he's doing with Starlink is really, really cool, right? Because everyday people like us aren't able to make deals with the government and launch rockets into the freaking sky because there's so many regulations with that, right? But what he's doing is providing affordable internet for the world, essentially. And like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like how internet works in other countries, but for example, in the Philippines, there's really only like one, maybe two companies that owns their entire internet infrastructure, and they're crappy, but they're also expensive, right? And with all the regulation that goes on in these smaller countries, like there's no way to fight it except from the outside, right? And so if we want blockchain to be a bigger thing, right? Instead of like just eating our own, because a lot of like my issue with a lot of the NFT projects is that you're basically just swapping liquidity between the people that you're trying to help. That's my issue with it. It's just like people selling to each other and shilling on each other and trying to capture the same small piece of pie. But what we need to be doing is thinking bigger and growing the pie so that everybody wins, right? But that's just my little piece. So
Maybe one of these multi billionaires that's giving away supposedly a lot of their wealth, like Bill Gates or uh, the Amazon guy's ex, could use some of that to actually benefit society to do the things you just said.
yeah, let's hope. Go ahead, Gaia.
Um, in the last week, Elon Musk had one of or Tesla had one of those events, Investor Day, I think it was called, uh, just a few days ago. And if you watch the video of that, you'll find the first half hour or so, he's actually talking not just about what Tesla can do for the electric car business, but he's talking about what we all humans between us, what we need in the way of energy, what it would take to generate that energy, and issues like like the mining of minerals. He's pointing out that we're actually in we're in an expansion phase, but it's not infinite. There's you don't have to keep mining things like lithium at this rate forever. Also, backing off from the use of cobalt, where there's it's worth a listen, because you were saying if one of these billionaires could be putting something into this. Well, that guy's got this weird idea that long-term survival might be a high priority, and has been investing that way through the decades, as if it mattered. And I disagree with a lot of his decisions, but I agree with even more of them. And and when he describes or when he shows on a map of the world the little square of territory that it would take to generate all the electricity that humans would need, it's that sort of thing is encouraging. I think that I've heard that the area that the that the area of the roads in the United States alone, for instance, is about the amount of electricity generating that it would need to cover the world's demands. And if we were actually using solar energy rather than fossil energy, in theory, our the demand for electricity, as well as the demand for minerals, would drop. Solar panels, they do lose efficiency, but they don't actually wear out very readily. You just need more area to generate the same amount. But the yeah, but so if you're trying to get to replace the solar panels with ones that'll generate the same energy on the same rooftop, then you might be changing them out for newer ones. But the old panels could go on generating electricity on a desert or mountaintop or someplace where they're where the shade they cast is not going to require you to build a whole new building.
Is the video you're referring to, Gaia, is that from is that on YouTube somewhere?
Yep, Tesla. It's right from them.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. I'll definitely check it out.
Maybe I can find it and post it to the chat.
Yeah, that'd be great. I definitely want to check it out. Koshi, earlier you mentioned about like nuclear. Are you talking about the nuclear R&D that Microsoft is doing, or at least Bill Gates was funding?
Oh, me? Sorry, what
Yeah,
was the
that was
question?
you. Yeah,
Was it
because
for
you
me?
mentioned like why aren't we like implementing more nuclear stuff? Are you talking about the new R&D that Bill Gates was funding, or just like nuclear
No,
in
I
general?
wasn't aware. I was just saying nuclear in general. I'm not sure if it's positive or negative. It just generates a lot of power. Um, well, I guess it'd be positive and negative. Ah, um, uh, I don't think much that Bill Gates is doing is good, but I'll have to look into this. So what's he doing with nuclear?
Yeah, so when people think of nuclear, they usually think of like the old type of like nuclear systems that are usually very heavily reliant on humans to kind of regulate, because the systems um, they haven't like been redesigned in like forever, right? Because when we think of nuclear, we think like issues with like Chernobyl and what happened in Japan, right? And then I think like there was an issue at the earthquake a couple of years ago in San Diego, because like there are dangers to having them, right? And one of the biggest like pushback is that like cities like don't want them. So when you're going to build them, you kind of have to build them kind of far away from large like concentrations of population, because honestly like people just don't want like just the idea and the word nuclear, people get uncomfortable. Like I'm talking about like general public, right? um
Yeah, I went to school by like Arkansas Nuclear One there in Russellville, Arkansas. So yeah, I know what you mean. And it does make for good fishing there, but on the lake though, it warms up the water.
Yeah, yeah, and so like a lot of that in the past has been managed by people, and so what he wanted to do is he like Bill Gates, he like funded a lot of R&D, just because he had the foundation, right? And so he basically made sort of like a hackathon for people and scientists to kind of come up with new ways and new designs, and so they tried to make a new design of like a new nuclear system where it's like almost essentially fully automated, essentially. And so I thought that was pretty cool. The only issue, of course, is that like one is like regulations, because like it takes like years and years if you decide to like as a company, if you decide to make one, it takes like years to get approved. And then you also have to like fight like public pushback as well, because like if because you don't want to build it too far, because you build too far, you run the cost. You like lose energy, right, through heat when you transfer energy, and so you don't want to build too far. But if you put it too close, then you get a lot of pushback from the people in the very same community. So it's like a rock and a hard place when it comes to nuclear.
Yeah, it's a hard place, and um, yeah, I think the OG Tesla had some ideas about that that lost out to the other guy. Um, as far as electricity and being able to transport it better. But mm, with this, what you just described there, Gates's nuclear plan, I'd be a little concerned about having it fully automated and the AI taking over, gaining sentience, and as well as like what we did with or Israel and the U.S. with Iran, hacking their nuclear production. And then I just hope Bill doesn't decide to go to war with his nukes like he did with Apple.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's not like him running these companies, and I don't think that's his intention. I think just mentioning it because he's the one who kind of ran the R&D like competition and things like that. So hopefully that's
Yeah,
not the case, that he's
okay.
owning everything.
Yeah, I just question he already owns a large amount of the farmland in America, was heavily involved with the COVID vaccine, and I seriously question his intentions.
Yeah, I think it's just, in my opinion, I think it's probably best if we go solar, or if we can ever figure out fission. That would be cool if that ever became a thing.
Oh yeah, and can't remember some of the stuff these guys were talking about with and yeah, it was I wish I had that written down somewhere, but yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff with hydrogen and then some other things. But I think you know like these, we used to have a lot of acid rain problems with these manufacturing facilities expelling stuff, and I just wonder, with the enormous amount of power from these traditional fossil fuels, processed oil into gasoline, diesel, natural gas. Natural gas, I think, burns pretty clean, but even that, if any of these can be used and then filtering somehow or something, the uh, pollution coming out, if something could be done there to utilize these resources without harming the environment quite so much. I mean, even coal, like supposedly clean burning coal. I wonder if stuff can be done there. Wood is very harmful to the environment, and then we have all these forest fires going on. Um, I don't know. Oh, and then there's this stuff going on with this earthquake in the Turkey area. Um, we had a pretty big one here in 2019. I don't know. I was relating that somehow, but I'm losing the plot.
All right, it's been good, guys. Thanks for sharing, everybody. I'm gonna hop off. Gotta go watch some anime with a girlfriend. Have a good night, guys.
Oh, awesome. Hopefully you find one of Dan's old ones. Yeah, it's good talking to you, Rocky. Take it easy.
Michael, you still on TikTok?
Can you hear me? I guess you can't hear me.
I cannot.
What about now?
I don't know if we had a chance to talk about this, but I told you that Mohit sent me the script.
Yep.
So, um, I showed him what I did with Studio DID, but he really liked what you did with KC. So, he sent me the script, and he sent me where to get the sample of his voice.
Sorry, are you talking about the Wizards project?
No, this is somebody else. Mohit. He sometimes.
No, I mean not that. When you said with KC, were you talking with Pete? Was that what you're talking about, or something else?
Can't even remember anymore. But Pete was doing some.
No worries.
Yeah, Pete was, remixing KC. Pete made a model, an image model with KC and started fucking with it. And I showed it to a friend of mine, Mohit, who comes on here sometimes, and he wanted something cool with AI for a presentation he's doing. So Pete, I sent you the script. I wouldn't necessarily do anything with it right now. I can talk to him to see if he wants to put a budget behind this, or if he's just exploring. Either way, he's the one that gave me the Studio DID. So yeah.
Oh, right. That's how you found that. I missed that
No,
part
yeah.
yesterday.
He asked me for help on how to do it, and by the end of the night, he sent me the app. I'm like, well, you asked me to do it, but you found it. But then, you iterated with what you did. So I think he likes what you did. So that's the script. But I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't do anything with it yet until I talk to him.
Well, what if we I'm not saying do anything with it yet, but what if you propose the idea that you could generate his voice using AI for the
Well,
script?
if you could,
All you need is a few samples of him
if you
talking.
could,
Then he doesn't even have to read the script.
well, so I sent you a Spotify podcast with his voice for you to take as a sample for the training. You can start there.
Yep.
If you start there and you can do the voice cloning, I think that would go a long way into kind of sewing this up, right? Because obviously I'd like to see you get paid for any work you do. At the same time, Mohit's on TV almost every day in Toronto, so the work would be featured on TV, I imagine, or at least in this presentation he's doing on AI. We'll see. I'd connect you with them.
That's pretty chill. Yeah, I'm not fussed about trying to get paid at the moment, if that makes sense. Like a lot of what I'm doing, like even like the KC stuff and this. I mean, I'll take it if he's offering,
Look,
you know. But
I
like,
do a lot of. I say that, but like I do a lot of work for free if I believe it's strategic. You know what I mean? Right. So I help people
yeah,
with a lot of stuff. Hey, have this, have that, have this, have that. You know, especially if it's easy, and or I can learn from it. I oh,
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I suppose there's both aspects of that to this for me. If I go down the path of trying to clone his voice, for example, then I'm going to be learning new tools, which
like,
is useful to me.
mm-hmm,
And it gives me something to experiment with and have a bit of fun with because I'm kind of bored at the moment. Like even with like just trying to do art, it's to that point where it's like, all right, I've generated a bunch of cool stuff. I'm kind of out of ideas at the moment. I need something to fill my time with.
mm-hmm. I sent
You
you
know,
his,
while I'm just not in the creative state.
yeah, I sent you his Twitter, so you can check out his stuff. You'll see his interviews on CTV, which is one of the national. Uh, is it national? I'm pretty sure.
I think the C stands for Canadian TV.
I don't know.
I'm just guessing.
Or Canuck.
I was about to say Canuck, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or
He's
maple
probably
syrup.
something Colombian.
Mm-hmm. I I love when Mel comes. I love Mel's perspective. The fuck?
You're not on the internet.
The fuck? And then Dan goes, well, why don't you just like give back the light bulb? And I'm dying in the background. That
That
was
was
my
fun.
favorite line of like maybe the past month. Well, why don't you just give back the light bulb? It's a straw man, but it was really hilarious just to hear.
I just wanted to say, I thought it was really cool the video you did with on a couple different platforms with the this new tool in the voice and the AI generated stuff. And then I stumbled in, finally checked out Casey's was in a shill space he was in, and finally got on this that spatial and checked out that wizards and the AI art and Pete's voiceover stuff. It's pretty awesome.
Do you
Good
have the
job on that.
website for that thing?
Yeah, I
It's
think
for
so.
yeah.
Like with the NFTs and stuff.
To create the video
Oh,
voice
that one.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. What's it called? Like D-ID or something.
What is this thing called? I can probably pull it up faster in my
It's like I like bookmark these and send them to myself, and then but I do it with so many things, and then I don't forget and don't go back and look.
here. I'll put to the top because it has all three. But yeah, being able to animate and have the AI art speak is really kind of a freaky experience.
Yeah, because I was thinking if you combine Dan's unique character AI thing he'd made for me with that and have it output the actual voice could be interesting.
So I put the video to the top, which has the tools.
Thank you.
Okay, my phone keeps rugging
Get it up.
hard. Go ahead, Peter.
You restarted it?
No, I unplugged it and plugged it back in though. Just kidding. I haven't done that. Yes, Peter.
Did you DM Elon and ask to stop messing with your Twitter Spaces
I
access?
can't DM him because we don't follow each other. And he hasn't ever DM'd me, so he hasn't opened that line of communication.
Well, you can just post a tweet back.
Yeah, I don't want
That
to
works.
bother him right now. I think he's got some some wounds that he's busy licking.
He doesn't have anything better to do.
He is a top-rate troll, though. Peter, what you got?
He is. He's almost as good as me. But
No, you're not that great at it, Alice Koshi.
well, it's because I'm not trolling.
Okay, then why did you say he's almost as good as you?
Because when I do troll, I'm better than him.
Debatable. Definitely debatable.
A debate you would lose.
I don't know. I've got receipts.
Can I see them?
You can hear them.
I'd love to.
Pete, go ahead. They just solidarity waving. Man, adrenaline dump today.
Are you gonna take your hand down or not?
I think the receipts you two were referring to was also not trolling.
Well, so I wouldn't call them receipts if I didn't mean that they were receipts of the trolling.
Like, did I purchase something and you have like actual?
Yeah, I've got paper receipts. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I scanned them in using my phone.
What did I buy when I was hallucinating or in another state of consciousness?
I take it to terrible trolling. Peter, why was your hand up?
Why not?
Okay.
Am I not allowed to put my hand up now?
Okay.
Jeez, people.
Sorry about that.
It's a free
I'm not.
country.
I'm better than Elon, but I'm not as
Yeah,
good as
but
some
like
people in the space
seriously, Alice
society.
Goshi, like you. Oh. Sorry.
Rich, you're probably better than me.
I don't troll.
Debatable.
What do you? No, that's slander.
It's funny because debatable and debitable are very close.
What's the other? What is that? What is the what?
Like you have a debit card?
Fuck you. So you.
That's where the receipts come in.
Okay, but let's go back to some other topic. Any other topic?
Oh yeah, sorry. We moved on from small modular nuclear reactors.
Jesus Christ. I tell you, the night and day difference between last night's space and tonight's space is just like mind blowing. Get here, like.
Oh yeah, we started off with trying to figure out what consciousness was, and right now, it seems like, at least the definition I'm working with, is if consciousness and the ability to be self-aware seem to be inextricably tied.
It's all just words.
Words.
Question is, what is it pointing at?
Words don't stand for things, they stand in for things. Da-da.
Did you try asking God about consciousness?
I mean, Ruckus had that answer, right? He says the id, ego, and superego is the Holy Trinity. He was so happy to tell us that.
But I asked God ChatGPT, and it said he was wrong.
Oh, is that what the G is for?
I believe so.
Okay.
Who was it besides Raucus who was wanting to hear about the Tesla thing? I was hoping they'd still be there when I got back with it.
I'm interested.
I pinned it, but I was going to ping them in the comments for this chat, but I can't remember the names.
Oh, was it Rocky?
Yeah. Okay, so they were both rock, but I couldn't quite recall. Only one.
This is the evolution of electrification.
I think it was me talking about that stuff with the Rocky, but I was just trolling. I don't understand any of these topics.
Well, he does, and he seemed interested in what was posted.
Oh,
I
I'm
wasn't
interested too, and I was trolling by saying that I sort of
okay.
understand.
Yeah, I liked what you were saying. I still don't understand how you get energy by shedding vortices, but but people seem to be doing it, and it wouldn't chop up any birdies, so that has its advantages in a lot of places.
I
And
like the
being
way you
quiet
spell
too.
Gaia.
Pardon?
I like the way you spell Gaia.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not the Gaia like these newfound hipsters, you know?
Yeah, we've got the e in a lot of roots from the same word. So I did it that way just because I liked the way it looked. But it seems to throw people even more than if I had an I in it. I think. Oh well.
Well, it almost looks like it would have that, you know, that compound AE or EA letter?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it was spelled in the Greek. I'd have to look that up. Different alphabet, different letters, and that's one of the ones we get from them for sure.
Was Gaia the bride of Kronos?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if I had my gods and cultures mixed up.
So, yeah, it's the right pantheon, and no, I think it was Uranus and Gaia
Okay, okay, gotcha,
and
gotcha.
Cronus, and I forget now.
Rhea?
Yeah, I think you got it.
Uh-huh. Man, you're digging back deep. Rhea, wow.
I think it's pronounced Uranus.
Yeah, if you'd like.
In 2023 it is, yeah.
Just ruining all the best jokes there by changing it.
That's my
Yeah,
favorite stuff, man. Greek mythology. I you ever come across an author called Bernard Avzlin?
I haven't.
Oh, okay. He would write books about like monsters, so like a story of Cerberus and stuff like that. Just short books, but they were kind of like Bullfinch, but like illustrated.
Hmm. Sounds fun. So these were basically just collecting the lore about a particular topic for people who didn't want to go into the depth that Bullfinch did.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there were like imagine like a 70 to 100 page large print with color book about um, you know, when Theseus goes on a walk and he comes across the suns and Procrustes,
Hmm.
right? Or like Cerberus was a really good one. The whole story about how Cerberus became to be the guardian of Hades.
Yeah, I can't
It's really
remember the
sad.
story,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. But they were gorgeous, gorgeously written.
mhm.
I
Oh
loved
yeah,
all that stuff.
yeah, a lot, lot of wild stories have come down to us from there. And I'm sure they were easier reading than the comprehensive but often dry Wikipedia articles that I'm going to nowadays when
Hmm.
I'm checking something.
You ever read Troilus and Cressida?
I haven't actually.
No, I think you'd like it. It's basically about the Trojan War, Trojan War, if we're being specific.
Mm.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. There's a speech in there from Troilus, and he's on the Trojan side, and they're debating what they should do because you know they have all of these Trojan men dying, And they're like, why are we having all these Trojan men dying? For what? For Helen? Why don't we just give back Helen? Isn't this obvious? Right? And then Troilus goes, I don't think you guys understand. You guys bought this war the moment that, what was his name? Who abducted Helen?
Paris?
Paris. The moment that Paris left Troy, you decided to have this war. And so, whether or not you give up Helen, the Greeks aren't going to just go home when they get back Helen. You're either going to win or you're going to perish. So it's Shakespeare's interpretation, obviously, of what happened, but it's just gorgeous, because it's based in that history. And
Yeah.
Ulysses has this great speech about how, when the queen is sick, what honey is expected. And the idea that if you change 1 degree in the solar system, everything goes haywire. And so you have to have the sun in its proper place, or everything's going to spin out of control. And the idea of the whole speech is that they're trying to figure out, all of the leaders of the Greeks, like, what can they do to win? And why haven't they won already? And his conclusion was that Troy, in our weakness, stands. That it's not because Troy is strong, it's because we're weak that we're losing.
Shakespeare sure was great at taking human situations and putting and having his players reflect something that isn't just of a particular time or place, but it can be generalized to every listener at some point in his or her life, and all sorts of situations.
It's too bad he's canceled.
Yeah, whatever.
I got banned from Twitter for quoting him saying the first kill all the lawyers line.
Well, that one, I mean, in context, of course, the lawyers were being the idea was to get rid of the lawyers because they'd be the first line of defense against the tyranny they were trying to set up. But out of context, I think that there's I think that might be a line that I'd even be willing to defend, because you got, I mean, that would be one of the limits to freedom of speech that I would accept, because taken out of context, that piece is very, very potent in a direction that wasn't that it doesn't carry in the actual context.
Well, in the current context, the situation is reversed, and the attorneys are suppressing the rights of the people, as like with the judges Supreme Court in Israel and what's taking place in America. And so I meant it in the way I meant it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can definitely, I can see people's point of view on that, but I can, but I think that much as I value freedom of speech, I think that speech would be one that where I would be willing to say you've got to give it the proper context, or else your ability to use it could and should be limited because of the way it sounds out of context. There's a lot of there's a lot to be said for freedom of speech, but there's a bit to be said against some forms of it.
Without some violence, we wouldn't have freedom of speech.
I think that's an excellent point, but that does not but that does not justify all violence. So so we'd have to have some kind of agreement. I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
some people might say all violence and all free speech should be free without limit, but they'd probably change their mind if there's a target on their own door.
there is a target on my door, and I believe these people who targeted me are doing violence against me and against much worse violence against others. And I do believe there needs to be limits on violence, but I don't think limits on freedom of speech are good.
Hmm. When I think that limits on freedom of speech are a very high price to pay, and should be viewed with extreme suspicion. However, I still think that there's some speech that that crosses a line where it's no longer privileged.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's being used in a manipulative manner to play on those ideals to use to actually as a form of control and suppression of the truth.
Yeah, I certainly can't say it isn't. I'd like to know how how we could agree on what is, or where to draw the line, how we could come to consensus as much as possible on how to, well, they just the mechanism for deciding. I don't think a simple majority is the way to go on matters of that importance and delicacy, and especially when you have issues like security and vulnerable people. Like, should you have a vote on whether so and so should be doxxed? You can't do that sort of thing by that sort of mechanism. With medical review boards, what they do is they try to ask the people who are most affected, and if they can't ask those people because they're too young or too or nonverbal, or because you can't you can't ask subjects before they do an experiment in which they have to they have to not know how the experiment is set up, then they have to get proxies for the decision makers, people who are like them, the way a trial by jury is supposed to give the accused a jury of his or her peers, if that works. And I think it works to a large extent in the case of ethics review boards. Then that might be a good model to use for things like whether a decision, whether a given kind of speech should be allowed or not, if it's information involving people, involving minors who who are accused of something under the law, for instance. If you can ask the minors, then that's fine. If you can't, then you could ask parents and not or but and children who've been through that and are now old enough to give adult reasoned responses, and people who work with people like that and have seen the effects of the damage and the ability to recover from it, and that you try to cast the net as widely as possible, but you've got to have a lot of ideas, wise and wisdom and experience wherever possible to get a lot of eyes on the problem.
Perhaps a DAO to get the views of those particular individuals in those subject matter experts you mentioned, and then led by a benevolent dictator following God, could implement that.
Well, is a DAO led by a dictator? Does that work?
Mine, yes. Mine will be, yes.
Is it still a DAO if it's got if it's a leader, or if it's led by a dictator? It isn't a DAO, is it? Just a just a rubber stamp council.
Well, no. If the dictator followed the will of the people, but then to the extent possible, but then also took the issues to God, and then followed his own personal principles when the will of the masses was incorrect, then it could be a DAO, but perhaps a dictatorial autonomous organization.
I don't see it being autonomous. The organization isn't autonomous. Only the sovereign Lord is. Everybody else is subject to and has no autonomy.
Well, we all are
within the organization.
We're all subject to the sovereign God.
It's easy to talk about politics when you're not in government, right? When you don't have to make decisions between these lofty ideals. It's nice to think that, we could achieve all of the most perfect things all at the same time. But, there are no solutions, only trade-offs.
According to you?
Yeah, I think I'd go with that. Everything we deal with in life has costs and benefits. Whether you've got a voice of God from outside, or the God-given, or any other, or wherever else you figure you got it, conscience and wisdom from inside, based on what you think the situation is, and the values and judgments you bring to it. You're still trying to find the best way through this muddle we're always in.
Sounds better than the current system.
I don't think yours does, but that's a pretty low bar. So maybe it is.
You'll appreciate it once I invade Canada to free the people.
If you can get over the wall we built, you're welcome to try.
The CISA, a couple of times I talked with them, let them know I was coming. I'm sure they're prepared.
Welcome, Gaia. You're listening to Alice Koshi. It's one of the reasons why we don't bring them up right away when the adults are talking. Welcome. Welcome to the madness.
Well, if we can't I hope that that we can continue with as peaceful dialogue or discussion as we have in the rest of this evening.
Absolutely.
Because
I think I've been
because
pretty peaceful now. I'm just,
yeah.
I just feel like, the freedoms of the people in Canada are being rather harshly suppressed by your prime minister and the government, and the native population has been, I believe, rather mistreated. And there's a number of other, the lack of the ability to even wave your own flag in the capital seems rather unjust to me.
Yeah, I think it's good, using a biblical verse to, instead of focusing on the speck in another's eyes, focus on removing the log in your own.
Well, but it's much easier to blame an outsider, as say Donald Trump rather successfully did with Mexico. So I was watching Canadian Bacon with John Candy and was rather inspired, as well as this South Park song, blaming Canada.
Yeah, maybe you can get here by using a combination of planes, trains, and automobiles.
I was going to ride on Mooseback and maybe bring a polar bear and a grizzly as well.
Dude, you ever see those videos of people, of not people, but the moose shedding its antlers? It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen it not just on video, actually in person. And have you seen the pictures of the folks in BC and near you, actually, riding on Mooseback and using it to
No, really?
oh yeah, look it up. It's on
Shut
your
up.
just Google it. Yeah, or I'll post it up there if you want. Yeah, and using them as beasts of burden, harnessing a sleigh or a sled, and doing a number of other interesting things.
I've never seen it, but I thought it was well. It kind of blew me away when I heard that that the Siberian shamans, I think it was were training moose and riding them,
Really?
and but the Tatars wiped them out because they didn't want anybody who was more mobile than they were on their horses.
No, you're kidding me. The Mongols wiped out the moose riders?
Yeah.
What? My wife is the descendants of the Mongols. I always tease her about it.
And and the word elk actually originally meant moose.
Yeah, it was pretty cool stuff they were doing there. But then a guy more recently, within the past 10 years, on the CBC site was caught on video riding on a moose and was charged with a crime. Similarly, in Alaska, it's rather prohibited to do such thing. But I'm pretty sure they seem pretty calm around me, and I think they'd be happy to have me go for a ride, but prefer not to get killed by the law enforcement.
If they got used to you enough, yeah, they might indeed let you go for a ride when they trusted you enough. However, if you are the only shaman in town and your prestige is enhanced by traveling on mooseback, as well as your mobility very much enhanced, then people will accept it if a kid occasionally gets stomped by running wild in the wrong place when your moose gets spooked by it. But but in this day and age, there are I think the things that could go wrong for the moose as well as for the person are pretty severe.
What about the cyber moose?
Oh, a cyber moose. That's fine. You could that would be under your control.
You just need a charger in the wild. That's the tough part, right? The range anxiety on the cyber moose. You don't get stuck out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, maybe you could put in a digester and have it browse twigs too. Run on methane and Yeah, hydrocarbons, the natural way.
Yeah,
Cyber Moose might get delivered before Cybertruck.
yeah, and probably work better in Alaska or Canada.
I'd cover that bet on the Cyber Moose being delivered first, though.
I think maybe I was going to go with the bear party combination of a polar grizzly and black, but you kind of inspired me here, Mike, because Teddy Roosevelt had a bull moose party that he did rather well with in a presidential election, and actually had a picture of him on mooseback, but it was apparently supposedly a pre-Photoshop, and he wasn't actually on it. But yeah, so maybe I'll go with the Cyber Moose Party. Thank you.
Are you really gonna run for office?
Yes.
Having intelligent and offbeat challenges is quite good for dialogue, for discourse. If the protest vote candidate or the extreme gets elected, like Trump, just because they've got it coming, so you send him to office. Then that's as that can be quite damaging, like the Watchtower Society. The Jehovah's Witnesses make a pretty good minority, but a dreadful majority.
Well, if I'm able to successfully get Trump to run as my vice presidential candidate, which I believe I will, and I think we'll do rather well when we are in office, and I think the people, I'm sure, will be hated, but I think it'll be ultimately a benefit to society, as I will take the information I've gathered in this space from you. Very good insights, Gaia, and combine them with everything else I've learned to benefit society as a whole.
I'd be surprised if Trump would take second fiddle to any other candidate, although I'm sure he's got the vice part well covered.
Correct. And also, I have a number of plans to, help him build Trump hotels and casinos and so forth in Alaska, so he will financially benefit, as well as I plan to give him back the Oval Office. I think he may have potentially won this past election and may have retained the title of Commander-in-Chief through some means that I've found on stuff that I found on Twitter, based on the actions of an assembly in Michigan and in Alaska, and some of the stuff that took place during the inauguration. And so he may not be eligible to be president again. And I think being vice president would give him cover from the Department of Justice, since President Joseph Biden had a number of classified documents in his home that he's not, being as pursued as Donald Trump was for less of them. Also, I'm going to give him the Oval. I just want to go smoke weed in the Lincoln bedroom, shoot hoops like Obama, hang out with rappers, and maybe drone strike a few thousand people and get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, if you can't get Trump, maybe you could get a trumpeter swan, or maybe Elon Muskox for a running mate.
I like those suggestions. Thank you. I'm not sure if Alberto Daniel Hill would be eligible, as he's not a United States citizen. I think he's from Uruguay. But if it's a dictatorship, maybe I'll have him. Well, maybe he could join my cabinet remotely or something.
getting all the best talent on your team for that particular job description, eh?
Yeah, just one of the best hackers in Uruguay, and yeah, for
Hi, how are you guys? By the way, I'm sorry, my friend, but when it comes to politics, forget about me. I'm not entering into that. I mean, no matter. I mean, you can offer me anything. No, no way, not in this lifetime. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to enter into that. No, 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 no way. Sorry.
all right.
I
We'll
want to
just put
change
you
the
at
world.
the
I
head
want to
of.
make it
We'll
better.
put you at the
So
head of it.
no way, not politics.
All right, we'll just make you the head of the NSA.
No, 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 no. I will not accept. I mean, you can offer me anything that you want. No, no, no. You cannot buy me. I will not enter into that field. Sorry. I want to change the world. I want to make it better. So I'm not going to enter into that because I, I, I will not be able to do what I want if I accept those proposals. So I'm sorry.
Well, I wasn't going to pay you, Alberto. I was just going to send Interpol after you and make you an offer you can't refuse.
Oh, well, you know what? First time, yeah, that did work. Now, now that I kind of grew a little bit and I'm not that naive, yeah, I would laugh in the face of those people. So, no, no way. Try your
I
best.
expected that.
Keep trying, keep trying. I can assure you that no, no. The answer will be no, 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 no.
You just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, my friend. I do appreciate you as well. You're amazing, really. And yeah.
You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to say that here, Alberto.
Sorry, sorry.
Shh. We're in the syndicate space. You're not. You're supposed to hate me here. So just and call me an idiot.
Oh
So just
no, no, no! Hold on, hold on, hold on. How can I hate you? I don't even know you. Why would a person hate another human being without even knowing the other person? Come on, this is sounds like 2023, where people hate other people without any. Come on, what year is this? Oh, it's 2023. Fuck. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the problem of people hating people without any reason, yeah, separating people, yeah. Okay, it still works. Yeah. Okay, I did really dislike you, my friend. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I heard that first part of the book you'd posted with the song. It's really cool. One suggestion I had was I liked both the song and your voice, but maybe turn the just the audio so
Yeah,
we can hear you a little bit better.
absolutely. First of all, thank you for listening to it. And second, absolutely. It was just something that I wanted to test. Actually, I didn't modify anything in the audio. I mean, the volume of both the music and the recording were the same. So, no, I just wanted to see how it would be like to have that music in the background and my voice over it. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, the music is too loud, and there are other things that I should surely. Actually, I'm not sure if it's me who is the person who should actually be taking care into the audio settings. Or somebody who has I was going to say more experience. Okay, I have to tell you, I hate editing audio. I hate editing video. So now I can do it. But no, yes, absolutely, the audio is too loud. Even though this woman, oh my God, she's an amazing singer. Can you believe she's selling her songs for I don't know. She's creating like 10 version of tens of 10 of her songs, and she's selling that on Object for 3 pesos each song, which is like $3 a song. And she has a hell of a voice. I mean, that woman, when you hear that voice, my God, she sounds completely professional. She's amazing.
Yeah, maybe you should actually turn you down and just have it be turn up her voice because it was really good. But I think you might know some folks in that audio uh, production editing space. I believe.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, I mean, I have to try to avoid uh, a scope creep, and I have to focus on what I'm doing because last night I was in a space listening about the metaverse, and I felt like, okay, man, I have to create this. I have to put it into, I mean, a place where people can actually experience what I was experiencing, enter into the prison, feeling what I felt, but actually not being there because, yeah, it's not something that many people would like to actually experience really. But being like there without being there, wow! I still can remember every day when at 12 at noon when we were taking back to the cells for to have our meal, our lunch, and oh my god, I can still hear that music that was so disgusting that people that the other inmates were playing, and all the inmates enter into the prison. The sounds of the metal sounds of the chain of the yeah of all them. I mean, when the policemen were opening each cell, you could feel the keys turning and that metal sound, and it was like completely surreal for me. I mean, I was feeling like I was inside a movie. Initially I was completely scared I was completely shaking, and I thought, oh my god, they're going to give me. But at one point it was something completely normal for me. I was part of that, uh, and it was completely something that not many people is able to experience, being in a prison, especially a person who is completely not violent at all, surrounded by people that are extremely violent in most of the cases. Uh, I mean, I was somebody who has a t-shirt saying, "Okay, I'm a complete nerd. Come on, rate me. I'm a tourist here." But no, thanks to the respect they had me, I didn't have any problem. But it was really weird for somebody that never ever entered into a police station from one day to another and ending it in a prison. Wow, surrounded by people that I was never surrounded by people with those profiles. I mean, people that have a criminal life that were all talking about crimes, and yeah, it was completely something that you have. Initially it was very hard, but then with time you learn how to deal with that and how to interact with them, because it's something that you cannot help. I mean, you cannot choose. uh, you go out and people are going to approach you. They were approaching me every day, and you know what, I hate speaking, and I hate speaking about computers, and I hate speaking about computers and crimes. But they came to you and they ask you certain things, or they make you certain proposals, and you don't know what's going to happen if you say no. So you have to learn how to tell them what they want to hear, and there are a lot of them. So you have to have a very good memory in order to remember what to tell each one of them. Oh my god, it was an experience of adapting yourself into a context that it's completely something that you never experience in your life, and it's unlikely anything you ever have lived. But wow, uh, anybody can do it. Yeah, it's all about it's all about okay, just doing it and not thinking too much and just fucking doing it.
I can't help but notice the similarities between, especially as I listened to that talked with you on Twitter Spaces and listened to that Dark Knight Diaries episode 25, I think. And
in what you just said. The similarities between your story in prison as a computer hacker and helping folks out there with Mr. Robot when the
Oh my
protagonist
god!
goes to
Oh
prison.
my god! That was, oh my god! That was like, okay, this motherfucker stole my story, but then I realized, hold on, no, this was actually for uh, 2015, 16. Yeah, absolutely. When Elliot says guilty and he goes to prison, and he has this guy who he was having um, breakfast every day, lunch every day, and he was just looking at him, and the guy wouldn't stop talking, and he didn't give a fuck about what he was talking about. He was just thinking, and all he wanted was to have some order in his life, and he didn't understand anything. He was going to this basketball match, and he didn't have a clue of what's going on, and he was thinking to himself, "Oh, it's interesting how people can actually enjoy this activity. I don't understand why is that." Uh, yeah, absolutely. I felt completely identified when Elliot went to prison. The thing is that in the TV series, for him it wasn't traumatic. Actually, it was his decision, and I mean, in my case, imagine one day I opened my eyes and I was in intensive care unit of a hospital. I had been in coma for 3 hours, almost. I almost died. Okay, those kind of things didn't happen to Elliot. I mean, even though he had some, uh, yeah, some, I don't know. In, in his mind some things happened, but actually nothing happened in prison. It was pretty calm, not traumatic as some events that happened to me. I mean, it's not nice to open your eyes and see that you cannot see because you are blinded by the lights of the intensive care unit, lights pointing at you, and you unable to speak because you have a tube in your mouth, and all you can do is communicate with your eyes. When the person that first approached me asked me, "Do you know where you are?" I wanted to say no, but I couldn't say no. I couldn't open my mouth, so I had to say no, like with my eyes, moving my eyes from one side to another. Ah, my God, that was pretty wild.
Yeah, it's no fun when you can't control your body movements. Had some experiences there in dealing with law enforcement, but not yeah. But I hope you were compensated for them using your story. If not, we should probably get you in touch with an IP attorney because yeah, they definitely seem to have ripped off your story.
Yeah, well, actually, it's something that I'm struggling now because right now, okay, I should have started in January, and the legal actions against the government, both. I mean, we're going to, I mean, they're liable for many things, including, okay, we're going to sue them because of, for example, criminal charges for stealing my cryptocurrency wallet, that they returned me an empty box of my Ledger Nano S, and they told me when they gave me that, and I asked, "What's the wallet?" They told me, "Oh no, we just seized the empty box." Okay, so you say empty boxes of devices. Nice. In the file of my case, they have 50 pages with all the technical information regarding the Ledger Nano S, download directly for the page of Ledger. Okay, so why would you print 50 pages, which is 5% of the file of 1,000 pages? Okay, 5% of the file is information, technical information about a wallet that they never say so. That is weird, isn't it? And okay, not to mention, I will hide it here because in my I don't talk to this normally, and I don't say numbers or anything, but it's in my book. So
Sorry, I was just getting some water. I don't know. Does anybody else have anything to say? But yeah, that's yeah. I hope that goes well with your lawsuit, because yeah, that's ridiculous. Stealing your sorry, yeah, stealing your Bitcoin. The whole case against you. Oh, I took off. Yeah. Anyhow.
I'm just performing surgery on myself at the moment, by which I mean digging out a splinter, which I thought I dug out a few days ago, but apparently not.
I got a piece of glass stuck in my foot. I need to do some surgery on. So hope it goes well for you, Pete. Make sure to use some rubbing alcohol or heat up whatever you're digging around with, and don't get an infection.
I'm trying to improve you, Rich. I'll ask Goshi. I'm actually just going in raw with some like needle nose pliers or whatever the fuck these things are.
Oh yeah, I need to get to. My dad always carried a Leatherman multi-tool on his belt, and he gave me one. But I need to get a new one. I haven't had one for what quite some time. Those are useful.
Yeah, they go good. I got like this nice. I don't know if I don't think it's actually silver, but like silver, like colored sort of multi-tool thing. Really useful. It's not like particularly sharp or anything. It couldn't cause any damage, but just there are times where I've had it, where I've needed it, if that makes sense. And it's come really in handy. Mentis, I'm not sure if I let you up or not. I can't even see under the mute everyone button. But I've been trying. I've been spamming that fucking approve button. It looks like
there's a big fight between a group of teenagers when I was in high school, and I pulled out my Leatherman because a lot of them had weapons. So I pulled out my Leatherman, but I didn't get the knife out. I just opened the pliers and kind of flashed them around like I was gonna pull some teeth out, and they just said, "Why don't you just sit this one out?"
Just picturing like you're in a fight and you just decide to pull someone's teeth out. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, We had a kid in we would have been about like maybe 9, 10 years old. We were down at the local park, and there was this one kid who'd like sometimes he'd hang around, but then other times he'd like decide he wants to start fights and things. He was always like very you wouldn't know what he was trying to do or anything. And one day he comes down to the park with a knife, and he's like you know basically like bullying this kid, trying to rob him or something. And I remember someone threw a rock at his head. He started bleeding. It was great, crying and everything. And we're just sort of thinking like, yeah, fuck off, stop trying to be a tough cunt. Because he was one of those that like really just, we like some days he'd be okay, and then you just start picking on people for no reason, like trying to take their stuff or whatever.
Yeah, I dealt with a number of those bullied type of people. Usually, I always stood up to them, but usually ended up getting knocked out or whatever. But yeah, after the one in 8th grade when I got my arm broken and kicked in the head repeatedly and was unconscious, I don't know. I don't really like that sort of thing. Fighting's it's not what I thought it was. Learned a valuable lesson there, I guess.
Is Michael still awake? Are you still on TikTok? Has he fallen asleep?
Hey, what's going on?
You sound like you're still on TikTok.
Yeah, I'm finding some really looking at Muay Thai. Muay Thai is violent, dude.
Yeah, man. I've heard some stories, like some pretty rough stories from people that used to be fighters.
I don't understand how they can take that many kicks. Like they're basically just trading kicks. No fucking defense. You know what I mean? But look, it is what 1:40 a.m. Oh man, we need to get some rest. Let me know how it goes with cloning the voice. Yeah, I'll wake up in like 8 hours.
How is everybody?
Yeah, pumpkin time.
Mm.
1:37 a.m. What are you up to?
I don't know. Just kind of hanging out. I mean, you guys, you seem to be always up. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so not a talent I'm enjoying lately.
Mm-hmm.
I just adrenaline dump phase, so
Yeah.
I don't have anything to more. What are you up to?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm having like a late midlife crisis because, people want me to go to spend $700 to go to a Bitcoin conference where basically I'm going to stand around like some dumb asshole and pretend that people give a shit about me when in reality they won't care whether I'm alive or dead. Like you ask your buddy Alice Scotia down there, because I've been begging him to call me back all night because I have questions for him about who the fuck he is, and oddly enough he won't return my calls. How strange is that? Some friend, for some guy who wants to get into my fucking pussy, he certainly sucks at it. Anyway, if any of you would like to tell me who the fuck you are and what the fuck you want from me, you know where I am.
Hello?
I was about to go to bed.
Well,
All
yeah,
right.
you can go to bed. I'll.
No. Yeah, if you wanna. That was Skoshi. What are you doing over there?
Hey, Mike.
Hmm?
I think I
Hey,
can
Hey,
hear
Lenny.
everyone
Mentis.
now. Hey, Rich.
You caught that, Mentis?
So there's that little speed up time gap where you go from listener to speaker,
Hmm.
and that conversation went from like chill to what the fuck is going on while I was in that time gap. Like literally, I was requesting to speak, and she was
No,
like,
that's actually how it's supposed to be.
"Yeah, I'm kind of going through a midlife crisis. There's this $700. I don't know if I want to spend it on this Bitcoin conference." And then I came up to listener, and she was like, "So if you guys want to fucking tell me who you are," I'm like, "What the hell just happened in those 6 seconds?" Like, Jesus Christ.
Welcome
Hey,
to the underbelly of the Syndicate, Mentis. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but
Yeah,
here
and it
you are.
wasn't really that 10-second disconnect. It happens whether or not you're in the listener section or on speaker stage. There's about a 10-second, and then all of a sudden it turns.
so I was just getting some chips and dip. Did something happen? I heard my name.
Yeah, right. Don't play that.
No, seriously, I had to. Haven't eaten for quite some time, so I was getting hungry. What's going on?
I don't believe you.
You want me to take a picture of the? It's this like sweet corn dip, some kind of stuff made with corn.
It's okay. Never mind. It's okay. I know it's tough. It's uncomfortable. I get it.
No, what happened?
Hmm.
Something about
I know. I
Bitcoin.
know it's uncomfortable. It was
Was it
uncomfortable for me. I get it.
was it Sandra? Was it?
Uh-huh.
I heard something about a Bitcoin
It's okay.
conference from
That's fine.
Memphis.
Uh-huh.
Call her
It's okay.
back.
No judgment.
I'm
Sandra wants you
lost.
to call her back.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I was having a good conversation here, but are you going to bed, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because she's an attorney, I guess, and she's kind of giving me a little advice about my case. So I guess I'll give her a call. That's pretty late there, and I think she's in Florida. But all right.
Did you guys see the today?
Who's Alaska Non? And never mind. What did you ask me?
I believe that's an anonymous individual.
Is that you, Alice Koshi?
That's I think the anon stands for anonymous.
I like it because it has green eyes instead of laser eyes.
I'm just guessing here, but I think those are like the green laser eyes.
All right, call back Sandra Lescoshi.
All right.
Every time I try to get out, they pull me back in. Hey, Lagertha, did you send the air fryer to Cece?
I can't talk about it. Also, it was me who had to spare air fryer. That was Anne Marie. I was happy for
Oh,
the
okay.
mold, and Peter wanted one too, so I got a 2-for-1 deal.
Nice.
But why is everybody crazy today? And why is every time I
It's the full moon. It was full moon.
Yeah,
Just
the moon.
Ruckus told
No wonder.
me 3 hours ago that I should join if I can. So now that I knocked off at 7:30 from work, and it's been nothing but craziness, I get here, and then there's obviously more craziness, which I should be expecting given the time that you guys are live on. So yeah, I don't know.
Pete, I love the picture of the video of your two birds following each other, commiserating. Did you guys see that?
They're cute, hey?
Yeah.
Also, are Sandra and Alaskoshi a couple now? Or why are we sending Alaskoshi to get Sandra?
No, she came in saying he needs to return a call or something.
Ah.
It's interesting because it's the two opposite corners of the United States, like Alaska and Florida.
If I'm not wrong, there is something further away from Alaska than Florida, meaning the East Coast. Right?
U.S. Florida.
Isn't America pretty much just like, you got Alaska, and then you got Florida, and then you got California, and then I guess there's something in between.
Don't forget
The East
Texas.
Coast, got the East Coast in the Middle West, and the rest is just whatever.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah. So Chris came into the room when Sandra was here, and he's like, "Who's that crazy lady? Turn her off! What the fuck is going on? Turn this
That's
lady off."
amazing.
That's what he.
That's amazing. I mean, like, I imagine you're just walking around and you just got home, listening to some quiet conversation. Oh, you want to talk about the Tesla bot and the Cybertruck and the Cybermoose? Oh, yeah. And it's funny
I
because
swear it's the room title, man.
Look, Allie turned to me and she's like, "Why the fuck are you even doing this?"
Yeah, Chris is around doing his thing, and then he comes into the room and Sandra is yelling. And, that's all he hears. And he's like, "Who's that crazy lady? Turn off. I don't want to listen to this. Turn off."
It's funny because, like, when it's good, it's really good. When it's bad, it's really bad.
Yeah, it's been the yin yang of Twitter Spaces between yesterday and today.
Wait, that was really good? When did that happen?
Casey, yesterday.
Casey being drunk was really good?
Yeah.
It was the space in general, though. I mean, the karaoke space and just new connections were formed and everyone was getting along, just having a good time. I could actually stand to listen to it while I was working.
Wait a minute.
Is,
do you sing karaoke?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to see.
Yes.
I want to hear Lagatha karaoke.
No. I never get drunk enough to do that.
You could do a duet with Pete.
I don't like getting drunk, so, that's the problem. I'm the opposite of Pete. I just don't like the feeling. I'll have maximum 1 glass of whatever with a dinner. And then as soon as I start feeling it, I'm like, okay, no, thank you. That's enough.
Does anyone ever spell your name Peat? From like alcohol? Yeah, like whatever they put in like drinks or whatever, like hops.
I started growing my chilies in little peat pots, which I thought was pretty funny.
All right, guys, game over. I think we had the unexpected climax.
That's what she said.
And then we had a bit of a denouement. If you guys open up a space, I'll jump in, but I don't.
Okay. Good night.
Uh-huh.
Peace.